the ball on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time.
He's built for the big stage.
On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang!
And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that?
What a goal!
He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another.
It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment.
Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The reigning Premier, the dual reigning Premier Brisbane is in town, and can West Coast continue to build on promising efforts in recent weeks and take it up to a side coming off the back of a 90-point thrashing of Essendon? The last time that West Coast beat Brisbane, 3 games later, they claimed the 2018 Premiership. Yes, Brisbane has won the past 7 games against the West Coast Eagles. They've unchanged now for the second week in a row, West Coast, as they look to continue to build from this group of players they're putting together. But they're up against a side that really is hitting form at the right time. Brisbane has won its past 5 games. It's going to be oh so tough for the home side today. There's so many matchups that just are mouth-watering. And, of course, Brandon Starcevic becomes the first player, the first recent Brisbane Premiership player to come up against his old side. And he's looking forward to it from the comments he's made during the week in the press. Clint Wilden with you. Mitch Turner's alongside me. G'day, Mitch.
G'day, Clint. G'day, listeners. It's always great to see, as you said, the 2-time reigning premiers come to town. They don't often do it against West Coast. They've played at Perth Stadium just once over the years, in the West Coast Eagles first played here back in that premiership year of 2018. So it's a rare occasion that we see the Lions play here against the Eagles. They've won their past 7 against West Coast. They'd look to make that 8 in a row against the Eagles today. But looking forward to, hopefully, as you mentioned off the top, a bit of fight from West Coast. They've showed a bit in recent weeks. They've certainly an improving and developing side, and looking forward to hopefully seeing a bit of fight from them today.
And weird, the last time they played, one of the quirks of the fixture, we spoke about it in the office during the week. The last time they played round 2 last year, none of the Eagles' goal kickers,
7 of them,
from that game are actually out there. It was fascinating to hear Chris Fagan saying when he started to do his preparation for this game, looked at the West Coast side and said, who are most of these players? I'm going to have to do a little bit of work to work out who they are. It's going to be an intriguing battle. There's so many keys they have to stop. One of them, of course, Lachie Neale, who just goes to town every time he takes on the West Coast Eagles, whether he was wearing the purple of Fremantle or indeed now the maroon of the Brisbane Lions. How do they go about stopping him? Let's hear from our experts. Very shortly, we'll head downstairs and have a chat to Danny Daly from the Brisbane Lions. But first, let's welcome Chris Waterman and Bo McDonald. Good to see you both.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's I'm looking forward to this game. I don't think Brisbane are in ripping nick, and they've had an indifferent year, but their injuries are all okay at the moment, and they seem to be clicking. But West Coast are a fighting team at the moment. They're giving everyone a little bit of curry on the way out. They've had a couple of poor losses over the course of the year, but by and large, they're having a crack, Bo. And I suspect unless Brisbane just absolutely put the foot down right at the start, it could go pretty deep. When I say deep, if West Coast were inside 30 points at the end of this, they've done all right.
Yep. Yeah, look, good evening, everyone. Look, yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting watch tonight. I think the Eagles are going to have to be really spot on at the centre bounce. If they just lose that territory game straight away to Brisbane, it's just a hard night ahead. So be looking for them to really get on top in there maybe and try and get the territory game. But yeah, it's going to be the West Coast aren't the same side that Brisbane played last time, that's for sure.
There's a lot to like about this battle, though, and I'm really excited to see this Brisbane Lions team up close and personal. Akash Fodaday will be even closer than we will. He's on the boundary, and he's got a special guest with him. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. I've got Danny Daly here with me, the General Manager of Football with the Lions. Danny, firstly, welcome to the West. The last sort of 5-6 weeks, it feels like the Lions have got back to playing the football that we're used to seeing from Brisbane, that we expect to see. What's been the key to that turnaround from, say, the mid-season point?
Yeah, good evening, boys, up here. And I think the guys were just touching on it then. It's good to get some soldiers back. We obviously had a fair injury list and we weren't playing our best football, especially defensively. We were getting opened up quite easily from opposition from their back half ball movement. So we got to work and trained really hard on our defensive part of the game. We got some soldiers back, and I think over the last 4 or 5 weeks, as you say, we've been able to play some really good offensive football, which has helped us defensively. So we've been able to have the scoreboard keep ticking over and score 100 points each game, which is really important for us.
Similar to last week when you played Essendon, another team, West Coast, lower down the ladder. How do you make sure that the boys stay switched on, stay focused on the task in hand, rather than taking too much into account about ladder position, for example?
Yeah, it's a different proposition than last week. Obviously, Essendon are going through their own battles at the minute with a new interim coach and trying to find their way forward from that, whereas obviously Minnie's got a good thing going with the boys at the minute down here at West Coast. They've played some really good footy this year. Like, they've won 4 games, as we know, but they've lost 4 games by under 12 points. So they've been really competitive. The last 4 or 5 weeks, we've noticed that they've really upped their pressure and their contested ball game, which no doubt he's been working on as well. So it'll be no easy task for us tonight. We just need to be really on in the contested ball part of the game, I think.
Josh Dunkley's been a star for you guys for a long time and quite often does a bit of a defensive job through the middle. Will he spend some time on Harley Reid? Yeah,
I think he'll grab him at stoppage. He loves playing those roles. He loves being able to play on the best players in the competition, and Harley's one of those as well. So, yeah, he'll grab him at stoppages and hopefully do the job on him, because there's a bit of a barometer for him, isn't he? When he gets going, the crowd gets going, and they can score quite heavily at times.
Let's head to the team upstairs. Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman.
Danny, Chris Waterman, just with one of our former locals, Jimmy Tunstall's good to see him getting back in the team this week. He's been very stiff the last couple of years. How have you seen his development? Yeah, he's going really well, Jimmy. It's his actual birthday today, so we actually sang him happy birthday in the meeting room just there before, and Fags actually mentioned he's one of these guys that we really love, because unfortunately he's the one that always gets the message on a Thursday afternoon from Fags that he's out of the team when someone comes in, but he accepts it and then he gets back to work on his game, and we're hoping that he comes in tonight and plays a role and plays really well and can cement his position in the team, and we actually re-signed him this week for another year, so he's all in with us, and we just love him. He's a great team man, so we're hoping he has a really good game tonight.
Oh, Danny, Bo McDonald here, mate. How you going? Look, I've got to ask you about Ty Gallup. He was amazing last year in the final series playing up forward, and now he's down back and doing a really good job. Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about Ty, and do you ever see him maybe slinging forward to test opposition defences out in games still? Yeah, the swing man we're calling him now. Can play forward, he can play back. He's a big boy, isn't he? He's a big boy from the sunny coast. He's had an unbelievable year and a half of football since coming into the football club, and he's just so easily to coach. Dale Morris does an unbelievable job with him as a backline coach. Like we had to make the move 1 week because we lost all our soldiers down back, and he went back, did his job, takes some intercept marks, and no doubt it helps having Harris Andrews next to him as well, who's educating him and telling him where to go and how to play. But it's a great question you ask, what we do moving forward. Like we've got Oscar Allen coming back. He played yesterday in the VFL, and Dizzy Gardner will be back in a few weeks. So we're going to have a few headaches in terms of positional moves and what we do. But what we know with Ty is that he keeps it pretty simple. So if we need him to play forward, he'll go and play forward. If we need him to go back, he'll just go and play back with no fuss.
Brisbane Lions GM of footy, Danny Daly, joining us here on ABC Sport ahead of the clash with the West Coast Eagles at Perth Stadium. Danny, you had that slump kind of round 10, 11, 12, 3 losses in a row. You've been in 3 grand finals in a row. You've won the last 2 flags. Was there just a little bit of a lull within the group around that period? Did you have to kind of dig deep and remember, look, we're out here to win the premiership again, and did you have to find something as a group?
Yeah, we did, to be honest. We were going through a bit of a rut there, and we just didn't have the energy in the place that we normally had, and we weren't playing great football, so we sort of got together and reminded ourselves of what we stand for as a footy club culturally, and that's to have a bit of energy and look after each other and be humble and keep our egos at the front door. So we sort of got back to doing that once we were all reminded of that, and the rest has tipped on from there, to be honest. That's as simple as it was.
Danny, Clint Wheeldon here. Was that from the leaders? Was that from the coaches? Where did that come from?
It was more so from probably our three captains and myself and Fags. I can't remember the game. Maybe it was the Giants after the Giants game potentially that we sat down, the five of us, and just had a bit of a chin wag about what was going on. If there was something that, Fags or myself were doing that wasn't in line with what we had been doing in the past, and it was just a bit of an honesty session between us five, which led to the whole group one. So it went for there, and we've got to be accountable as leaders insofar as myself and Fags, as we can't just pin it all on the players. So it was a good conversation, and we all took ownership of it, and here we are.
Someone I'm really keen to get your thoughts on. He's been written up on the website, the AFL website this week, and really has started to dominate. But the influence of what Sam Draper has done since arriving in your footy club.
He's been unbelievable for our football club. I talk about energy before, and he just brings a lot of energy. He's in a happy place. He's in hopefully a good team that he feels valued in, and he's just been able to exert that with the rest of the playing group, and the work that him and Darcy Fort do as ruckman on and off the bench and a little bit forward has been really important for us. And I'm not sure if you look at the stats, I'm sure you Bills do, but we're AFL 1 in centre bounce clearances and scoring, and that's off the back of probably Sam bringing something a little bit different than we used to, hitting forward and putting it down our midfielders' throats and being able to take territory from there. So he's been really important for us.
And you're only one behind the combination of Grundy and Heaney when it comes to hit-outs to gathers. If you look at a pair, Sam Draper against Lachie Neale, which is quite remarkable as well. And I just want to ask you about both Lachie Neale and Zach Bailey. Wherever they end up, whatever happens from this point onwards, something that's been, from those sitting back watching, it hasn't affected their performances at all. I guess it's an incredible insight into their professionalism, about how they've been able to go about things on the park.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the modern age of footy these days, isn't it? Free agency, that the players have got every right to go and look outside our own footy club and see what's out there. And, we encourage them to do that, to be fair, with their managers. And, we have honest conversations with them. And first and foremost, we want to make sure that the players understand that we get it. We're not going to hold it against them by any stretch of the imagination. And as long as they come to work every day and work hard and then come out and perform, as you say, and do the best for the team, then that's all we can be satisfied with as a footy club. And they're upholding their end of the bargain, and they're both having outstanding seasons. Whilst we're also hoping that they still stay with us, by the way. But yeah, we'll see where they both land. But hopefully they're running around at our footy club for a long period of time.
Well, don't worry. Jason Ackermanis has already assured us that Zach's signed, sealed and delivered. He's staying at the Lions, and Acker is never wrong. So lock that one in, Danny.
There you go. He's running towards me right now, Zach. So
there you go. Just throw the contract out in front of him if he hasn't signed it yet.
Yeah, he's talking about you, mate.
Lachie Neale, though, just quickly, you mentioned it. All the talk, it's hilarious. All the talk is he's going to this club or he's going to that club, but there's not as much talk about he's staying at the Lions. Are you still really hopeful that you're right in the play to keep him at Brisbane, given what he's meant to this group? Because all the talk is it's Collingwood, maybe it's Freo, hey, St Kilda a meeting, but it'd be a good chance still to stay at Brisbane, would he not?
Oh yeah, and we really hope so. And every indication so far has been that he wants to stay with us. But we also understand that with what's going on with his private life, that his family's number one, and we keep saying that to him, that mate, you need to be the best father you can be, and your children are number one, football's, number two, so you need to do whatever's important for you in that part of your life. So we understand that as well, and if that's been closer to his kids or with his kids here in WA, so be it, we understand it.
Danny, it's always great to speak to you. Last time I spoke, in fact, the last two times I've spoken to you have been on Grand Final Day, and those things have gone pretty well. So we don't often get a chance to chat with you in the West. We better book you in, hopefully, for Grand Final Day again in the future. Cheers for yarning with us tonight.
Thanks very much, boys. You have a great call, and I appreciate you having me on.
Good on you. Danny Daly downstairs. It's been quite weird. We had him on 2 years ago before the Grand Final. They won, so we thought, we'll ask him on again. They won again. So maybe we just book him in to see what happens.
Let's hope so.
This year.
It's a bit of a running joke that he's kind of like part of the ABC Sport team, because across the nation, Melbourne, Brisbane, we always speak to Danny Daly, because we always ask for Danny Daly, because
he's a great chat.
As you just heard then, I'm sure people listening at wherever you are, he is a great chat, and he's hopeful that Lachie Neale will stay, because take it to the bank, Acker said, Zach is already staying. Zach Bailey was not going anywhere, and I back him in.
Your thoughts, Beau McDonald and Chris Waterman. What do you do if you're West Coast with Lachie Neale? Speaking of him potentially going somewhere else, only because every time he comes up against them, the West Coast Eagles, be in Fremantle or in Brisbane colours. His performance is nothing short of spectacular. Do you try and shut him down, or do you just accept that he's likely to be one of those players? You can't stop all of them. He might just get a bit of a run on. What would you do?
It's one of the things that people say, oh, you know, we've got to stop this play, we've got to stop Dacos or Bontempelli or Lockie Neal. And you'd say, yeah, I do it. But then you've got to pick who you're going to do it with. That's the hardest part. Is there anyone good enough to stop Lockie Neal? And is Lockie Neal he's in that stage of his life where he'll go, well, I'm copping it this week, boys. I'm just going to clear the pathway for you. That's where they're at. And he'll let, you know, one of the Ashcrofts or both of them, or Cluggage or Berry or whoever else is in there. Yeah, it's difficult.
It's a really good point, like you made before, that when we were speaking to Danny, you know, number one in centre bounce clearances for the comp. If Brisbane can get that ball forward from the centre bounces, they're a very hard side to beat, as is any side that does that. So with Lockie Neal, I'm a bit with Muddy. It's really hard, I reckon, to put that bloke on that bloke. It's got to be a team effort, because, like, if you just caravan the bloke, he's going to get you out the front door. So you need someone picking him up, coming from front on. Maybe you don't have to start on him all the time, but it's got to be a team effort. And with no disrespect to Lockie Neal, he's probably not the best ball user out of the Brisbane midfield. So I'd be looking at Will Ashcroft. Watching the Brisbane Lions the last 5 weeks, he's upped his game, and he's the one that's really given him a bit of impetus out of that centre bounce, and he'd probably be the one I'd sit on.
It's interesting that watching the Port and Fremantle game today, when you went into half-time, you know, people thinking by how much, and they got it. It wasn't comfortable in the end. It was only 2-3 goals or whatever it was. But at half-time, it was 10-2 out of the square, because Jordan Sweet jumped all over Luke Jackson. Everyone thought Luke Jackson and co were going to demoralise Port, but it became the opposite way. They demoralised them and kept themselves in the game. So Bailey Williams will have a big say in that if he can take Sam Draper out of the game.
And he's got the ability to. He's got
the
great
jumps.
Hops. Yeah, great hops.
And, you know, you wouldn't be... I know Chris Fagan's got a lot at his disposal, but you wouldn't be taking an eye off Tim Kelly, Harley Reid, Will Dersmer and co, because, you know, they've shown before what they can do with one bounce and a 10-yard run and having a shot at goal straight out of the centre square.
So I still want to hype up because I love watching Lockie Neal go about it, but I've also loved what we've seen from Dersmer and Harley Reid, both of who had time on Bontempelli last week. Who would you start with if you're not going to shut down Reid? And I'd imagine Brady Hoff, if you are going to shut someone down, that's Brady Hoff's role. So if you're not going to do that to Neal and you send Hoff somewhere else, what do you do with Neal? Who would you start? Would you go with Dersmer? Would you go with Harley Reid and go, look, you're not tagging him, but you are going head-to-head. Let's see what pans out.
Oh, I'm assuming Josh Dunkley's going to go to someone.
Harley Reid, sure.
So if you'd be saying, Harley, if you cop it, you're going to Lockie.
Right.
That's how I'd play it. And Harley's just young and be going, oh, can't I beat him? Yeah, I know you can, but just for the start, we want you to go to him and see how they react. And not telling you can't win the ball, but go and stand with Lockie and force it back on Josh Dunkley. Just try and cause a few upsets in that department.
Yep. And on the flip side with the rucks, if I was Sam Draper, I'd just be going as hard as I can forward for my 10-minute stint or whatever it is there. Make Williams spend as much petrol tickets as he has to worry about you in your forward half, because they haven't got much after that. And Darcy Fort, he's been terrific. I remember watching the game against Grundy a couple of weeks ago, and he took him to the cleaners. So he's a terrific player. So I reckon that's another point of difference in there for the.
Well, and that's where, on the flip side, Jack Williams can play a part, because he's very athletic and got long arms, so he can then get over Darcy Ford if he uses his height, and he can start pushing forward on him, because Jack can play centre half back, he can play as a key forward, and he can play on the right. Jack could have a bigger say in this game tonight than he thinks.
It is a big game too for Brisbane. I'm not trying to be facetious when I say this, because you look at the ladder going into this round, it was 16th versus 4th, but with the way that games have panned out, Brisbane cannot afford to drop this, because they've currently slid down into 6th position as we speak. They won't have to worry about dropping any lower for the immediate future, because the Bulldogs, who still have a game in hand, their percentage is very low, 92.3 to the Lions, 117.1. Collingwood winning tonight, let's say they beat Carlton, they'll still only be in 7th position. But you don't want to drop from 4th to 6th, which is where the Lions are now, when you are up against the side in 16th. So Brisbane will be really keen to get this result. I do need to let you know what's happening in that other game that is underway at the same time, of course. I speak at the MCG. Collingwood kicking the opening 2 goals against Carlton. They're 2 straight 12-2 behinds. We'll chat more with our experts here on ABC Sport. This is Saturday footy. Chris Waterman, dual premiership player Beau Waterman from the Brisbane Lions with us tonight. Clint Wilton alongside Mitch Turner. Speaking of Mitches, he's downstairs. A different Mitch, of course, a special guest alongside Akash Fodadar as we go into the Eagles' rooms. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. I've got West Coast assistant coach Mitch Duncan down here with me. Mitch, big game. You've got the reigning back-to-back premiers. What's the key to taking them on and stopping their run?
Yeah, super challenge for us. Just looking forward to hitting them head on, really. How are we going to stop them? Yeah, they've got a lot of different avenues. They obviously play a good system, coach really well, and have a lot of good players. So, yeah, as I said, good challenge for our guys to compete against the best and keep learning, because ultimately that's what we're here to keep doing and keep improving. So seeing how some of the best do it and taking it up to them as well, having that confidence to be able to play our way and implement what we want to implement. And I think if we can do that, it'll keep us in the game for long periods of time, and you just never know.
Have you been able to get much insight from Brandon Starcevich into how Brisbane will go about it, particularly looking at your role as the backs coach, how some of those forwards work and things you can do to stop the likes of Charlie Cameron, Logan Morris, Kai Lohmann? It's a pretty stacked forward line.
He's provided a little bit of knowledge, not a heap, to be honest. He obviously played down the other end a fair bit. Obviously would have played on him a little bit at training, but he supplied a little bit of info, but not too much. And as I said, we're going to go about it our game, and we want to try and implement the way that we want to play, try not to focus too much on them. Obviously they do have a few weapons down there, but yeah, looking to play our system and keep improving, as I said.
Speaking of Brandon, what has he brought to the team, and particularly the defensive group, especially the last 5 or 6 weeks when he's actually been out on the park? Yeah, he's definitely he's provided a different voice, I think, for the players. Someone that has really high standards, competes for full 100 minutes of the game and at training. You don't want to be playing him at training, so he's brought that kind of ruthless training edge, which I think we've definitely needed. Albeit I wasn't here last year, but I can see what he's bringing to this group, and I think that's super important. I suppose another leader in the way he goes about things. I think he's not necessarily the most doesn't use his voice heaps, but leads by his actions, and the blokes love to follow him. So yeah, really, really excited to have him in the team, and he's slowly starting to really build his form, which is great. And hopefully he keeps getting better this week and shuts out a couple of their forwards. Let's head upstairs to Clint Wilton, Mitch Turner, and our experts Chris Waterman and Beau McDonald.
Mitch, it's Muddy. Where do you see Jack Williams settling in, or are you just going to use him wherever you see fit at this point?
Yeah, I suppose when you lose a couple of tools, we've got to have that little bit of flexibility. Each week Brisbane don't necessarily have 3 big tools, so he might spend a little bit more time forward to start, but then, who knows, they might send Draper down there for it. So he's kind of a bit of a swingman for us at the minute, but he brings great versatility, his defensive craft. He spent all his juniors playing in the back line, so he understands it, but we might be able to stretch him too, playing him forward of the ball. So either end, he's got the capabilities, and I think in the modern game to have those flexibilities is super important.
Oh, Mitch, Beau McDonald here, mate. All the best today. Look, my question, I suppose, for today is just around Brisbane. You spoke about before. They've got a lot of really good players, and they share the ball around a real high, uncontested mark team. Have you spoke much about during the week how you negate that as a group?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we've played at our best, we've been able to nullify teams' marks, and that's what allows us to bring real great pressure. So yeah, we'll definitely go after something similar this week, and try and, if we can get our pressure going. I think when we played GWS and the likes of when we played Port Adelaide, North Melbourne, we had those kind of really good wins. Our pressure game was really high, and if you give the opposition too much time and space, they'll it doesn't matter who you are, if you're Brisbane or if you're Richmond, they're going to give you a lesson. So yeah, the boys have been trying to implement that all through the year, and they've done a great job on that. Yep. But we're still building.
West Coast Eagles assistant coach Mitch Duncan joining us here on ABC Sport ahead of their clash with the Brisbane Lions tonight. Mitch, there's probably been a few years the Eagles have been dreading clashes like this, coming up against a side like the 2-time reigning premiers in Brisbane. But As a developing team now that's genuinely looking forward, do you relish these weeks internally and build up like, hey, what a great test to see where we're at against the side that's been the best over the past few years?
Yeah, absolutely. I look back to that Collingwood game, I guess, when, we were lucky enough to play in that game, 90,000 people at the G, and we got to put it on show there. And I thought the boys handled themselves really well. So hopefully we can get a similar performance tonight. But yeah, there's so much opportunity for these guys to learn from these games and learn from what the best players do. Willem, he's had a couple of big challenges on like Bontempelli, and I think he played on Naz early in the year. Like, these guys get to play on some really good players and learn and develop and see what the best really do. So, and plus the opportunity, just the excitement to play on these guys and show what they've got, because they've got certain capabilities as well, which, will put them to the test. So looking forward to, challenge them in many ways with our system and our players.
You had a great career at Geelong over a long time, but Geelong is well known. They never really rebuild. They're always kind of rejigging and staying up near the top of the ladder. You've come to West Coast and they are in a genuine rebuild phase at the moment with youth and looking to develop. What's it been like for you coming from a club like Geelong and over to West Coast now, a completely different setup?
Yeah, it is, and that's what I suppose excited me about the opportunity to be in the role that I am. It gets me out of bed every morning to help this team improve and help these players get to where I've been. So obviously the first thing you notice is how young they are, and sometimes you can have all the system and process in place when on the field, but sometimes the contest just doesn't work out that way, and they've still got to learn to build their bodies and compete in the contest. So that's a strong point, focal point for us. Every training and through the off season, through the pre-season, these young kids are going to get stronger and stronger, and once they fully understand the game plan, which they're definitely getting better at, it's only going to go up from there. So yeah, it feels like we're definitely on the right path. Get a little bit more talent in the door, and the world's our oyster. It's great.
Mitch, it's Clint Wilden here. Does with that come a little bit of extra polish as well? You could not knock the effort last week. It was just incredible to watch, but there were times when a foot skill will let you down, when the wrong decision gets made. Do you think that comes as the group spends more time together?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these guys haven't played with each other for long periods of time either. So that continuity, playing with each other, the same guys. I'm just looking at Harris Andrews out here kicking goals. He's played with the same backline for about 8 years. They get a couple of new guys like Darcy Wilmot. He's probably a 60-game player, and he's the most inexperienced guy back there. So, the more these guys play with each other. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at our guys. Marcus Herbert, 4 games. Josh Franku, 3rd game. Hutchie, he's probably played about 25. So it's a bit of a difference, but that's what's so exciting, and that's, I've never been in a situation like that, so that's why I'm excited about the challenge and working with these guys. It's it's rewarding when you see them listen and you see them implement what you're going after, and that's I suppose the rewarding part of the coaching side.
So I was just having a look through. Ty Gallup is their most inexperienced player out there. He's played 22 games tonight, but he's been able to tuck in the 2025 grand final in those sorts of experiences, which is ridiculous. But when you sort of talk about the continuity of guys playing together, is that even more important from the area of the ground that you look at? We heard Andrew McQualter this week, 3 games in a row now that you've had the same 23. But to talk about that consistency of appearances together when you're looking at your defence, how key is that?
Yeah, I think it's super important. I suppose looking back to my career, I was very lucky to kind of probably be in where Brisbane are at the minute, albeit never went back to back, but play with the same group of players for a long period of time, and you definitely pick up different nuances in the way people move, and kind of what they're going to do next. So, as you just said, the more that these guys play together, the better they're going to get. And, we need to still keep getting better as well at the basic fundamentals. There's no doubt about that. You can't take that away. So we continue to work, as I said, contest and fundamentals, and keep learning our game style and play together. Then, hopefully we can keep trending in the right direction, as I feel like we've definitely done this year.
Mitch, good luck.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Mitch Duncan downstairs alongside Cash Fododar, Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner upstairs here in the ABC Sport broadcast box. Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman, our 2 experts. One of the more divisive discussions in the ABC offices this week has been about the West Coast Eagles ochre jumper. Mitch Turner, what do you think?
Clint, I love the jumper. I grew up, I had the jumper. My brothers had the jumper. My cousins had the jumper. My friends had the jumper. I see the jumper and I think of my childhood growing up falling in love with Australian rules footy. And I think of the names of Djakovic, Phil Reid, Chad Morrison. I think there's some rogue Eagles players running around as well. But it makes me feel good. Sirakowski.
Did Mark Miranda play in that?
Mark Miranda played in it. He might kick goal of the year in the Oka, Mark Miranda. There you go, 2001 that was.
That right forward pocket.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yep, tapped it for about 80 metres.
Yeah, I remember it now.
I feel good about it.
Tell me who you think has played the most games in the Oka jumper.
Glenn Djakovic.
Jacko, I would have thought. Yeah.
Right. Because he just told me at the back.
I only say that because every time I get asked that, my immediate thought is Glenn Djakovic. He's who leaps into
He
my
found out today, and he said, I've only won in it twice out of 8 or 10 times or something.
Well, they've played in it after they wore it, of course, in gather round 18 times, West Coast, in the Oka jumper. This is their record. 2 wins, 1 draw, 15 losses.
There you go.
So that's why, I'll be honest, I like the design. It is a bit different, and I know what a massive seller it is, both when they first launched it back in 2000 and when they launched it again before Gather Round, sold out in the blink of an eye. So people love it, but I can't say that I have great affection for it because every time I think of it, I think of West Coast losing a game of footy and blokes limping towards the boundaries. So,
they've lost a few in other jumpers in the last 5
years. That's true too, but they've also won flags in those jumpers.
That is very true. The traditional wings are still great. It's a great goose.
The wings are the might be a good omen tonight. You just never know because we're not sure what Brisbane are going to wear.
Well,
I've got to double check.
The umpires are walking out in the teal, the very light-coloured teal for the umpires tonight. The Eagles will be wearing their Oka jumper. You've got a thought, Bo? You don't have a foot in either camp here. What do you reckon about the Oka?
I vaguely remember a bit of an uproar when it first came out. Was that right?
Well, there was, because it was so different, and there was a move away from the traditional blue and gold.
Yes.
And obviously, whenever you change those sorts of things, people are outraged.
Look, I think it's a fantastic representation of the West, because if you ever look at a sunset over here, it's those exact colours. You get that often. So sometimes I find myself driving down West Coast Drive and seeing that sunset, and that'll remind me of the Oka jumper.
Well, hopefully the sun doesn't sink again on West Coast this evening. And as for Brisbane,
they are wearing the Bears kit, so they're predominantly yellow at the bottom with the kind of maroon at the top, the maroon shorts and socks as well. So I think that's probably the best of all the options they could have worn, considering everyone's very up and about clashes in the jumpers these days.
And there's a bit of discussion about whether or not the other game there's a clash. I personally can't see it myself, Collingwood versus Carlton. Collingwood in the white shorts, despite being officially the home team for this game. They lead the Blues 3 straight 18 to 3 behinds at this point in time. So, we'll keep you across that one. Don't mind the retro collar.
Oh, yeah.
Carlton are wearing, but I understand that they brought back the old CFC on the front. Brody Kemp has kicked Carlton's first goal, so they're on the board in terms of majors, much to their delight. So Carlton now 1-3-9, Collingwood 3 straight 18. About 6 minutes to play in the opening term. Before the Lions make their way out onto the ground, just want to let our WA audience know the waffle scores, as we're only going around the west today on 102.5 ABC Perth and ABC WA. The mighty Demons, Perth got up by 3 points with just about the last kick of the game over East Freo, 10-6-66 to 9-9-63. South Freo were able to get over the top of Swan Districts in a very close encounter. Swans really pushed them. The Bulldogs 7-10-52, Swans 5-11-41, an 11-point win to the Bulldogs. And Subiaco beat West Perth by 8 points, 18-6, 114 to West Perth, 15-16, 106. So with that result, Perth actually climb above the Bulldogs into second on the ladder. So a good result for the Perth Football Club. Well done to Sharad Willingham, midfield coach, and of course a regular member of our team here on ABC Sport. The Brisbane Lions, wearing the old Brisbane Bears jumper, make their way out onto Perth Stadium.
We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears are of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
not the most fashionable of jumpers, I would say. We ask about, well, I'd like to get you involved wherever you happen to be. 0437 774 774. When you think of the old Bears jumper, and I mean with the BB, the triangle jumper at the front, not the one with the maroon V down the middle, but the BB sort of pyramid on the front and the tiny koala head hidden amongst that logo. Who do you think of when you think of this jumper? I find it hard to go past the days of Warwick Kappa.
I was going to say Kappa. I think of Martin Leslie, Darryl Wyatt, Madjo McLean. It's a
Knots.
Yeah.
The Knots is always
Mark Zanotti.
Yep. It's a. I remember when they first started wearing the jumper, we sort of played like the Bears a little bit, but they've won a few games in it now, so that's sort of gone. But it's it's great to see the Bears jumper back out there.
It is before my time, that jumper, unfortunately.
I remember the days of Carrara. Perlman's the big logo.
Johnny Gastev, great West Australian.
Gastev, that's another great name.
Davey Bain.
0437 774 774. Who do you think of when you see the Eagles in their ochre jumper? Who do you think of when you see the Lions in the genuine throwback to their very first Brisbane jumper? Subi made it famous, says the Eagles banner. SA brought it back, home where it belongs, an ochre flashback. The Eagles about to storm out onto Perth Stadium. They face a mighty test, jumpers or otherwise. They won't really matter when they go and lock horns with the dual reigning premiers in the Brisbane Lions. That's what is ahead of us here. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, 102.5 ABC Perth, ABC WA. Very shortly be joined by our listeners on the stream and Sport Digital around the rest of the nation. These sides have met 39 times since Brisbane officially became the Lions. West Coast has won 22 of them, Brisbane 17. They've met just once, bizarrely enough, at Perth Stadium. West Coast failed on that occasion. So Brisbane are 1-0 against the Eagles at this particular venue. The Eagles about to burst through the banner here in the West.
We're the Eagles, the West Coast Eagles, and we're here to show you why. We're the big
Full preview coming up. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, wherever you happen to be. Get in touch, 0437 774 774.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital,
and ABC Listen.
The West Coast Eagles and the Brisbane Lions are both out on Perth Stadium. They burst through their respective banners. We're almost ready to go. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport, wherever you happen to be around the nation. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Downstairs for us, Akash Fodadar on the boundary. Our experts to preview it all for you. They know all about winning premierships with these two sides. I speak of Chris Waterman and Bo McDonald. Gentlemen, take us away. How do you expect it to pan out?
Well, I think it's going to be a battle out of the centre bounce tonight. And look, I'm really excited, Muddy, about watching the young Eagles players go up against the Premiers tonight, because I think they've made some great ground this year, and I think they'll be up for the challenge.
Yeah, and a lot of people will be looking at the win-loss ratio based on that. They're a mile ahead of last year anyway, but it's not about that right now. It's about how they get through games, how they finish them off. If this team really starts ripping a hole in them at some point during the game, they need to work out how they've got to stem that. They've got to do all these things as a growing group to one day become what Brisbane are and hopefully be challenging 2, 3, 4 times in a row. So it's a great learning curve for the Dersmers and the Reeds and, these guys, young Milan Murdoch and players like that. So if anything out of tonight, they're going to walk away a lot wiser as young footballers.
Yeah, look, I think another thing which will be interesting to watch is the last 5 games, Brisbane's pressure factor has gone through the roof, and that's sort of come from after the bye. So these guys will be hopeful if Brisbane bring that pressure tonight, it'll be a great test to see how they go. But yeah, Harley Reid in the middle there with what Brisbane's got to offer as well. I reckon he's the sort of bloke who'd be setting himself for this one. Eagles are obviously not going to play finals, so coming up against the Premiers, it'll be a real opportunity for them to put their best foot forward.
It's one thing that Fremantle have got too, and now Brisbane didn't have this a little while ago and haven't had it really all that much this year. But all of a sudden, as Danny Daly just mentioned before, you've got Oscar Allen and guys like that playing twos yesterday and a couple coming off the injury list. These Brisbane guys aren't going to be giving up their spot in the team, and neither will the guys in Fremantle, and that's why they're going so well. They're not just fighting for their team, they're fighting for their own spots, and it makes it competitive within the team itself. So there'll be no easy balls out there for these young West Coast players, and for a lot of these Brisbane guys, I mentioned Jimmy Tunstall, it's his birthday today. He's been sort of just on the edge of these premiership teams, and he's back in tonight. He's one player that's going to be fighting hard for his spot. He's up against so many great footballers, and he's got about 8 Hall of Famers just in front of him in the team at the moment, but that's how it's going to be. So there's going to be some pretty hard ball gets, quite a few hard ball gets tonight, and you just think that the enormous amount of class that Brisbane carry into this game will get them through. It's just a matter of by how much.
Milan Murdoch's a player that's really impressed me since he's chucked on the Eagles jumper, and I think that sort of small forward, that quick ground ball player can sometimes trouble Brisbane, so it's got to be an Answorth. Starcevic is not down there. Leicester can sometimes play that role, but Milan Murdoch will be one for me that I'd probably want to look at really tagging or playing on hard as a defender.
Well, on the opposite side of that, and I know, Muddy, you don't mind him doing this, Milan Murdoch. Does he get a job on a Zorko or something?
But that's where I'd be playing him.
Yeah.
Milan's much better at this level when he's got a job
role
to do something, because he just gets in their face.
Yeah.
And, as Bo just indicated before, but one of the things you can do in a football team is what Port did to Fremantle today in the first half. No matter how much talent or lack of talent you got, you can put pressure on it, and Brisbane have done that. But can this young team match it with the pressure? Because that doesn't require talent. That just requires effort and spirit. So, and Milan's one of those guys. He's a driver in that area because he's just so chirpy and gets in their face and gets in and under and wins hard balls. But can the rest of them follow suit, match it?
Murdoch versus Zorko.
Now there's a chirpy little. Wouldn't like to be standing in between them.
No. Oh, I reckon you'd like to be standing nearby though.
Yeah, just listen.
Yeah, because he'd be real entertaining.
Don't talk to him, just talk about him so he can hear.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure you could mic up that conversation, but there would be a lot said between that pair out there.
You certainly could. You just couldn't use it, yeah. You'd have to leave it at the editing room.
Yes. Not sure that could be broadcast around the nation. It's a big night for both of these clubs as West Coast look to try to continue their growth, and the Lions look to continue what has been an outstanding run in recent weeks. They've won their last 5, as we've heard. There is a bit of pressure, despite West Coast keeping the same team now for 3 consecutive games, unchanged for the past 2 weeks. The likes of Elliot Yeo, his coach defended him during the week, saying, look, his numbers might be down, but he's still incredibly important with whatever he does around the ground for us. And if you have just joined us, worth mentioning as well that Brisbane are wearing their vintage Brisbane Bears jumper, the one that they wore between 1989 and 1991. And the Eagles wearing their ochre jumper from the 2000-2001 era. It's an interesting mix. 2 jumpers that haven't seen a great deal of success when they've been worn by either of these 2 clubs.
And a little pet hate for me being traditional in this sense, but the Eagles wearing white shorts with the ochre, despite being at home, always disappoints me. White shorts are away.
I agree.
Unless, the white shorts are away. So maybe they just didn't want to change.
Have they ever worn dark shorts with the ochre?
Well, they wore the white shorts in Adelaide, of course, for Gather Round when they played the Cats in the ochre earlier this year. So maybe they thought, well, we've already got the shorts. Let's just wash the white shorts and keep going. But no, I'm sure they've worn non-white shorts with the ochre in the past, the short colour that matches back in the day.
Dan of Perth sends us a text, 0437 774 774. This will be the 3rd home game for West Coast out of the last 11 against Brisbane. And I believe they've never played in a final. That's correct, Dan. Also worth mentioning, we said, who do you think of when you see either of these jumpers? Johnny Gastev was the call for the Bears, one of our correspondents. Also worth mentioning, Simon of the WA Hogs Committee. G'day, team. Proud to announce the result of the curtain raiser tonight. It is an emergency services round for WA. The WA Police, or the WA Hogs as they're known, they ran out victors over the DFS Fire Dogs. 13-15-93. It's a 5-3-33. The game played in excellent spirits. Best on ground, Detective Lachlan Dennis, otherwise known as Peacock.
Oh, he's a good player, Lockie.
And Detective Jake Skunk Rosario from the WA Hogs. So the WA Hogs, dare I say it, retain the bacon and they take home the silverware. Have a great call tonight. Thanks, Simon, for letting us know. Go the Eagles. He also says, if you'd like to get in touch with us, please do 0437 774 774. How much by? I'm assuming we're all predicting Brisbane tonight. Which way are you going? Which way are you laughing?
You didn't even ask who we're tipping. You just said how much.
I'm fairly convinced we'll all be tipping Brisbane tonight. Am I being unfair in that?
Oh, I'm going to tip the Bears.
Okay. Well, they're Brisbane. I disagree. I'm going the Bears.
Thanks, Derm.
Thanks, Derm. How much buy for the Bears tonight for you?
I'm going to say 65 points.
65 for you. Muddy?
I'm going to go around 30.
Around 30. Bo?
4 goals to the Lions for me.
Yeah, I reckon 36 points would be a good result for West Coast if they can keep it to around that margin. Lions are waiting in the middle. And eventually, Liam Duggan is going to go out and join Dunkley for the toss of the coin. Mitch Turner's got his binoculars on it and general handshakes all round. Mitch?
Coin toss to come. A couple of first responders out there, as is the celebration tonight. Call will be with Josh Dunkley. He loses the toss. The Eagles have won it. Liam Duggan pointing to the Graham Farmer Freeway end, where West Coast will kick. The Brisbane Lions, dressed as the Bears, will kick towards the city end of Perth Stadium to our right.
So they're Lions in Bears clothing, dare I say it. Akash Vodadar with us. What's it like downstairs, Akash?
Good evening, Clint. Good evening, everyone. It's quite a pleasant evening down here, actually. We've had a bit of rain in Perth over the last 24 to 36 hours, but it's dry at the moment. The surface does look dry, but when I was in that the pocket that we know can be a bit slippery, sort of towards the city end in that right forward pocket, it did still seem very sandy underfoot. There is no rain forecast, so we should be okay. Not a massive crowd in here at the moment. Interested to see if that builds throughout the evening. As I look over to the benches for the two sides, I'm just getting that up. Sorry, I've just lost that off my screen, actually. So I might just come back up to you guys and you can give me the benches.
For the Eagles, Marcus Herbert, Ollie Franco, Tom Cole, Jack Williams, Hamish Davis. For the Brisbane Lions, Kyle Lohmann, Darcy Fort, Jasper Fletcher, Hugh McCluggage and James Tunstall.
Quick score check for you for the game at the MCG. Quarter time there, and Carlton kicked the final 2 goals of the term to bring them back within 2 points. Collingwood 3 straight 18, Carlton at 2-4-16. We're set for a start here as the Eagles host the Lions. Brisbane need this to climb back up into the top 4. West Coast need it to try and frank what's been recent improvement in their team. How does it all pan out? Crowds starting to build, good atmosphere. The smoke from the pyrotechnics, the haze is starting to clear. We're expecting potentially a little bit of rain. But we're underway on ABC Sport. Here's Mitch Turner.
Draper v. Williams in the ruck. Overrunning it was Dunkley. Ball came out. One the Lions. Zorko was in front. Takes possession, and there we go. Straight away, Dane Zorko wins a free kick and gives it to Milan Murdoch, who predicted it before the game. And it's on early. Quick little kick inside, middle of the centre square to Dunkley. Handball across to Leicester. The Lions come back out to the broadcast side. Ashcroft takes the ball. This is Will. Kicks inside the forward 50 at the back. Draper drops the mark. It spills to McKenna. He's tackled, dispossessed. Somehow got it across to a teammate who puts it through in Hipwood. Every bit of Irish skill from Connor McKenna.
They're going to claim it's touched, I think.
They're going to check it. He spilt the ball, McKenna, had both arms pinned, so he used his boot to just soccer it out of the air to Hipwood in the goal square, who put it through. They're going to check if it was touched by Tyler Young. It might be the pinky finger it has just hit.
Yep.
Oh, it's the knee. It's come off the knee of Tyler Young.
I
don't think Hipwood's even kicked the footy.
Zach Bailey was filthy with Will Ashcroft. He had him straight in front when he went with that long ball in.
So, scratch that. It is a rush behind off the knee of Tyler Young. It's the first score inside the opening 60 seconds or so here in the first quarter at Perth Stadium. And Hipwood actually didn't kick the ball at all in the end. He kicked the leg of Tyler Young, so he tried to claim it. Can't do that when there's replays anymore. One plays none.
What about the skill, though, from Brisbane's McKenna? Just kicking it up, all the Gaelic football skills to himself twice to try to work it forward. The Eagles will bring it beyond defensive 50. McCarthy goes long, playing up, getting a punch on the footy. Wilmot sees it across the boundary line. 101 consecutive games now. Darcy Wilmot, dual premiership player. There's a few of them out there tonight for the Brisbane Lions. Only the one score on the board. The rush behind. Draper worked Williams out from underneath it. Here's an opportunity for Allen. Got a hand pass away to Starcevic against his old side for the first time. Kicks the Eagles towards left half forward. Spoil came from Leicester at the back, trying to gather it. Oh, Murdoch's done really well. Got away from Zorko. Spears the ball towards left full forward. Mark taken. The Eagles will have an opportunity to go back and have the shot through Hutchinson. That was beautifully done from Murdoch too. At pace, found Hutchinson leading out to Mark. From 25 out, left forward pocket. He needs it to curl around. It's not coming enough. He misses to the right-hand side.
Doesn't look that good, Jack, after that either. He's got a bit of a limp coming off.
Let's head downstairs to a cash voted.
Yeah, I'm worried Jack Hutchinson's done his hamstring here. When he marked that ball, he got a shove in the back from his Brisbane opponent, and he looked very sore and had a disappointed look on his face as soon as it happened.
Meanwhile, long kick out to Andrews. Got it to Levi Ashcroft. Tried to get it to Will Ashcroft. Dispossessed by the Eagles. Baker on hands and knees just outside right half forward. Couldn't win it. Neil was clean. Got it to Levi Ashcroft. Showed a bit of composure. Beautiful kick up the southern wing to Rayner. He has a player in the middle of the ground. Charlie Cameron takes the mark, plays on in the bright yellow boots, has numbers streaming forward. Hipwood just needs it to sit. It does. He goals. No disputing that one. The Lions get out the back and they kick their first goal of the night, the first goal of the game off the boot of Eric Hipwood. 1-1-7 Brisbane. The Eagles yet to score. We've travelled almost 4 minutes in the first term here at Perth Stadium as we see a replay of Jack Hutchinson, exactly what Akash said. He just got a little shove as he took the mark and grabbed the right hamstring. You see Eric Hipwood, I believe he kicked out with his right boot from the goal square. He's a left footer.
It was great composure off half back by Levi Ashcroft. Just showed a bit of candy, hit the target, and once they hit that corridor, it was off to the races.
Big call by Brody Hoff to leave Charlie Cameron in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, there was two forwards that got over the back that time, and they you probably want to split them as the defenders and make sure one's got the back covered.
1-1-7 plays one behind. Lions in front. I'm going to telling clearance away. Bailey picks it up for the Lions. Tackled by Yo. Gathered now by Kelly. Kicks West Coast inside forward 50. Waterman worked his opponent out underneath it. Turns, gathers, sweeps a hand pass forward. Shanahan at right full forward. Thumps it through from all but point-blank range. And the immediate response for West Coast. They're 1-1-7. Brisbane are 1-1-7. Good reply from the home side. Less than 5 gone opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 102.5 ABC Perth, ABC WA. Also on News Radio and Sport Digital. And as always, streaming on ABC Listen.
Well, the beauty about that is that they put some pressure on in the midfield, but Tim Kelly didn't over-finesse. They quite often handball too much. Yep. Just got it on the boot and got it forward. And how often do we see Bowen footy? Chaos balls. I mean, the forwards don't know which way it's going, but I can tell you something, neither do the defenders, so it's just good luck.
He rarely looks rattled, Harris Andrews, but he was genuinely caught between a couple there and didn't know whether he was going or coming. Ball back in the middle. Bailey Williams rises high, taps it out in the advantage of Harley Reid. Gathers, handballs to his captain in Liam Duggan. Kick inside 50, mark 45 out by Murdoch. Right half forward. Might just have the distance if he arcs around. He's going to go back. He's pointing to the goals. It's about 10 metres in from the boundary. Man on the mark stands 45 out. In comes Murdoch. He'll need to give it everything he has. He wheels out to the left. Kick on goal is good. Milan Murdoch pumps the fist. And here come the Eagles. They hit the front. Early stages in this first term. 2-1-13 West Coast. Brisbane are 1-1-7. 6.5 minutes played. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport. A cash photo is on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a pretty despondent Jack Hutchison down here. He's got the ice in his hands now. He's just heading down to the rooms. He had put it on the right hamstring, got a head rub from the coach, Andrew McCulter, as well. So his night's definitely over, and we know he's had issues with that hamstring before.
Well, we did say that Milan plays a lot better when he's got a job to do, and it's almost like Zorko's the perfect fit for him. I mean, he's had a huge impact in these first few minutes, Milan. And again, Bo.
Williams in the middle, was able to get that ball out of there, done a really good job. And Fages has made the change. He's put Darcy Ford in there because Williams was really able to get the knee into Draper and get a bit of height off him.
Darcy Ford now versus Williams. They stare at each other across the centre circles. Umpire throws it aloft. Williams wins it down. Dunkley first to react. Hands it to Neal. Neal will get the lines moving. Hands it off to Rayner. Kicks Brisbane inside forward 50. Going up, mark not taken then by Baker. At the drop though, Starcevic. Not a great hand pass. Trying to stretch for it out there. Couldn't quite get to it, Davis. Starcevic mops it up again. Baker might have been taken without it by Bailey. Put his head over it. Tackled by Cameron. Wrapped up and taken to ground. Deep in the right back pocket. 2-1-13 plays 1-1-7. The Eagles in front over the lines. First quarter as Bailey Williams gets a kick away after taking clean possession. Goes down the outer side. Leicester got in the way. Handed it off to Levi Ashcroft, who's put it out of bounds on the full. West Coast will have it still in the right back pocket where the ball up was just moments ago. We've travelled 8 and a bit minutes into this opening term. The Eagles lead by 6 as the rain has started to tumble down.
Tom McCarthy has ball in hand for West Coast. Goes down that southern wing. In front, Rayner couldn't take the mark. Coming through, Murdoch went without it. Taken out of bounds. Did it come off a foot? No. It's going to be tossed back in. Rayner wants the lasso. He's just having a little friendly chat to Harley Reid. Two immovable objects. They come head to head. I'm not sure who'll come out the best. Ball spun back in. Bailey Williams to the front. Took it out of the ruck. Tried to handball it to a teammate in Franco. He's wrapped up by 4. So rain continues to tumble.
Quick score check, by the way, at the MCG. Carlton now lead by 4 points. 6.5 gone in the second.
Franco takes her in the stoppage. Handball sharked by Dunkley of the Lions. Tumbling kick towards half board. Herbert gets there. Managed to get a handball to Starcevic. Now to Bazzo. Here go West Coast down the outer side. Kelly kicks. Waterman looking to take front position. Punched away from him. It spills back to the Lions. Dunkley to Zorko. Inside 50. Morris. Big spoil came late. Neal roves it. Handballs forward to no one. Starcevic gets it. It's coming back though. Infringement in the marking contest. It's going to Logan Morris, who had front position. It's going to be 45 metres out, pretty much directly in front. See the replay on our screen here, Bowen Muddy. Oh, there wasn't a lot in it.
Nothing in it.
It's a genuine body spoil.
Perfect spoil, wasn't it, really?
21 years of age, what a year he's having, Logan Morris. 43 goals. Morris from the paint of 50. Drop punt is away to the left. Sneaks in for a minor score. 1-2-8 Brisbane. West Coast 2-1-13. 10-minute mark just hitting here at Perth Stadium in the first quarter. Saturday night for you on ABC Sport.
The rain has got significantly heavier with the kicking duties. Here's Starcevic. The on-defensive 50 to left half back. Fought in the ruck contest against the 32 in Williams. Punches it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
I'll pay this to Dan on the text line, who said, should the Eagles' numbers be white?
Yes.
Very hard to see on the Ochre Guernsey.
I agree, Dan. We noticed that when they played against Geelong. It was a genuine challenge if you're at the ground. Thrown back in again. Fought, won it down. Came to McCluggage, got it to Bailey. Kicks inside forward 50 for the Lions. McCarthy with the defensive mark up against McKenna. He looks to switch play. Kick had to be precise. It's not. Scooping onto it, Levi Ashcroft. Got a hand pass away to Cameron. Spears it inside forward 50. Morris marks. Or Williams, rather. Well, third time lucky. Bailey. Gee whiz.
It was a risky kick, but Hamish Davis has got to come back at that ball. He was in between and needed to just come back and make a contest.
Zach Bailey is in line with the left hand behind post. He comes in. He'll kick from right on 50. He has missed to the left hand side. 1-3-9 Brisbane, 2-1-13 the Eagles, 12 gone in this opening term.
Tom McCarthy, as he's done for most of his career, being picked up by West Coast in the mid-season draft. He's taken the kick in, he plays on. Scrubber of a kick, might work out though. Low ball outside defensive 50. Picked up by Cole, couldn't find Herbert with a handball. Ball now in dispute out near the boundary. Levi Ashcroft sees out of bounds. Cole trying to claim it, rolled off his boot. So the umpire's just going to check. Any contact with the boot at all would be a lasso last disposal. So it would constitute a kick. The umpire is going to go the benefit of the doubt as we see the replays, calling for a boundary throw in. If he got any contact on it as he threw the leg at it, Levi Ashcroft,
insignificant.
It technically would have been a free kick. It's not what the rule is for, and we don't mind seeing that one called a boundary throw in. From the restart, Harley Reid gathers. Nice handle over the top to Baker. Set him a task though. Spilt it back to Harley Reid. Puts the don't argue on Kyle Lohman. Takes a bounce. Kicks inside 50. He was taken late as it goes deep to Waterman. It'll be a downfield free kick. Now there's a melee on. Reid was collected as he kicked. And it's a free kick inside forward 50. Downfield to Jake Waterman. It's a nice bit of play by Harley Reid. And he certainly wasn't the aggressor on that occasion. It was Noah Answorth who got him late. And it was certainly there.
Well, it was a fair hip and shoulder. It was just late.
Jake Waterman has the set shot. Does he have his kicking boots on today? Yes, he does. The Eagles have their third. Waterman has his first. West Coast are out to a 10-point lead. 3-1-19 to Brisbane 1-3-9. 13 and a half played in the first term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport, our expert. One of them, a premiership player for the Eagles. The other, a premiership player for the Lions. Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman.
Great work by Harley Reid off the half-back stoppage, and he just got the handball receive again and just kept on going. He was able to get goal side of all the Lions midfielders and just keep on going. So you can't let a player like him do that out of a stoppage.
You'd expect something to come back from Kyle Lohman as the game unfolds with that forearm fend off from Harley. Kai doesn't like that. And normally he has something to say when Brisbane are in front, which for most of the time he's played his career, they have been. So I'll be watching that carefully to see if he comes back at Harley during the game.
Ball thrown up in the middle. Fort got it down for the Lions. Came out there to Williams. Kicks the Eagles inside forward 50. Stretching. Andrews split out the back to Cole. It's now with Waterman. Snaps again. 2 goals in a matter of seconds. They are up and about the West Coast Eagles. 4 goals on the board. They're 4-1-25. Brisbane 1-3-9. Less than 15 minutes gone. They're up by 16.
Well, they're getting it the way we said the only way they could get it on their terms, Bo, and that's through the middle. And Jack Williams, I thought that he could be a better player around the ground than Darcy Ford, who's still a good player. Jack's just got a little bit more height on him. I see Draper's come straight back in, but been very hard at the ball on the clearances, particularly out of the middle, Bo.
Yes, and they've been clean. They haven't been touching the ball twice. It's just been one touch, and great job by Williams. He's getting that knee really high and getting it into the opposition ruckman first.
The mullet is long and thick on Jake Waterman at the moment, and the moustache is wiry and thin. Out of the middle go the Lions. Taking the tap, kick it inside 50 was Ashcroft. Out towards the pocket, Cameron has Hoff the company, who knocks it out of bounds, and it is insufficient intent going the way of the Lions. Free kick, Charlie Cameron. Plays on from 55, long to the goal line. It goes wide. Goes through for a behind. 1-4-10. Brisbane, 4-1-25 the Eagles.
West Coast move it to Hoff. Marks in the right back pocket. West Coast have kicked the last 4 goals of the game. Last 3 scoring shots for the Lions have been behind. Out to the southern wing it goes. Carries the pack. Waterman will turn. Can't quite get to it. Is able to soccer it forward under pressure. Bounced beautifully for Cole. He gathers, sends it to a one-on-one inside forward 50. Shanahan couldn't mark. Is able to turn and gather. He can kick it himself. He can! Off the outside of the right boot. He's got his second. The Eagles have got 3 in 2 minutes. They've kicked 5 unanswered goals, West Coast. Their lead has suddenly ballooned out to 21 points. 17 gone in the opening term. West Coast 5-1-31. Brisbane 1-4-10. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. This was not what we were expecting. Chris Waterman and Bo McDonald.
I'll tell you where it is. It's just the knock-ons, because Brisbane is so, and this is what happens when you're a really good team, you get so confident in your teammates, you almost take off before you win the footy.
They've been going over the hill, haven't they?
Yeah, they absolutely have. And West Coast have just surged it forward and caught them out. And the Eagles forwards, I guess, are just young and inexperienced and getting caught out behind their opponent, and all of a sudden the ball's lobbing there.
The turnover, it's a perfect place to be.
They're loving the fast ball movement.
Absolutely.
Clint nailed it pre-game and he said how much. He was talking about the Eagles. They're all over the reigning premiers. Out of the middle they go, though, the Lions. Rayner steps through traffic. Handball across to Will Ashcroft. Kick inside 50. High stretch by Logan Morris. Couldn't take the mark. Got a little shove in the back.
Yeah, it was a push.
Yeah, it was there. It'll have the free kick at left half forward. Man of the mark stands about 47 metres out. Can go the journey here, Logan Morris. One of the rising stars of the competition. He's had one side up already. Premiership teammate Brandon Starcevich alongside, or on the mark, trying to put him off. And out the Eagles. Logan Morris from 55 metres out. It's high, it's short. Anyone take the mark for the Lions? No, it's tapped down. Lohman snap, smothered by the Eagles. Now stacks on in the goal square. It'll be tossed back up. 5 metres out from the Lions attacking goal.
Harley Reid having a bit of work done downstairs on the bench. Ball pinballing around, and it's tracked towards the boundary line. What's the umpire going to say here? It's going to be a throw-in, left full forward. So Reid, from our camera angle, getting the taping done on his left ankle, as they like to hide him away from the boundary umpires and boundary riders as well. Thrown in again, off hands. Dersma shoveled it straight into a den of Lions. None of them can pick it up immediately. Berry was there. Coming the other way, Will Ashcroft affects the tackle. Climbing up off the deck is Franco. The debut couple of games he's had for West Coast. Fought one it down, but straight to Dersma. Kick beyond defensive 50. Into the middle of the ground. Andrews wanted it, couldn't gather it. Scooped forward by Franco. Tried to get it away, only as far as Fletcher for the Lions. Kick back in the direction of Morris. Goes out on his knees. Got a hand pass back to Will Ashcroft. Then to Dunkley. Run down. Great tackle. Franco's got him. Wrapped him up beautifully. Wins the free kick for West Coast. Then steers it out to his co-captain. Duggan has it at left half back. He'll move it on to Davis, who marks.
Davis held up by Harris Andrews. Now goes laterally. Short kick to Hoff. Defensive side of the northern wing. 50 metres going against the Lions. Kyle Lohman was following Marcus Herbert, and he went the long way around in the protected area, which you can't do. You've got to follow them as closely as possible. So Hoff gets 50 metres. No one stands the mark. He plays on, runs to 55. Big pack fist comes at the back. Gallop, the ball rolls out of bounds right next to the behind post. As we see the replay here, so it's pretty stiff against Lohman, but he kind of switched off for just a second, and 50 metres is there. Ball tossed back in. Inside the Eagles attacking 50. Tap to the front. Answorth tackled, stood up, handballed it to Fort. He spills it. Dersma can't pick it up. Jack Williams for the Eagles. Handball to Milan Murdoch. Somehow get a kick towards goal. Back there like a goalkeeper. Ty Gallop there to parry it away through over the behind line. 5-2-32 now, West Coast. Brisbane 1-4-10. 21-minute mark of the first term approaching at Perth Stadium. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
An update for you again from the MCG. The Magpies now lead by 2 points. 19 gone in the second term. He comes back towards the wing from the Lions, and marking there is Bazzo. He looks to play on immediately. Will kick into the left forward pocket. Yo is underneath it, spoiled away by Andrews to Fort. Has it for the Lions, moved it on to Lohman, wrapped up by Herbert. Play on, the call from the umpire. Fletcher tries to scoop it up and knock it forward, going through Neal. Good stuff, got it back to Fort again. Shares it along with Will Ashcroft. The kick comes down the line, but it's been turned over. Hitting Bazzo on the chest. He marks on centre wing, steps inside Morris off the Answorth kick. And then he puts it back into the left forward pocket. 2-on-2 battle. Great mark, Andrews, flying up over the top. He takes the mark defensively for the Lions. He'll go beyond defensive 50 to Berry, and he marks it at right half back. Still they trail by 22 points, 21 gone in the opening term.
Berry just chips the ball about 30 metres forward to Neil. Has Ashcroft running past right next to the interchange gate. Tries to pinpoint a pass, looking for McKenna and getting across Bazzo. Punches out of bounds. Had a pretty good couple of minutes here, Rhett Bazzo. A tough couple of years. Injury and stuff going on with loss of family members. It's been a really tough run for Rhett Bazzo. He's having a great run of footy at the moment, though, for West Coast. Ball spun back in, front of the pack, off hands. Franco tackled off it by Neil. Loman got a handball out towards the boundary. Lasso last disposal. It rolls out of bounds. It'll be a free kick to the Eagles. Just outside left half back. Duggan takes it. Goes back within his 50 to Herbert. Chips it forward to Kelly. Now the Eagles are away through the middle. Kelly takes a bounce. Kicks long towards half forward. Yo surely held no. Shanahan takes the mark.
He wheels around and sees Bailey Williams but can't hit him. Went over the back. Leicester couldn't claim it. Cole taps it to Davis. Snaps around the body. Can't get it past the last line of defence. Wilmot is there just outside his defensive goal square. And he stabs the pass out to Leicester. Told to play on immediately. Goes back to Wilmot. Kicks the lines beyond defensive 50 to left half back and follows up with the run. Receives the hand pass. Comes into the middle of the ground. Bailey went up. Has he been infringed in the marking contest? He has. And he'll get the free kick just inside the outer edge of the centre square. Eagles still by 22 points. 23 gone opening term.
Umpire clears out a couple of players. Pink boots on. Bailey runs around. Plays on. Kicks from the centre circle. It's a long, long high ball floating across. Loman! Kai flies high at Perth Stadium. Coming across the peroxide hair, floating through the night sky. Lights reflecting off it. Terrific grab by Kai Loman. Oh, he's showtime, this kid.
He's such a hard matchup, this bloke, because he's just as good on the ground. He's very agile, kicks both feet, but he can also get that high as well.
Just to finish off the good work, Kai Loman directly in front. You take a mark like that, you've got to kick the goal, and he does. The excitement package of Kai Loman. The Brisbane Lions get one they badly needed. 2-4-16 the Lions. The Eagles a 5-2-32, 16-point margin, 24 minutes gone in the first term. Our experts for ABC Sport, Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman, you called it early, Muddy. He said he'll get one back after copying a fend off, and he got it.
He's a hard man to keep down, but I just wondered what Liam Duggan was thinking then. He was out there on him and just didn't even follow him in. He had an easy run at the ball, Kai Loman, and a player who's got good aerial skills like he has, if you watch that replay, Duggo's 5-10 metres behind him. And it mightn't have been his man, Duggo, because you look at now, Duggo's on the wing, but if you're the closest man, you've just got to man him up for the team's sake.
For whatever it's worth, Harley Reid still on the bench. He's been there for over 10 minutes now. It's one down by Williams in the middle. Gets the kick away for West Coast into their forward 50. Defensive mark taken here by Leicester. He'll steer it out. Comes to Neil. Neil beyond defensive 50 again. Towards the wing to Dunkley. Sweeping hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Takes a bounce for the Lions. Gets it onto Cameron. He'll put it towards the right forward pocket. Great fly. Huge hands and a terrific mark. An opportunity to go back and have a shot to Morris. 45-degree angle to the right-hand side. He'll put boots of ball from no more than 30 out.
Very good at getting it at its highest point, Logan Morris. He times the ball really well. It's going to be a good test for Rhett Bazzo tonight.
Just 21 years of age, already a dual premiership player. 43 goals, 32 for the season. 120 goals in 62 games. He's on his way in. We're right behind the kick, and that is a stinker. Just missed everything to the left-hand side. Out of bounds on the full. Big build-up. No result. 5-2-32 it remains the Eagles. 2-4-16 the Lions. 26 gone in the first.
Does Eric Hipwood know it was his teammate that kicked it out?
It was a holding free kick, but it went against them, and that is a terrible kick off the restart. A shocker by Franco under pressure, and he kicks it out on the full. It is their kick. He was just about 20 seconds early. Eric Hitwood. Guess who's gone over to grab it from the Brisbane Lions? Kyle Lohmann. Outside the boundary, 40 metres out, plays on, bellies it high into the air. Big pack forms underneath. Morris can't take the mark. Bailey was swooping, overran the ball. Davis there for the Eagles, couldn't take it. Bailey through traffic, now tackled, taken to ground. Holding the ball's the call. Umpire said he ducked into it. Hamish Davis got him. Free kick going the way of the West Coast Eagles. They still lead by 16 points. 27 travelled in the first term. Davis kicks it beyond defensive 50. Answorth punched it back in towards a teammate. Taking the ground, Tunstall. Ball rolled inside the forward 50. Davis has it again for the Eagles. Clearing kick towards the wing. No one there but Lions players. Lester gathers. Thumps the ball back towards right half forward. Shoved out of it was Morris. Takes the mark in the end. Has it 50 metres out from goal. Right half forward. Does he fancy his chances? No. Goes into the pocket. Looking for Lohmann. Can't take the mark. Punched away by Yo. The boundary throw in 20 metres around from the Lions attacking goal. Still trailed by 16 points. A catch photo downstairs.
Harley Reid spent a lot of time talking to the doctors and medicos. He's now done some run-throughs. He looks a bit proper. He's done a bit of ball work as well. So I still think they're working through whether to bring him back on or not.
Spun back in. Right full forward for Brisbane. Gets a genuine clearance away until Graham picks it up, throws it on the boot. It'll bounce out of play. That'll be the lasso rule. At right half forward for the Lions. They'll get the free kick. Still 2 kicks from goal, though. Harley Reid still directly beneath our broadcast position. A bit frustrated as Andrews takes the free kick and steers it back inboard to Lester. Lester goes inboard again. Finds Answorth just inside the commentary edge of the centre square. Short once more to Fletcher. Tries to push Williams away. Sends it back to Andrews where he was just a few moments ago. Which Andrews wants someone to run towards him. That's what he's gesturing. Instead he'll put it into the right forward pocket for the Lions. A couple of big flies. No mark taken. Spilled down to Dunkley. Threw it on the boot only as far as Herbert. But a hand pass away to Starcevic. In the left back pocket. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50. Williams might have been held by Andrews. Umpire says play on. Worked it out again. It came now into the right forward pocket from Tunstall's kick. Again, a big group go up. No mark taken. Spoil was there for the Eagles. It spills down. It's been locked in. Ball up. Right forward pocket for the Lions. Eagles are 5-2. Lions 2-4. 29 gone opening term.
Ball tossed up in the air. Bailey up against Draper. Comes to ground. Running through. And tackled is Franco for the Eagles. They'll pull it up again. Still in that right forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. Draper this time manages to tap it out towards Will Ashcroft. Tackled hard. Taken to ground. Handball goes out of bounds. Duggan got him. Umpire says they'll throw it back in. The Eagles wanted insufficient intent. He handballed it towards the boundary. Probably had a fair case. He just handballed it out of bounds in the end. Jostling going on around this stoppage. Ball spun back in. Draper gets rid of Bailey Williams and tackled. Dispossessed. Williams' kick was smothered. Comes back the Lions' way. Ashcroft to Neal to Zorko to Levi. Ashcroft kick is across the face and Bazzo tracks it all the way back. Takes the mark in the right back pocket for the West Coast Eagles. Can go long down the southern wing. Brisbane have the numbers. Going back and able to take the mark was Wilmot. Spills to ground. Berry's there for Brisbane. He's set upon by a couple of Eagles. It'll be tossed back in. 5 metres in from the boundary. Attacking side of the southern wing for the Lions, who trail by 16 points.
Draper gets there first. Williams joins him and then slaps it forward for the Eagles. Tried to soccer it on and then sliding across to take it out of bounds was Wilmot. Came off him and ricocheted away. Centre wing, southern side of Perth Stadium. Closing stages of the opening term. Eagles still with a handy lead. They're up by 16 points. Now the umpire will unfurl again. Ruxlock hands, neither got a touch on it. Trying to get it out of there, the Eagles through Franco. Came out to Cole. Might have been tackled high by Berry. Umpire says, no, it's okay. Wrapped in, locked in. Play on again. Put up into the air. Draper with the more telling tap, and then he looks to soccer it forward. Lohmann couldn't gather. Baker could. His hand pass was knocked down. Bailey grabbed it for the Lions and immediately set upon Graham one side and Starcevic the other. Just on the attacking side of the logo on the southern wing for the Lions. It's thrown up once more and Draper slaps it forward. Neal's out after it. It's been a positive combination this year for Brisbane. Neal gathers, sends it inside forward 50 but turns it over. They've sent Shanahan back there to mark defensively. He's got it in the right back pocket for West Coast.
I'm being told Harley Reid took a tumble on the bench and rolled his ankle on one of the steps in the dugout. And that's what's caused the issue. So it looks like he hasn't come back on yet. He's standing below our position. We might not see him this quarter. The Lions, meanwhile, take the intercept mark. Berry's kick smothered by Baker. Rolls inside 50. Oh, Berry just cleaned up Murdoch, who bounced to his feet, won the ball, turned around and kicked it back to Brisbane. Jasper Fletcher takes the mark on the logo. Northern wing. Goes inboard to the centre circle where Wilmot has it. As Clint told you, 101st consecutive game. Goes laterally to Will Ashcroft. Handball across to the run of Leicester. Kick inside, forward 50. Lohman gets a clean passage at the ball. Runs through, takes the mark. Slight angle, 45 degrees to the left. He's only about 25 metres out. Chance for his second.
Just on the back of repeat entries there. It's always going to happen if the ball keeps coming back in. The Eagles just need to find that little pressure release kick coming out of the back line.
Well, if anyone knows him, it's Brandon Starcevic, and you just let him go.
Kyle Lohman, set shot, shouldn't trouble him, and it does. Bad miss for Kyle Lohman, pulled it left, minus score. 33 minutes played in the first term. Brisbane 2-5-17, West Coast 5-2-32. As Harley Reid is going down to the rooms.
I've seen the vision. I'll tell you all about it in just a moment. Free kick's been spotted here. It's going the way of Graham. He's got it at left half back. He looks to steer it out to Duggan, who marks. Not sure where to go immediately. Yeah,
Harley Reid gets off the phone.
Yeah, he's on the phone and turns to walk away. And where there's that little ledge from the dugout to the actual oval, his ankle has obviously just taken a twist as he stepped on it. He actually drops down out of the camera angle. So he's obviously fallen to ground. He's given his ankle a genuine wrench. And that would explain why they were so keen to tape it up, the left ankle. Kicks towards the right half forward position. Duggan, that's a great mark. Co-captain leaping into the night sky. That is a good grab. Got a little ride as well. What a start from West Coast. Just their fourth opening term quarter of the year that they've won. They will go to the first break in front by 15 points. 5-2-32 to Brisbane's 2-5-17. Waterman's got a couple of goals. So too Joe Shanahan. Milan Murdoch with the other. While for Brisbane, their 2 goals to Eric Hipwood and to Zach Bailey. Great start from the home side. Plenty of football left, though, if you're a Lions fan. 5-2-32 to Brisbane 2-5-17. Score check at the MCG. Collingwood now lead by 8 points over Carlton. That's with about 2 minutes, or actually I should say, into half time there. So Collingwood is 6-2-38 to Carlton 4-6-30 half time. And Collingwood lead by 8 points over the Blues. Back with the thoughts of our experts, Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman, in just a moment. Wherever you're listening on 102.5 ABC Perth, ABC WA, on News Radio and on Sport Digital around the nation. Streaming too on ABC Listen. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Lodging on the blind side.
Nick Faldo. Was he a great niggler or was he a dirty grub? He blew up the Sharks' mind.
Roy and HG.
Got into his head, set the explosives, and walked away and enjoyed the result.
Roy and HG on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Long kick out to Andrews, got it to Levi Ashcroft, tried to get it to Will Ashcroft, dispossessed by the Eagles. Baker on hands and knees just outside right half forward, couldn't win it. Neal was clean, got it to Levi Ashcroft, showed a bit of composure, beautiful kick up the southern wing to Rayner. He has a player in the middle of the ground, Charlie Cameron takes the mark, plays on in the bright yellow boots, has numbers streaming forward. Hipwood just needs it to sit, it does, he goals. The Lions get out the back. And they kick their first goal of the night, the first goal of the game.
Kelly kicks West Coast inside forward 50. Waterman worked his opponent out underneath it, turns, gathers, sweeps a hand pass forward. Shanahan at right full forward. Dumps it through from all but point-blank range. And the immediate response for West Coast.
Harley Reid gathers, handballs to his captain in Liam Duggan. Kick inside 50, mark 45 out by Murdoch. Right half forward. We need to give it everything he has. He wheels out to the left. Kick on goal is good. Milan Murdoch pumps the fist. Here come the Eagles. They hit the front.
Bounced beautifully for Cole. He gathers, sends it to a one-on-one inside forward 50. Shanahan couldn't mark. Is able to turn and gather. He can kick it himself. He can. Off the outside of the right boot. He's got his second. The Eagles have got 3 in 2 minutes. They've kicked 5 unanswered goals, West Coast. Their lead has suddenly ballooned out to 21 points.
Bailey runs around, kicks from the centre circle. It's a long, long high ball floating across. Loman! Kai flies high at Perth Stadium. Coming across the peroxide hair, floating through the night sky. Just to finish off the good work, Kyle Lohman directly in front. You take a mark like that, you've got to kick the goal, and he does. The Brisbane Lions get one they badly needed.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Earlier today, Fremantle by 28 points over Port Adelaide. Melbourne beat North by 16 at the MCG, where they're ahead of us by a quarter. Half-time there. Collingwood 6-2-38 to Carlton 4-6-30. The goals, by the way, McStay, multiple goal kicker for Collingwood. He's got 2. Kemp, Ainsworth, McGovern and Smith all kicking individual goals for the Blues. Here at Perth Stadium, the Eagles lead by 15 points over Brisbane, 5-2-32 to 2-5-17. Our experts on ABC Sport this evening, Chris Waterman and Beau McDonald.
Yeah, well, I reckon the Eagles will be happy with that quarter. They got it done at stoppages. They scored 4 goals to Brisbane's 0 from stoppages, 3 of them being centre bounce, but they were getting out of the stoppage when they wanted a lot quicker, and Brisbane looked pedestrian. I think what Minnie will be talking about there at quarter time is, okay, when we turn it over in Brisbane's forward 50, how can we just release that pressure coming out? Because a couple of times we just bombed it out and there was some repeat entries and Brisbane were able to get some shots on the board and didn't really make them pay like they should have. It's even amount of scoring shots, 2-5 to 5-2. But a big tick for the energy and pressure, and you spoke about it before the game, Muddy. Yeah. The opposition has nothing to do with it, but that's what you can bring, and they've brought it for the first quarter.
I know they've missed a couple of easy shots, Brisbane, and they've had 25 more possessions because they peppered the goals. But if you look at the 2 goals they got, Kyle Lohman's had 2 runs at the ball as a mark and was just allowed to go. We know that's his go. He's getting a few steps and up he goes. And the other one was Charlie Cameron getting over the back, kicking it into Eric Hipwood. So there's so many basic, fundamental mistakes that West Coast have made. They find themselves in front. Maybe Brisbane did have a bit of a lackadaisical sort of mindset, but you know, we said that the effort and the stoppages is going to be where it's won and lost, and West Coast are winning in that area, and they've got 4 goals from stoppage, and that's where the game is at the moment.
For what it's worth, round 2 last year, West Coast and Brisbane. West Coast kicked 5-2-32 in the first quarter of that match. They lost the game by 19 points. Sperin Starcevic, the former Lion, he has 6 disposals for West Coast. Herbert and McCarthy, 5 apiece. Will Ashcroft leads all comers with 10. Lockie Neal, 8. Harris Andrews with 7. Akash Fodadar downstairs before we get restarted.
Yeah, just as we're about to start the second quarter, Harley Reid still hasn't emerged from the rooms.
News coming through as well that Noah Ainsworth has been reported for rough conduct on Harley Reid for that bump that led to the downfield free kick. Mentioning before about what happened last time they played, West Coast led by 31 points at the 21-minute mark of the opening term back in round 2 at the Gabba. They led by 24 points at half-time, but the Lions kicked 10 goals to 3 after half-time. So not trying to dampen anyone's spirits. The rain's doing that, but there's plenty of football to play out here as well. Bailey Williams wins the ruck tap, looked to knock it forward to Kelly. He's over it. Alongside him is Dunkley. It's been just tapped out the back, but immediately piled on top of. Fort had it, locked in by Dersma and Williams. Ball up the call, just forward of the centre circles for the Eagles. There's a holding decision that'll go the way of West Coast, and their ruck in Williams will get it. Stands commentary edge of the centre circles. Wheels around and he'll kick the footy. Inside attacking 50. Packard forward there, offhand. Spill down to Zorko. Got a kick away, stretching Loman. That's a good mark, and he plays on immediately and heads down the commentary wing. The kick is in the direction of Morris. Coming the other way, Young did really well. Slides onto the football, looks to tap it out. Tackled there by Morris. It's held in. He's done exceptionally well, the former Tiger. Under pressure for taking on Morris, who you know how dangerous he can be. Inside forward 50 for the Lions. Tap was down by Brisbane. Out after it, Bailey. Couldn't gather. Franco looked to work it away. Came to Baker. Kick was smothered by Dunkley. Spilled back towards Starcevic. Kicks towards right half back. Williams is able to work it on. It came then to Murdoch and now to Yo. Thumping kick, one-on-one at right half forward. Front position, Gallup. Knocked it down for the Lions. Gave it to Fletcher, then to Lester, out to Will Ashcroft, back to Fletcher, running through the middle of the ground. He'll kick towards Dunkley, who marks.
Dunkley goes long inside 50. Loman's got out the back. All three at the top of the goal square, takes the chest mark. He's going to run around, play on, snap, and goal. And he flexes his muscles, Kyle Loman, for goal number 2. He missed an easy drop punt in the first quarter, and he wasn't going to make the same mistake. No rush. 2 on the board for him. The Lions have their third, 3-5-23. Brisbane West Coast 5-2-32. 9-point margin. 2 minutes into the second term. Just repeating, if you're just joining us, Jack Hutchinson out of the game early in the first quarter for the Eagles with a hamstring. Harley Reid currently still down in the rooms after tripping on the interchange bench off a little step and rolling his ankle. It's an OH&S report, probably. Maybe an incident report of some sort. Careless by the step.
This guy, I just don't know where... there's Loman, so Baker's got him at that point. He's just not paying enough attention to him.
He's very sneaky at getting up high and then losing his opponent's eyes on the way back.
Kick the pass too. The Eagles will get the clearance and Kelly will send it deep in the left forward pocket. He wanted Waterman. Spoil came from Gallup behind him. Waterman tapped it towards the boundary line. Handed it back to Graham. 55 from goal. Hard up against the boundary. Centering kick. Punch came from Ford against Yo. Spilled down. Answorth was able to get a hands pass away. Came again here to Tunstall. Looks to share it through the middle of the ground. McCluggage kicks out towards the commentary wing. It's allowed to bounce, and Young, great tackle, wraps up Hitwood and sees him across the interchange gates for a throw-in.
Yeah, he's a player that's missed a lot of footy, Eric Hitwood, and you can just see he's hasn't quite got the touch.
Yep.
Ball to be spun in, northern wing, right beneath our broadcast position. The Eagles lead by 9 points, 3.5 gone in the second. Williams won it down against Fort, but was straight to Bailey. Bailey for the Lions, inside forward 50, no mark taken. Morris got a hand to it, sliding onto it Young. Might have been taken high, he was. He'll get the free kick for West Coast. Between fullback and right half back. Eagles are 5-2, Lions 3-5, 4 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's had a good quarter, Young, as he goes out towards the northern side. Good mark in front of Ford is Bailey Williams taking it. Rolls onto the right boot, kicks up the wing. Waterman's got the numbers against him. Coming across Fletcher, got a hand on it. Gets out the back though, Murdoch. Tackled to ground at the 50. The Lions have it back. Gallup. Handball under pressure. Up the wing to Tunstall. Couldn't take it. Dunkley coming through. Handballs to Bailey. Running in the wrong direction. Just handballs it back. 30 metres inside his own defensive 50 to Wilmot. He goes short to Answorth, not 15. Play on. He shrugs the Murdoch tackle. Kicks it towards half-back. Good mark taken under pressure by Tunstall. And, gee, they put themselves under a bit of pressure there, the Lions, but they are used to it. 3 straight grand finals, 2 premierships. They know how to play under pressure. The kicker's now gone laterally towards Wilmot, and there is blood rule coming. Milan Murdoch will leave the ground, so we'll just wait for him to come off. We have Duggan entering to replace him. Still no sign of Harley Reid, and we've travelled 5 minutes into this second term.
Well, they've still got some problems in the midfield because Elliot Yeo has had 1 possession. Dersman's had 2, and Kelly's only had the 4. So they need to get some. They need to get some ball to their good players through the middle. Ashcroft's had 11.
Gets some love from the Eagles crowd as he comes off. Milan Murdoch was desperate to wear the O cup because he didn't play in that gather round clash, and he's just got blood all over the Guernsey. So he might have ruined the favourite Guernsey. Play resumes at half-back for the Lions. Wilmot goes up the wing, no mark taken, off hands at ground level. Fort does his own roving, tackled by Bailey Williams. Ball up to come. Attacking side of the southern wing for the Lions. They trail the Eagles by 9 points.
Reed's been off the ground now for 26 minutes. Going up right half forward for the Lions again. It's been locked in once more. Davis hands it back to the umpire. Allen, rather, throwing up again. Trying to work it out here, the Lions. Eventually they'll look to soccer it forward. Will Ashcroft. Herbert will go to gather first time. Tackled by Bailey. Did the hand pass away? Umpire says it's okay. It's knocked along the boundary line. That'll be the lasso rule going against West Coast, though. Will Ashcroft will take the free kick. He steers it back inboard to Ainsworth. He'll kick towards full forward for the Lions. Pack underneath it. Tapped down by Hipwood. Came out the side to Morris. Back to Neal. Wrapped up immediately. Good tackle. Just inside their forward 50. McCarthy got him. Ball up again. Fort slapped it forward. Only as far, though, as Allen. Trying to get knocked out of the way there from Hipwood. It came out to Graham, though. His hand pass intercepted. Good tackle again. Wrapped up was Will Ashcroft. Davis got him. Ball came to the side and Herbert gathered and he got tackled. It's tough and tight and congested at the moment inside Brisbane's forward 50.
Ball tapped out. Sharks running through. Tackled. Taken high. No. Rolling through it was Bailey. Was taken to ground. He wanted a high tackle instead. It'll be tossed back up. Still inside the lines, attacking 50. 40 metres out from their goal. Bailey Williams got to the front, tapped it straight towards Neal, to Will Ashcroft. He's capable of the miraculous. Kicks it towards the goal square. Rubbers on the ground. Coming through to save the day is Brady Hoff, who rushes it through for a behind. The Lions now 3-6-24. West Coast 5-2-32. 7.5 gone in this second term. A Cash Fodder, an update on Harley Reid down there?
Yeah, he's just made his way back out to the bench now. He did jog out, looking a lot more comfortable coming out of the room, so he might be able to come back on. We're still waiting to see.
Dersma, great kick into the middle of the ground. Calculated wrist, it worked out. Jack Graham steers it out to Bazzo on the southern wing. Sends the Eagles towards left half forward. Leicester, good spoil against the opposite 35 in Shanahan. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. The cheer you can hear is for Harley Reid returning. Enormous roar around the ground as he makes his way back out there for West Coast. Front position, Williams won it down, but it came there to Will Ashcroft. Sweeping hand pass forward to Bailey. It's knocked back again here to Ainsworth. Got knocked out of his grasp then by Kelly. Spilled out the side again and eventually taken over the boundary line. Ooh, it's going to be a free kick here going the way of Ainsworth.
That was the payback.
Knocked over
by Harley.
He was very keen to extract some retribution. Ainsworth will kick to the commentary wing. Just seeing a replay on it there. And the ball's almost across the boundary line when Reid made sure he got him. The Lions through Fort, sweeping it forward, trying to be tapped on by Lohman. Couldn't get it past Baker. Shoveled it straight into the legs of Hipwood. Still back to Baker. Hipwood tackles him. Ball up. 51 out from Brisbane's goal at right half forward. The Eagles are 5-2-32. The Lions 3-6-24. 9 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Ball socket forward off the deck by Levi Ashcroft. Came to Hipwood, set upon by a couple of Eagles. Came to Dersma, he spilt it. Neal, handballs forward to Lohman. Handball forward now to Levi Ashcroft. Ball bobbling around inside the lines, attacking 50, taken by Harley Reid. Loops a handball to Duggan on the wrong side for him. Right foot kick had to be good. It was too hot for Shanahan. Leicester did well, worked him underneath it. Wilmot can take it back for the Lions. Thought about switching play. Instead goes back inside forward 50. Big flyer from Morris. Couldn't take it. At the back, Rayner pounces, snaps, misses. Snapped it too far to the near side. 3-7-25 Brisbane, 5-2-32 West Coast. They're edging closer in ones. 10 minutes gone into the second term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
The rain has started again here at Perth Stadium. As the Eagles move it towards the commentary wing, Reid is out after it, got a little nudge, went to ground, was able to work it onto Duggan, tapped it into the path of Cole. Cole heads towards right half forward. It was along the ground. Set Waterman a task that he couldn't quite complete. Came behind him. Mopped up by the Lions in Gallop, and it was locked in again there by Duggan. Ball up, 50 out from the Eagles attacking goal at right half forward, heading to the city end in this quarter. Another ruck had a telling tap. Down to Tunstall. Tried to get a hand pass out. Met by Graham, though, of the Eagles. Putting his head over it was Reid. Hands it back to Duggan. Gets a kick away. So Ward's full forward. Goes over the top of everyone and then just bounces its way through for a behind to the right-hand side. 5-3-33 the Eagles. 3-7-25 the Lions. 11 gone second term.
Fletcher plays on from the defensive square. Handballs into the pocket. Andrews gets it back. Fletcher now kicks down the southern side. Looking for Cameron. Good fist coming from McCarthy. Punches it into the fence. Boundary thrown to come. Flags above the southern stand, blowing towards Graham Farmer Freeway end, which is where the Lions are attacking this quarter. Draper in the ruck, locks up with Jack Williams, taps it down. Harley had it, lost it. Comes out to Tim Kelly, now to Dersma. Inside 50 go the Eagles. It's wide. Waterman was the target. It's out on the full, and the Lions can bring it back into the field of play quickly. Lester to Wilmot, and 50 metres. Yo was coming across. He was a long way back. He tried to do the right thing and go and man the mark, and the umpire said he'd lost the right to do so. So 50 metres been paid, and Wilmot goes all the way inside the centre square. Goes laterally to Gallop, who can load up long inside 50. Big fist came from Bazzo. Neil at ground level. Handball across to Levi Ashcroft. Off to McKenna. McKenna outside of the boots. Beautiful finish from Connor McKenna. There was a spinning banana on the outside of the boot that was low and hard and straight. And they come with all sorts of tricks, the Irish. McKenna goals. The Lions have pulled the margin back to 2 points. 4-7-31 Brisbane. West Coast 5-3-33. 13 minutes gone second term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport. Premiership players Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman are our experts.
Let's start it down back with Darcy Wilmot. We keep looking up here and I keep seeing him by himself. He's very clever at letting his half-forward opponent just go up the field. If he's not in a very good spot, he'll just stay back. Usually it's Harris Andrews, but tonight it's been Darcy Wilmot. He's got the most metres gained there for the Lions at the moment, and I'd look at making that a one-on-one contest forward with Wilmot. I wouldn't leave him like that all game.
Score check at the MCG. Collingwood by 8.62 plays 4-6. So the Magpies over the Blues. Early stages of the third term. Here at Perth Stadium, the Lions have it again through Berry. Goes to Neil. Got around Reid but lost his footing. As the hand pass it back again. It's on the bounce now to Wilmot. And he'll stab it short to Berry. I know they top-dressed the stadium surface this week with sand to try to improve footing. It's certainly been better from what we've seen tonight. The kick is towards left half forward for the Lions. Through the hands of Draper. Out the back there, Yo. Got it kicked up and down in the air. Not a mark for Dunkley. Had it. Got a hand pass away. He's been kicked for a throw. The over-the-shoulder hand pass will come back to Kelly to take the free kick between right half-back and centre half-back. Kicks the Eagles out towards the broadcast wing. Hits Cole on the chest. Uncontested mark for West Coast. They still lead by 2. Pauses for a moment. We'll get told to play on. He'll kick long. It'll land just inside forward 50, right forward pocket. Off hands. Shanahan looked to tap it forward. Spill down to Rayner. Chance to hand pass away. Gets it out to Berry, then back to Rayner. Kicks back towards the commentary wing. Lohman flew again through his hands. Bailey had it. Sweeps it forward immediately onto a Dunkley. Lost his footing. So did Lohman. They crashed into each other. Allows Baker to pick it up to Young. Not a great hand pass for Herbert. Herbert back to Baker. Now to Murdoch.
Murdoch able to run. Take a bounce. Goes to the outer wing. Kick in front of the reaching Davis. Wasn't a good one. He just gets a hand on it before it goes out of bounds, so it'll be tossed back in. He's got the head strapped up, Milan Murdoch, after that blood rule. By the way, one player who might be becoming an issue, Will Ashcroft's up to 16 disposals for the Lions. Leaves all comers on the ground. Ball tapped up. This is Levi Ashcroft. He picks it from the stoppage. Kicks a high ball up the wing. Sliding in. Hoff couldn't take it to the Eagles. Neal was clean. Got a handball across to Levi Ashcroft. High kick towards half forward. Coming out to meet it. Bazzo. Read it well. Then rode the contact. Did nicely, the young Eagle. Handball across to McCarthy. Now Herbert to Hoff. The Eagles living dangerously but doing it well. Comes out to Franco. Handball to Bo Allen. He's tackled by Leicester. Just got the ball free. Now Draper comes in and lays a big bump on Davis. Knocks him out of bounds. They almost got out, the Eagles. They're trying to work it out by hand. It was slick work until it just came undone right at the end, which has been the story of their season at times. They just can't quite get that final bit of polish. The ball spun back in. Draper to the front. Tapped it. Kelly running through. Tackled by Rayner. McKenna picks it up. Tries to kick the Lions forward and goes wide out of bounds. And it'll be a last disposal. Free kick to the Eagles just beyond left half back. And it'll go the way of Tom McCarthy. Eagles by 2 points. 16 minutes played into the second term.
The Lions dominating the disposal count as the Eagles head back down the southern wing. No mark taken off a pack of about 10. Spilled out the side, gathered up against the boundary by Kelly, looking to sweep it forward, but coming the other way. Gallup got it, stabs it short for Rayner, not long enough to be a mark. He went back by hand, stolen away by Reid. Eagles have it now through Waterman, pops it into the left forward pocket. Mark there to Shanahan. He'll look to play on immediately, centres the kick, spots Duggan. And the co-captain marks. He's a little bit further out from goal, but a significantly better angle. He marked in front of the right-hand behind post to put Boots the ball from 45 out.
I did mention the fact that Elliot Yeo's only had the 2 possessions, but I've just been watching him. I've got a funny feeling he's playing on Harris Andrews. And that's why he goes to the centre clearance and just pushes forward and hangs around him.
Here comes Duggan from 49 metres out. He's pushed it right. He misses right. Minus score. So the Eagles lead now goes out to be 3 points. 34 plays 31. By the way, the disposal count, Brisbane at the moment, 39 more touches than West Coast.
Long kick out from Zorko. It was a good one to Gallup. Spilt the mark. Was able to gather it though. Handball to Levi Ashcroft. High kick up the wing. The target is McKenna. Punched away by Young. Came back to Young from Herbert, who did well. The Eagles go back inside forward. 50 Andrews. This time opposes Shanahan. Takes the mark. Goes laterally to Ryan Lester. Still in his own defensive 50. Chips it short to Zorko. Umpire said not 15. Pretty stiff. I would have thought he somehow got it away. Neal went in, helped out. Got it to Answorth. His kick missed the target. Picked up by Dersma for the Eagles, who's tackled by Rayner. A couple of #1 draft picks meeting right on the old AFL logo, which is washed out, replaced by a new one just below it. Ball spun in the air. Ashcroft taken in a tackle. Umpire said he was taken high. This is Will Ashcroft. Disposal 17 coming up for the 2-time Norm Smith medalist. Goes by foot across the defensive side of the centre square to Answorth, who can go all the way out to the southern wing where Harris Andrews takes the mark.
Moves it forward. Mark there by Leicester. Goes across half back and finds Gallup. Gallup from the defensive edge of the centre square to Rayner. 100 consecutive games tonight for Rayner. On to McKenna. Kicks out in the direction of Bailey, who can't track it down before it goes across the boundary line. And the lasso rule in effect, so a free kick here to West Coast. They move it inboard immediately by Herbert with the free kick. Chance to build up again through Dersma. So inside his defensive 50, left back pocket, kicks to the southern wing. Punch here came from Andrews. Spills out again and over the boundary line towards Baker, who takes it across. Throw in the call. It's right half forward here for Brisbane. 3 points the difference in favour of the Eagles, but they haven't kicked a goal in this term so far, West Coast. The Lions have 2 majors to their name. Thrown in again, knocked forward by Brisbane. Baker's there, tackled by McKenna, right up against the boundary line. It's been held in, no prior ball up.
Hugh McCluggage, just 1 disposal. -3 metres gained. The All-Australian. Draper Takes it out of the ruck, trying to kick it forward, went straight up in the air. Ball came down. The Eagles try to clear it. Falls in the hands of Cole. His kick inside the centre square, just good enough to Graham. Dangerously kicks it across the defensive side of the centre square. Starcevic had to be good. Tapped it only as far as Berry of the Lions. The Eagles have the numbers. Young did well. Intercepted the handball. Went out in front of Duggan. Lohman outnumbered. Allowed Graham to pick it up for the Eagles. Kick inside the centre square. Handball from Franco across to Murdoch. Into the middle to Dersma. Terrible kick towards half forward. Might get through all the way to Allen, though it does. Handball across to Jack Williams. He spills it. Handball to Dersma. Show a bit of class, Dersma. Right foot snap. Beautiful. It took the kid to show the class. They were fumbling. They were bumbling. They got it forward. And Willem Dersma said enough is enough. Snaps it through for his first. The Eagles get their first goal of the quarter. 6-4-40 West Coast. Brisbane 4-7-31. 9-point margin restored. 21 minutes gone in the second term. Chris Waterman, Bo McDonald.
Well, I lost count of how many turnovers there were in there. Or poor kicks. That's a hard way of scoring a goal. But if you're going to do it that way, just keep persisting. And there's a fumble. But it was just some poor kicking all the way back to when they first got the ball at half back. But again, they just kept pressure on the Brisbane defence and found some holes and spots and got a shot off. Good to see Dersma getting in the midfield too. They need to get him in the play.
Pluggage stands alongside Reid from the restart, and he gets a possession after it was tapped down his throat. Gave it back to Dunkley, kicks the lines inside forward 50, ricocheted off Bazzo. Scooped up here by Brisbane. Here's McCluggage again, racing through, has a long-range shot that's going out of bounds on the full. Originally from Tunstall, the West Aussie recruit. Free kick for the Eagles. They'll have it at left full back. Young in possession. They lead by 9 points. 22 and a bit gone in the second. Young out to left half back. Gallup got his fist to it up against Williams. Sees it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Let's have a score check. The game across at the MCG. Collingwood lead by 15 points, 10 minutes in to the third term. 7-3-45 to Carlton's 4-6-30.
Riley Williams jostling with Darcy Fort, got a hand to it, trying to pick it up off the ground. Socket forward though by Starcevic the Eagles' way. Murdoch, quick kick up the wing, taken by Jack Williams. Great tackle by Gallup, had an arm free. Umpire gave him a lot of time. Said play on it, comes the way of the Lions anyway. McCluggage, handball to Answorth, he's tackled, dispossessed. Umpire swallowed the whistle. Ball up to come. There could have been a couple either way there.
That's good umpiring, just let it go. Let the boys fight it out.
Jack Ray was showing a bit of frustration towards Zorko as the ball's tossed up in the air. Bailey Williams taps it down, Harley Reid. Gets it to Dersma, shares it with Allen, now kicks up the wing. Murdoch couldn't take the mark from behind, off hands. Jack Williams ushered out of bounds by Gallup. There was one either way.
Yeah, no, just if you're not going to pay him, don't pay him anyway.
The Lions probably should have had one, and the Eagles definitely should have had one. That was the quickest even up you've ever seen in the space of about 3 seconds. Ball back into play. Ford tries to reach over the top of Bailey Williams. Jared Berry, quick kick out of the pack. It's rolling towards the boundary. Herbert gets there first and then accidentally soccers it out of bounds. And it's going to be a last disposal. The umpire wants to come in and just check. It's one of those ones that I can see from 200 metres away. That he tapped it into his own foot and it went out of bounds, but we're going to have a conference with the boundary umpires and check.
Well, I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't know how he managed this.
I think he went to touch it and he kicked it accidentally. I'm sure he did.
Yeah, but how? How do you manage that?
Does he see the replay?
You got a free ball, 2 hands.
Ready? Bang.
See, that's why you always go with 2 hands.
Yep. Out of bounds, free kick to the Lions. Kick towards half forward, beat everyone. At the back, Lohman was clean. Picked it up, kicks into the pocket. Logan Morris marks. Very tight angle. Right forward pocket. I'm not going to say how many goals he's kicked or how well he's going because we've given him a rap a few times and he's missed. So all I'm going to say is Logan Morris has the ball in the right forward pocket. He'll start outside the boundary and it's going to be very hard. In he comes. Morris goes to the traditional drop punt from the tightest of angles and hits the post. Almost nailed it. That's another behind. 4-8-32 Brisbane, 6-4-40 West Coast, 8-point margin, 25.5 gone in the second quarter.
Second football on the ground. Doesn't worry Herbert, who plays on, sends it towards left half back. Mark taken up there by Berry, who immediately plays on himself. Kicks back towards full forward. Great grab defensively. Needed to be made. Duggan, the smallest man in that pack. Behind him there were two lines working. Had to grab it. Does so at fullback for the Eagles. Kicks West Coast towards right half back. Travels the pack. Took a fingertip on the way through. Down there and working it forward Shanahan. Got it onto Yo. Quick kick forward. Can't find a Murdoch. In the front, Zorko. Taken by Gallup. Kick ricocheted away. Up into the air. Spilled down there to Andrews. Gave it back again to Dunkley. The Lions now have it through Neal. He's at left half back. Gives it to Answorth. Thought about going out to right half back. Instead, stops and props and turns around and gives it back to Neal. He'll stab it short to Gallup. Neal runs by. The hand pass option was ignored. Gallup will come towards left half forward. Stretching Dunkley. Couldn't mark under pressure. It's been locked in. Ball up. A round of applause for the effort from McCarthy. Up against the line. Thrown up into the air. One down here by Draper. Spilled there to Tunstall. Kicked inside forward 50. Pack go up. No mark taken. McKenna looks to soccer it forward. Starcevic gathered well. Got a hand pass away to Allen. Chased by Logan Morris. Swept the hand pass forward, but Zorko is there. Tried to shrug off Graham and then goes across the boundary line, and that's going to be deliberate.
That was a touchdown.
It was like reminded me of Gordon Tallis going for the try line.
Well, the Rugby International wasn't that far away over at Perth Rectangular Stadium. He had no eyes apart from the crash across the line. Right decision. Don't see him paid all that often anymore. The Eagles head towards left half forward. Knocked around. The Lions will get it back. Here's Bailey on hands and knees. Off to Leicester. And a chance to build again through Dunkley and now Tunstall.
I was going to say, the Bears have well and truly come to town early. That's the first try the Bears have scored in Perth. Out go the Lions, out of side. Neal takes it, kicks towards half forward. Bailey can take the mark, goes into the pocket. Morris has it in almost the exact same spot he had it a moment ago where he hit the post.
What the Eagles are doing a good job of is he's having to kick him from out on the boundary line. The inside 50 discrepancy, the Lions just need to lower their eyes a little bit more. There's plenty of targets in there, but they're just not being real efficient when going inside 50.
It's a really tough angle, and he almost nailed it a couple of minutes ago. He just hit the post. Logan Morris, at first you don't succeed. Try again. Morris's drop punt is across the face. I'll give him credit. He's determined. He keeps trying. He's missed another one. Sneaks in for a minor score. 4-9-33 the Lions. The Eagles are 6-4-40. 7-point lead to the home side. Approaching the 29-minute mark of the second quarter. As a tumble kick from McCarthy comes outside the 50.
Zorko follows it up. Sockers it inside forward 50. Came there to McKenna. Great tackle. Graham wrapped him up. Might have hurt the shoulder a little bit in the way through, but he bobs up quickly, the Eagle. The dual premiership player with the Tigers. He looks okay. Kick towards right half back now. Duggan can't complete the mark. Davis mops up the foot. He goes back to Duggan. Tumbles a kick down the commentary wing towards right half forward. Shanahan outpointed Gallup. Sends it inside forward 50. Waterman, dropped the mark he should have taken. Spilled away from him. Answorth able to mop it up. Gave it to Leicester. Went back and went short and found Berry. And Berry will flare it out for Andrews to run onto, and he's got it at right half back. Still the Eagles by 7 points, 29 gone in the second.
The Lions in possession. Andrews goes inside towards right half back, and the mark is taken by Dunkley. The siren sound, so what was a 15-point margin the way of the Eagles at quarter time is reduced to a 7-point lead for West Coast at half time. 6-4-40. West Coast, Brisbane, a 4-9-33 margin of 7 points, 2 quarters in the book here at Perth Stadium. Mitch Turner alongside the experts, Chris Waterman Beau McDonald. And alongside me, Clint Wheeldon.
So having a look at the goal kickers for the West Coast Eagles, Waterman's got a couple, so too Shanahan, Murdoch and Dersma, the other goal kickers for West Coast. While for Brisbane, 2 to Lohman, singles to Hipwood and to McKenna. West Coast 6-4-40 to Brisbane 4-9-33. Before we hear from our experts, quick score check across at the MCG. 18 minutes gone in the third term. The Blues lead that one by 4 points. 7-7-49 to Collingwood's 7-3-45. That has had a few momentum shifts. The game at the G between two of the arch rivals in the competition. So Carlton 7-7-49 to Collingwood 7-3-45. 19 minutes gone in the third. Here at Perth Stadium, though, it's West Coast, the 16th ranked team going into the round, up against the side that was at that point in time fourth. Brisbane have dropped down to sixth the way other results have gone. But it's the Eagles who lead by 7 points. Premiership players both on our expert panel tonight on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. I speak of Chris Waterman and Beau McDonald.
Well, pardon me, if you look at the stats, Brisbane have had 60 more possessions, and the inside 50s are 35-20, but West Coast are in front. So it's a hard one to pick, really, because Brisbane are sort of dominating state of play, but not putting West Coast away, and West Coast they're both making silly mistakes. It's not a real highlight reel, this one, to be honest, Beau. I can't see. I don't think I'll be going home watching the replay, put it that way.
Look, I think behind the ball, once it goes into Brisbane's forward 50, they're set up really well. They're getting the repeat entries, but they're going straight back into the density. I reckon they need to shift that ball a little bit more, get it out the side and take advantage of those inside 50s. But we spoke about West Coast before the game. Can you bring the pressure? And I've been really impressed. There's been a couple of times where Lions players have gone to get a shot off inside 50, and that pressure's just come at the last minute to skew the kick or make it go for a point. And I think the message from many down there, well, can we maintain the rage? And another thing, it's one thing to get out and put the pressure on, but you've got to make the tackle and stick the tackle. And Brisbane haven't been able to really weave out of that tackle and get that handball and get it going. The West Coast have done a really good job of keeping it at the source.
Well, clearances are 19 apiece, so they've matched each other well there. West Coast have done quite well. West Coast are in front with tackles, but that could have a bearing on the fact that Brisbane have had a lot more than the ball too. But there's been some very ordinary turnovers, some very unlikely sort of fumbles and mistakes from both teams. And you made mention of it during the course of that quarter. West Coast have forced Brisbane out wide to have their shots, and you're right. If Brisbane just settle down a little bit and take that shorter one to the top of the square, then hit the next one at 45, they'll get some shots inside, in between the 45-degree arcs and start putting it on the scoreboard. But West Coast need to find a way to get Yowie. I think he might be trying to play on Harris Andrews, but maybe.
I noticed in that quarter, Will Ashcroft would go and start on him in the little circle. And then he'd just go, and I think someone else was going to him, wasn't able to pick it up. But that explains why Will Ashcroft is getting off the hook here with 17.
Yeah, 17, so...
Yeah, I think you agree. Like, you're looking at the stats now, you've got Yo down there, you've got, obviously, Harley Reid spent a fair bit of time on the bench, but I mean, also Charlie Cameron has had 4 touches, McCluggage has had 5. That's rare for Brisbane. So this game could turn on its head in this second quarter.
Both teams need a couple of players just to engage themselves and get in the contest.
Yep.
And it sort of panned out the way we were hoping for. We're pleased that Brisbane haven't come and absolutely destroyed them in the first half. The game's open. Brisbane are that good. They could win by 50 plus in the second half. But West Coast have showed they've got fight in them. They've just got to tidy a few things up. And Brisbane probably get told by their coach at half time, put your brains back in, boys, because you've left them at the front door when we got here. So just got to play smarter footy, and they can get it right. Although the conditions are a little bit, it rain's a bit slippery. I must say, Clint, that I think the surfaces have played very well tonight.
Yeah, they've absolutely.
I haven't seen anyone slip.
No, they've absolutely fixed it up, and I appreciate we actually got a message from the stadium today, just letting us know that they have. Well,
it's good because this is almost identical to couple of weeks ago on Thursday night.
In terms of the condition, it was why
rain.
I apologise, but I was a bit sceptical when I read the article in the West Australian this week saying it was the dew with the reason that
it's dewy tonight.
It is absolutely dewy tonight, and they're not falling over. But they did decide to top dress it with sand because there was a longer break between games, so it does help with the footing, helps with drainage as well. So it certainly made a difference tonight, and well done to the stadium for recognising that they had to do something because it certainly wasn't acceptable last time out. So much better effort from the stadium team and stadium surfers this evening. Eagles lead by 7 points here at half-time, 6-4-40 to Brisbane, 4-9-33. I'll repeat that again. Yes, West Coast in front at the half-time break. They've lost their last 7 to Brisbane, and I don't say this facetiously, but the last time West Coast beat Brisbane, 3 games later, they went on to win a premiership. That's how long ago it was, back in round 23, 2018. Can they hang on? Will the reigning premiers, the dual reigning premiers, find a way back? We'll find out very shortly. At the moment, on 102.5 ABC Perth, ABC WA, on News Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen. Let's pause here on ABC Sport and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The new leader of Britain's governing Labor Party, Andy Burnham, is due to be sworn in as Prime Minister on Monday. He'll become the UK's 7th PM in less than a decade, replacing Sir Keir Starmer, who resigned last month, less than 2 years after leading Labor to a landslide election win. Since its victory, Labor has slipped dramatically in opinion polling, which is now led by the populist right-wing Reform UK party. Mr Burnham says the country's problems go back decades.
Britain took a series of wrong turns in the 1980s. Political power was centralised and economic power was privatised.
Kuwait Airways says it's rescheduled most flights after the country temporarily suspended operations at Kuwait International Airport following Iranian missile and drone attacks. The airline earlier said the rescheduling was due to the closure of airspace in Kuwait, which is a US ally. Kuwait also says power generation and water desalination plants have been hit in reprisal attacks by Iran. It comes as US and Iranian forces continue strikes and counterstrikes, with Iranian state media saying 8 people have been killed and at least 5 bridges struck in the latest US attacks. A Ukrainian regional governor says 1 person has been killed and 3 injured in a Russian attack on the Black Sea port of Odessa. He says a foreign flag ship was struck in the attack and port facilities were damaged. It comes after Russian officials say 8 people were killed and 50 others injured in a Ukrainian drone strike on a warehouse several hundred kilometres south of Moscow, while 2 people were injured and an oil depot was set alight in another drone strike near the capital. The Trump administration has removed automatic environmental protections for animals and plants deemed at risk of extinction, saying the changes will boost US energy independence. More from the BBC's Paddy Maguire.
Announcing the reforms to the decades-old Endangered Species Act, the Interior Secretary said it had for too long been weaponised to stop new energy projects in the United States. These changes mean protection plans will have to be drawn up individually for threatened species, potentially allowing companies to seek exceptions for oil and gas drilling, mining and other developments. How particular areas are designated as critical habitats will also change. The Act has been credited with saving animals like the grizzly bear, the bald eagle and the American alligator. Conservation groups say the reforms could spell disaster for vulnerable wildlife.
Federal MP Josh Wilson says the response by Laos authorities to a methanol poisoning incident in 2024 hasn't been appropriate. 6 tourists, including Australian teenagers Bianca Jones and Holly Morton-Bowles, died in Laos following or after consuming drinks containing methanol. The government has updated its travel advice to Laos, with the Smart Traveller website advising people to exercise a high degree of caution due to crime, the risk of methanol poisoning, and ongoing concerns around the lack of transparency in the justice system. Mr Wilson says the government fully supports the victims' families.
We 100% share their acute disappointment in the lack of a serious response in terms of making sure that someone is held responsible for what was an awful, awful failure.
A 4-year-old child has been airlifted to hospital with head injuries after a car crash in the Hawkesbury region northwest of Sydney. Emergency services were called to Colo Heights just after 10 o'clock this morning after reports of a car striking a tree. 2 other children, aged 7 and 8, were also taken to hospital with minor injuries. A 36-year-old woman driving the car and a 41-year-old man in the passenger seat were not seriously injured. Tributes are being paid for one of the greatest cricketers of all time, Sir Garfield Sobers, who has died at the age of 89. Sobers represented the West Indies in 93 tests between 1954 and 1974, earning a reputation for his aggressive batting and versatility with both pace and spin bowling. Cricket West Indies says a great innings has come to an end, while former England batsman Geoffrey Boycott has described him as a once-in-a-generation talent. And Canterbury has notched its first win of the NRLW season, holding on to beat Cronulla 24-18 at Stadium Australia in Sydney. Earlier, the New Zealand Warriors humbled North Queensland 42-4 in Auckland.
How much can we really know about the dead?
In our podcast, we're gossiping each week about the divas, ruffians and conmen of Australia's past.
So join me, Alicia Simmons.
And me, Lee Boucher. Search the Dead Can't Sue podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Dunkley goes long inside 50. Loman's got out the back. All three at the top of the goal square, takes the chest mark. He's going to run around, play on, snap and goal. And he flexes his muscles, Kyle Loman, for goal number 2. So 50 metres been paid and Wilmot goes all the way inside the centre square. Goes laterally to Gallup, who can load up long inside 50. Big fist came from Bazzo. Neil at ground level. Handball across to Levi Ashcroft. Off to McKenna. McKenna outside of the boots. Beautiful finish from Connor McKenna. There was a spinning banana on the outside of the boot that was low and hard and straight. And they come with all sorts of tricks, the Irish. McKenna goals. The Lions have pulled the margin back to 2 points. Handball from Franco across to Murdoch. Into the middle to Dersma. Terrible kick towards half forward. Might get through all the way to Allen, though it does. Handball across to Jack Williams. He spills it. Handball to Dersma. Show a bit of class, Dersma. Right foot snap. Beautiful. It took the kid to show the class. They were bumbling. They got it forward. And Willem Dersma said enough is enough. Snaps it through for his first.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Good to have you back with us here at Perth Stadium. Saturday footy on ABC Sport 102.5, ABC Perth, ABC WA, News Radio around the nation and also on Sport Digital. Plus, wherever you are, you can find us streaming on ABC Listen. Our text message, if you want to get in touch, our text message line, get it right, Clint, 0437 774 774. Oliver's loving the call. He's at the very back row of Perth Stadium. Oliver, thank you for tuning in, wherever you happen to be. Coxie is in Amby, in southwest Queensland, population of 49, says, where has Bailey Williams been? To our footy brain, he's pretty fly. Bailey Williams he's had a couple of very good games earlier this year.
Bailey J,
the great man. He's had a couple of tremendous performances. Also had a couple where he's struggled a little bit, but overall, very impressive. Hat from Bridgetown. Boys, Geelong has the cattery. The Eagles should have the bird cage. Not sure about that.
It's associated with the bird cages at a lot of venues of the upper class, the socially functioned place outside the back where the champers goes. It's the cray pot.
It is the cray pot.
It looks like a giant cray pot.
Yeah, it does.
I'm happy to go with that.
I like also the Coles Coliseum, because it does have the Coliseum look.
It does.
And if, without wanting to offend our current Labor government, if it hadn't been for Colin Barnett, it would not have been. expect another phone call from ever affable Dan Pastorelli about that one. Hello, Dan. I always enjoy chatting. 6-4-40 the Eagles, 4-9-33 the Brisbane Lions. New Minister for Mines. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. As the Eagles make their way back out onto the ground wearing the ochre jumper. I do think that if they bring it back again next year, white numbers are the way to go.
Yeah.
Not sure the red stands out from certainly if you're at the ground. What are the other numbers which you can read in front of you? Tell us, Mitch Turner.
We go through some of the team stats first. The Lions have dominated possession, 212 disposals to 153. The contested possession count, they're ahead by 12 in that's the uncontested possession where they are dominating 53 more than West Coast in the uncontested possession count. The clearance count's 19 apiece. Tackle count 34-27 West Coast way. The marks as part of that uncontested possessions 58-28. The way of the Lions inside 50s. Brisbane ahead 35-20 hitouts. They lead 22-19. And the free kick count's fairly even. West Coast 10, Brisbane 7. Individually, Will Ashcroft has 18 disposals and 5 clearances with 8 contested possessions. Lachie Neale, 18 disposals as well. 3 clearances, 9 contested. Andrews with 14, Bailey, Lester, Answorth and Dunkley, all with 12 apiece. For West Coast, Jack Graham has 11 disposals. He leads for them. Liam Duggan, Marcus Herbert, Tom McCarthy with 10, and 9 each to Starcevic, Willem Dersma and Milan Murdoch. Interesting, Elliot Yeo, just 3 touches for him, just 4 for Liam Baker. Hugh McCluggage, just the 5 touches for the Lions. A couple of quiet nights, but it is West Coast in that ochre Guernsey, 6-4-40, leading Brisbane 4-9-33 at half-time.
Three-quarter time repeating at the MCG in that score check. Collingwood by 14 points, 11-4-70 to Carlton, 8-8-56. Injury concerns for the Blues, by the way. Mackay and Chera have spent a significant amount of time off the ground, so we'll get an update for you on what's happening a little bit later in our coverage. So, yeah, both of them going down to injury, which is a real concern for the Blues. Blues, they look to battle on. They repeat trailing by 14 points at three-quarter time. Chris Waterman, Bo McDonald, what chance would you give West Coast of hanging on in this second half? Can they stick with Brisbane, or would you expect the Lions to just run out this too strongly?
I sort of feel it's got a bit of the Port Fremantle game. Brisbane just need to get their minds right and get their heads right and play the appropriate style of football. West Coast will make mistakes because they're full of young blokes who'll do that. But West Coast need to take the game on irrespective of mistakes, because that's just going to be part of the game. So no point going into your shell thinking, oh, we don't want to lose. You're better off winning. You're better off losing, having a crack the right way. And you just never know. Brisbane could falter.
Yep. I think West Coast pressure has been really good that half. If it just drops one little bit, Brisbane will all of a sudden look like a really skillful side and start moving the ball well. So we're in for an interesting half. And I think, like you said, it's a bit like the game we saw earlier today with Fremantle. So very interesting second half of the game coming up. Let's see if the Eagles can keep the defensive. It's team pressure. It's not one individual. They're helping each other out. When it's your turn to go, you're actually winning the contest.
So West Coast 6 goals from just 20 inside 50s. They made the most of that. The Lions have kicked 4 goals from 35 inside 50s. Is it just a matter of time before they get hold of them potentially?
Yeah, maybe. I think that'll be the message from Fags at half time. We are when we've got that ball in that front half, we need to shift it, move it a little bit quicker, go sideways. They just seem to be going in a little bit too quick.
They have won their past 5, Brisbane. West Coast, on the other hand, have lost that number in a row as well. They've lost their past 5, and this stadium holds no real fears for Brisbane. They've played here 8 times. They've won 5 of them. As we've said a number of times, the battle between these two clubs, Brisbane have won the past 7. If you've just joined us, the Lions are wearing their Bears jumper, the one they wore between 1989 and 1991. The Eagles are in their ochre jumper again, originally worn in the 2000-2001 season. Second time they brought it out this year. Didn't have any luck wearing it against the Cats. Can they get a win wearing it against the Lions? Here's Mitch Turner to get us started. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Umpire holds the ball aloft. Bailey Williams in the ochre for the Eagles. Sam Draper in the Bears. Guernsey wins the tap. Comes the way of Bailey. It's coming back though. Harley Reid held by Lockie Neal. So number 9's going head to head. Reid takes the free kick, just thumps it. High inside the forward 50, in front. Leicester couldn't take the mark. Yo, Rose, snaps, hits the post. Oh, it was almost the perfect start for West Coast. Almost came from the man who played 27 games at Brisbane, Elliot Yo. Instead, it's a minor score, 6-5-41, West Coast 4-9-33. Brisbane have played just 30 seconds in this third term.
Yo, oh so close. Wilmot goes beyond defensive 50 to right half back, and Draper and Hipwood almost raffled it. Draper in the end took the mark. Plays on by hand immediately to Ashcroft of the Will variety. On again towards Dunkley. Kick towards right half forward. Bazza got a touch on it. Spilled down there to Hoff. Hand pass short to the Eagles co-captain in Baker. Will kick down the line. Williams was being held then up against Draper. The umpires, all of them have ignored it. The ball's across the boundary line for a throw-in.
And Draper was being held, and he's pretty furious.
Oh, certainly one of them should have been pinged, holding each other. Draper takes front position from the throw-in. Both lock arms. Draper with the more telling tap. Spilled down, but no one's able to take it away immediately. Eventually it came out towards Franco. Kicked up in the air into the middle of the ground. Spoil came from Duggan. Spilled out towards Bailey through his legs. Socket away by Reid towards the boundary. He follows it up and scoops it up. Hands it short. Finds Kelly. Runs back inboard and then will kick towards full forward. Waterman flies. Couldn't mark. At the back was Yo. Levi Ashcroft got there first and content to take it across the boundary line right next to the left-hand behind post. It'll be thrown in there. Left full forward for the Eagles, who lead in the opening 2 minutes of this third term. They're in front by 8 points.
Draper, Bailey Williams, just slowly taking position under this high ball. Draper to the front, taps it down, ricochets off the leg of Yo, spills to Zorko, tackled by Milan Murdoch. They'll ball it up again. The two feisty characters continue to go at it. 25 metres out from the Eagles attacking goal. Tap down, rode by Harley Reid, snap on goal, misses.
That's twice Zach Bailey has let Reid go through the stoppage, and he's
let him know about it.
He's not showing a work rate when the opposition's got the ball, Bailey. He just wants to play one way tonight.
Harley went straight to him as well and let him know about it, and he almost had him. Margin now 9 points away of the Eagles.
Zorko takes the kicking duties and goes short to Levi Ashcroft. He was made to earn the mark by Cole. Crunched into him trying to spoil. Perfectly legal. Levi Ashcroft has it. I wonder if the Lions got a deal on pink boots. There's plenty of them out there in them. As Levi Ashcroft goes beyond defensive 50 to the southern side of the ground. Juggled, mark eventually paid. Comes out the side. Eventually kicked forward here as Wilmot in the direction of Hipwood. Bounces his way. He'll run just inside forward 50. Sends it towards goal. Marking just outside the goal square. Taken there by Charlie Cameron. And go back and have a shot. Easy as you like. In fact, he's been brought round right in front. That's interesting. Thought he marked just beyond the goal square by a step. Umpires think differently. They're in the best position. Cameron from point blank range puts it into the second tier. First goal of the second half belongs to Brisbane. And they move back to be within 3 points. 5-9-39 to the Eagles, 6-6-42. Foregone third term.
I'm just gobsmacked at how a player like Hipwood could be standing back there by himself.
They just slingshot it off, and the Eagles were just too slow to react.
How does he get behind you?
Yeah, just let them get goal side.
You can't let them get goal side. You've got to go back with them. Same with Brody Hoff on Charlie Cameron. You know what he's going to do. Stay goal side and give him hip and shoulder when he takes off.
Saw your face, Bo McDonald. Pretty magic to see how quick Charlie Cameron goes. Like that ball was out of reach for almost everyone in the league.
You just get your bumper bars up.
Yeah,
you're not going nowhere, Charlie.
It just needs one little touch to knock him off half a second, and it changes it all.
I was watching Harley Reid in the meantime, and he's gone toe-to-toe with almost every line on the field. Ball back in the middle, tap down to Franco for the Eagles. Quick kick forward is marked. At centre-half back by Jasper Fletcher. Right shoulder strapped up, kicks towards half forward. Bailey flew in the middle of a couple of Eagles, couldn't mark. Ball's ricocheting around. Harley Reid picks it up. Handball across to Franco, knocked out of his hands, went back and got it. Tried to get a handball to Hoff, couldn't. Crashing in over the top is Harley Reid. He's wrapped up. Ball comes out last minute. In there a couple of Eagles. Franco, Graham as well. McKenna tried to clear it. Eventually Will Ashcroft got a toe poke out into space, was picked up by the Eagles captain in Duggan. Handball back to Marcus Herbert, who goes with a switch kick across his own defensive 50. McCarthy has to be good. Gathers, taps it to himself. Handball to Hamish Davis. Back to McCarthy. Takes off down the southern side. One bounce, two bounce. Kick somehow finds the chest of Tom Cole, who goes quickly into the pocket. Yo can't take the mark. Does his own crumbing. Steps around a tackler. Snaps to the top of the goal square. Mark taken by Leicester. Ever reliable Ryan. Brisbane have the ball, their defensive goal square.
Great run from McCarthy, though. Tremendous run and a good kick, too, to find Cole as Leicester moves it short, but just far enough to be a mark to Andrews. He'll look to play on. Just gets the kick away despite some pressure, but turns it over down the throat of Franco, who has it. 51 out from goal at left half forward. Franco wants someone to run towards him. It's a very congested attacking 50 for the Eagles. Wobbly looking kick into the right forward pocket. Waterman came out. Gallup just got the spoils. Spilled down to Murdoch. Hard up against the boundary. Davis centering kick sliding back in. Dunkley cool and calm and precise when he needed to be. He takes the mark just above the turf at full back, and he'll steer it back into the left back pocket where they can set up again. This is Answorth.
Takes his time, does Noah Answorth. Kicks a flower bag out the outside. Somehow gets through everyone. Hitwood grabs it just before it went out of bounds. Save the last disposal turnover.
By the way, credit to the umpire. Saw the replay. Charlie Cameron just inside the goal square. Well played to those in teal downstairs.
He was moving so quick it was hard to tell.
Oh, he was quick. They nailed it. Good on him.
Ball spun back in. Bailey Williams takes it out of the ruck, drops it as he's tackled. Will Ashcroft gathered for the Lions, off to Bailey, now to Neal. Kick into the middle of the ground, half volley, couldn't be picked up by Cameron. Oh, pummeling through was Rayner, just knocked Duggan out of the way of the hip and shoulder. The Eagles co-captain, though, felt nothing as he picks it up and kicks it out towards a teammate in Shanahan. His handball misses the intended target in Herbert, able to gather, looking to go back to Duggan, misses it. Kicked it straight towards Andrews, who gathers. He gives it off to McKenna, off to Berry. The Lions inside 50, and slipping over is Logan Morris, that part of the ground that's a bit unstable at the moment. The Eagles have it back, and a kick out by Bazzo towards the right back pocket. Too far for Davis, it rolls out of bounds. Just that little pocket still a bit unstable over there.
Morris has changed his boots at half-time as well. He's in the pink, now in a grey pair, so obviously wasn't happy with what was happening with the footwear in the first half. As the Eagles take it away, comes eventually to Reid, throws it on the boot, kicks towards the southern wing. Gallup overran it, strong then by Yo, shoved Answorth out of the way, got it out to Cole, who'll kick towards right half forward. One-on-one battle, brought to ground here by the Lions through Andrews, and then it's going to be locked in. Leicester coming back with it. Great second effort again by Graham. He is tough. Dual premiership player, of course, with the Tigers before making his way to the Eagles. Williams won it down in the ruck contest. Came out there towards Levi Ashcroft. Gave it to Berry. Kicks the Lions to the southern wing. Good mark, Rayner. Consecutive game 100. Looks to steer it back inboard. Bailey had it, outer edge of the centre square. Immediately goes long towards full forward. Morris juggled it. Spoiled away from him. It's worked out beautifully by Bazzo, and they move it out towards left half back, the Eagles. It comes now to Duggan. Takes a bounce, has plenty of time to assess the options, and turns it straight over. Down the throat of Zorko, who marks for the Lions at right half back. Eagles still lead by 3 points, 9.5 gone third term.
Zorko chips up the wing towards the interchange gates where Fletcher can mark. As the ball just inside the boundary line, goes laterally to Harris Andrews. Harley Reid's had 7 disposals this quarter. Will Ashcroft, who receives the ball from Andrews, he's had 5. Now it goes short to McCluggage, who just chips the ball towards half forward. Took a bit off the kick, was looking for Fort, couldn't take the mark. Coming through, Dunkley was clean. Beautiful handball to Bailey. Spins around from 50, kicks to the top of the goal square, punched away by Bazzo. Now it's submitted is Davis for the Eagles. Over the top of it, has a bit of company from a couple of Lions. Now they all go to ground. Stacks on the mill. It's a ball upcoming inside the forward 50 for Brisbane. 20 metres out, high in the air, tapped down by Fort, crashing through, unable to break clear. Taking the ground in there is Zach Bailey. And try again. Ball thrown high into the night sky. Neither Fort or Williams got a hand to it. Rayner again tries to get it out the lines, can't. Fort now ends up on top of it. Repeat stoppage coming up, they'll go again.
Lions, by the way, haven't led since the 5th minute of the opening term. They're looking for a chance to break that right now as it came to Rayner. Got tackled over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. Great tackle again from West Coast. Tom Cole wrapping up Rayner, sending the number 1 draft pick across the line. 25 out from Brisbane's goal. City end of the ground. Thrown back in again. Williams, front position, palmed it down. Here's Rayner onto it immediately. Tackled by McCarthy. It's not coming out of there. Ball up again, left forward pocket for Brisbane. Umpire puts it skyward. Fort takes clean possession. Got it onto Dunkley. Now to Berry. Sweeps a hand pass to Tunstall. He'll kick towards goal. Won't quite have the carry to land, though, in the goal square. And it's read beautifully by Bailey. Somehow floating around. Bailey just got away for a moment from Starcevic, and he marks point blank at full forward. This will put the Lions in front. He kicks the major. Brisbane take the lead for the first time since the early stages of the first quarter. They're up by 3. 6-9-45 to the Eagles, 6-6-42.
Well, Bailey probably hasn't had his best night. He looks really tired. He hasn't got involved too much in the defensive side of the game, but he was just in the right spot there, and the old ball was wobbling down a bit. Looked like it was pretty hard to catch, and just a really easy goal from in front. He has been up in the midfield a little bit now, but he's now going to stay down the forward line and bring some pace, I reckon.
You just wonder whether at some stage during the course of training someone mentions third man up. I mean, Hamish Davies just sat there and watched that ball. He could have just come in as a defensive winger and gone bang.
No one's had 20 disposals and 2 goals more this year than Zach Bailey. He might be able to get there by the end of the night. The Eagles win the clearance. Kick inside the forward 50. Lester punches it away from the Eagles' attacking players. Spills to Fletcher. He's wrapped up. Ball up to come. Centre half forward for the Eagles. Fort just got rid of his opponent in the ruck. High kick towards Lohman. Punched away by Herbert. Spilled to Dunkley. His kick smothered. The Eagles somehow got it out through traffic. Davis. Handball back to a teammate in Herbert. He was tackled as he tried to spin through traffic and was caught holding the ball. Eagles fans aren't happy. It's hard to argue. Wilmot kicked very dangerous into the middle of the ground. Mark taken under pressure by Hitwood. A bit of frustration by Eagles players and fans. Tom Cole, meanwhile, trying to prevent Leicester from getting the ball back to Hitwood. Wasted enough time to help them get set up defensively. Long kick from Hitwood goes to the outer side. Tunstall was the target, and again, Bazzo is cutting across and punching the ball out of bounds.
He's doing the power work back there, Bazzo. He's covering everyone's man.
He's really starting to show in this past month the promise he had when he was drafted by the Eagles out of Swan Districts. Playing well at the moment. Bailey Williams to the front of this boundary throw in, tapped it down. Tunstall stole it and lost it. Comes to McCluggage. Tumbles a kick inside 50 for the Lions. Bounces through to Cameron. He lost it. There's Bazzo. Picks it up. Handball. Tries to find Bo Allen, who lost it. Picks it up. Tackled by Charlie Cameron. And it was out of bounds. Spilt in the tackle. It hit his foot. Bo Allen. But I think he was out of bounds before it did, so it'll be tossed back in. 55 metres out from the Lions attacking goal.
Oh.
No, it's come off the knee.
Come off the knee, so not below the knee. So in that case, it will be a throw-in. Boundary umpire puts it back into play. Williams won it down for the Eagles. Out after it, Tunstall. Knocked it to his own advantage. Tried to gather it a second time. Lost his footing. Hand pass back to Dunkley, then to McCluggage. Immediately surrounded by Eagles. It spilled out again here to Kelly, and he was wrapped up in a tackle. Ball up. Left forward pocket still hard up against the boundary line for Brisbane, who lead by 3. Williams slapped it forward, went straight there to Neal, threw it on the boot. It'll bounce through for a goal. Lockie Neal. Whenever he plays West Coast, he's a danger. And he kicks his first of the evening for the Lions. And he puts Brisbane's lead out to 9 points at the 16-minute mark of the third. Brisbane are 7-9-51. The Eagles 6-6-42. Score check at the MCG. 13 minutes gone in the last. Collingwood, they're running away with it now. They lead by 25 points. 13-4-82 to Carlton's 8-9-57. Our experts here on ABC Sport at Perth Stadium, Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman.
Well, the half forwards for the Eagles are up, but they just stood there and looked at Lockie Neal, sat 10 metres off him, and then when he got the ball, he just kicked an easy goal. I'm not really sure you just want him sitting off the back of the stoppage like that. He's very smart. He noticed it was a very congested stoppage and he just flared out, and that's all the space he needs.
It was just footy smarts. That's all it was.
No, it's only a 9-point lead to Brisbane, but to put it in context, the Eagles have kicked 1 goal since the 16-minute mark of the first term. Ball back in the middle. Harley Reid wins the clearance. Snap around the corner towards half forward is marked by Ainsworth at left half back. Able to go short for the Lions and find Tunstall. Chip short again up the wing, sliding and taking the mark is McKenna. Rolls around the Irishman. Long kick towards left half forward. Big pack of players, fisted by Young. Came down to Dunkley of the Lions. Snaps it inside 50. Hoff was beaten by the bounce. Charlie Cameron taps it to Lohman. Handball across to Logan Morris. Runs into the goal square. Snaps it through. Finally, Logan Morris gets himself a goal. And that's 4 in a row for the Brisbane Lions. Two-time reigning premiers are starting to flex their muscles. I'll show you why they are the Kings. 8-9-57 Brisbane. West Coast is 6-6-42. 15-point margin the way of the visitors here at Perth Stadium. 17 minutes played third term. Mitch Turner, Clid Wheeldon alongside Bo McDonald, Chris Waterman on ABC Sport.
Just a lack of thought. Again, I mean, Tyler Young should have put it 10 rows back with the fist. That's all it comes down to that. Jack Weens, if you're not going to get to the ball first, run straight through Kyle Lohman or put some pressure on him and don't sit and wait back. But West Coast did well, got out of the centre, but Tommy Cole was found half asleep. Ainsworth wins the ball and away they go.
On the live ladder, Brisbane up into third again. Dropping as low as 6th the way other results had gone. The Eagles will get the clearance. Williams gave it away of Jack variety to Reid. Kicked in the right forward pocket. Waterman flew, couldn't mark. Over the boundary line for a throw-in. Kick the pass for the Lions. Can West Coast respond? Heading to the Farmer Freeway ending this the third term. Spun back in again. Williams, Jack Williams got it down. It came out here to McCluggage. Only as far as McCarthy, who had it at right half forward. Tried to hand pass away to Allen. The Lions go forward. Big bump on Tunstall came from Reid. Meantime, Bailey got it onto Zorko. Stabs it forward. Comes through McCluggage in the middle of the ground. His kick is turned over. Courage. Rayner was coming one way. Duggan was up to that task. Rode the bump and took the mark. The co-captain takes a bounce. Flares it out to Shanahan. Marking just shy of left half forward. Pops a hand pass to Davis. It bounced his way. Davis runs the 51 out. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Waterman's there. And he completes the mark.
Well, I've got to tell you, when they won the ball back, Brisbane, they were gone through the middle. There was 3 of them ahead of the ball.
Hipwood one-on-one.
Yeah, and they went across the ground, and it just cost them a little bit. But it goes to show how quick they respond when they win it.
Yep. Great bit of courage, too, from Duggan to take that mark. Rayner is not a small man, and they collected each other, and he emerged with the footy. Jake Waterman, left forward pocket, curls it around and through for a goal. He's got 3. So often what he's been able to do at Perth Stadium this season. Jake Waterman with 3 next to his name. and he'll make his way to the bench as he ends the run of 4 unanswered goals from the Lions. They remain 8-9-57. The Eagles are 7-6-48 as we hit time on in the third.
Well, I will say he's had a fair look at it, Jake. He missed that one he should have marked in the second quarter. But Gallup and Andrews are so hard to beat one-on-one. They're big bodies. Unless you get them on the lead or get some space like he did then. But all the one-on-ones they've had tonight, Andrews and Gallup have just out-muscled them, really. So it's good by West Coast. They hung in there when the ball looked like slingshotting back the other way, and it was great work by Liam Duggan to force a turnover.
Welcome, by the way, to listeners from some parts of the country who have just joined us here on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Ball back in the middle, tap down to Harley Reid for the Eagles, bursts out of the stoppage, takes a bounce, sells the candy, long kick is away to the right. Benefit of the doubt, looks like he was kicking to Shanahan. It's through for a minor score. 7-7-49 West Coast, 8-9-57 the Lions. 21 minutes gone in the third term as the Lions come out to right half back to Dunkley. A cash photo downstairs.
Yeah, Brandon Starcevich is headed down to the Eagles' rooms with a couple of the medicos. Not entirely sure what the issue is just yet, but he did look to be limping.
That's not great. Not great at all.
He just seemed a bit off, Stars. He didn't seem his normal self.
There was that moment in the goal square where he just seemed to lose the ball. Maybe some issue, got a knock. We know he's had issues with concussion. We hope he's okay. Ball's on the logo, commentary wing, and that's a big hit coming in from the side. They won't appreciate that, the Eagles. And down after being collected, climbing up off the deck was Hoff. It was certainly a solid bump. Who got him in from the side? Hipwood. Hoff's run away from the area where the damage was done. The umpire threw it off, threw it up into the air, and immediately Dunkley and Reid locked horns. Couldn't separate them. They'll ball it up again, just forward of the logo for Brisbane. Bailey Williams taps it down for the Eagles to Murdoch, goes to Baker, tackled immediately by Loman. It spilled out. Franco was there, got it onto Duggan for the Eagles. Kicks back towards the logo. Real battle on here on the wing. And Fletcher's able to win it. Gave it to Tunstall, then to Neal. Hand pass on the bounce, back to Tunstall. He'll get a kick inside, forward 50. Umpire spots a push. A free kick is going the way here of the Lions. Eventually it'll come back to Cameron. And he's going to have a shot at goal from about 45 metres out. No, not Cameron, I beg your pardon. That's where the ball went originally. It's Morris who's going to get the free.
Charlie tried to take it.
Yeah. Downfield free kick.
Oh, was it?
I think so, from what I can gather. I saw a little nudge to Cameron, but didn't see anything with Logan Morris. We're not seeing a replay. So it must have been a downfield free kick. There was a little bump on the kicker after he got rid of it, Tunstall. So here comes Logan Morris. In line with the right hand behind post. He is missed to the right hand side. A minor scored. Brisbane 8-10-58. The Eagles are 7-7-49. 23 gone in the third.
Brett Bazzo just telling Logan Morris what he thought of the set shot. Logan Morris telling him what he thinks of Brett Bazzo right now. So Eagles go down the outer side. Young goes short, just beyond right half back. To Franco, thought about coming across his defensive 50, was held up, now goes long down the southern wing. Gallup flew over the top, couldn't take the mark, now he lays on top of it. Umpire circling, did he drag it in? Umpire says yes. Holding the ball going the way of Bo Allen and the Eagles. Has a runner coming past on the boundary side. Tom McCarthy receives it, not a great kick, but Bailey Williams was clean, picks it up off the half volley. Terrible kick inside 50 to his opposing ruckman Draper. Through hands now, ends up with the Lions. Neal, nice kick over the top into the middle of the ground to Loman, to Morris. Charlie Cameron's goal side again. Ball bouncing in front of him, 30 metres out, has to gather, steady, goal. Charlie Cameron's got a second. What's the saying? Show him your tail lights, Charlie. Well, he did it again. The Lions respond immediately. 9-10-64. West Coast to 7-7-49, margin back to 15 points, 24 and a half played. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport, deep in a red time in the third quarter.
I'll say it again, Bo, I just don't know how you would let Charlie Cameron get goal side.
Yeah, look, I think you've almost got to sacrifice. Let him get it up the ground. Almost play.
Stand behind him. Don't go in front of him.
And I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 times the Lions have been able to slingshot like that tonight. But he is so quick.
Well, if you went up 3/4 times to Brody, you're playing for your life tonight. If he gets behind you one more time in this last quarter, you're back to the waffles for the rest of the year. I reckon Brody Hoff would do it.
Score check at the MCG. Collingwood by 21 points. 23 gone in the last. The Eagles will get the clearance out of the middle. Long kick. It's marked by Zorko defensively in the left back pocket. Comes there to Fletcher. Moves it forward to Berry. Just shy of the logo. Southern wing. Popped it over the top to Leicester. He marks for Brisbane. Metre or two in from the boundary. About a short hand pass to players running by. Instead, we'll kick deeper into the left forward pocket. Punch came from Bazzo at the back. Scooped up by Rayner, though, and he's taken under pressure across the boundary line for a throw-in. Good work again there by Allen. Rayner and Reid are having a bit of fun with each other, locking arms and a little bit of push and shove. They both had a broad smile from that, the 2 number 1 draft picks. Boundary umpire unfurls. Fought with a more telling tap down to Neal. Was tackled immediately by Franco. Ball jarred out. Again, it's been locked in. Ball up the call. Left half forward. Brisbane lead 9-10-64 to the Eagles. 7-7-49. We've got nearly 27 minutes in the third.
Berry takes it from the stoppage. Handball to McCluggage. He was caught. Goes back to Berry. Handball backwards to Fletcher. Snap around the body to half forward. Mark dropped in the end by Ashcroft. That was Will. Comes back the way of the Lions. Fumbling inside the 450. Herbert was brilliant, but West Coast spun through traffic. Handball across the Hoff. Terrific work on the mid-season recruit. The Eagles can escape. High foot out to Jack Graham, who wants to take on the risky kick into the middle. It's a good one. Finds Franco. Handballs to the run of Dersma on his left foot through the middle of Perth Stadium. Goes out towards left arm forward. Davis gathers on the bounce. Handball back to Duggan. Back to Davis. Ships it short now to Dersma, who kept running. Marks 53 metres out. Left half forward. Fans screaming at him to go. He's looking for a lead. He's got one. It's Shanahan who marks. Terrific grab from Jobe Shanahan. Leaning over the top. Out of position. Stretched the arms out. And somehow managed to hold on to the mark on the lead in the left forward pocket.
Tell you what, they just need to find a way of getting that ball to Will Dersma.
That's why they call him.
He just looks exciting when he gets it.
That's why they call him Jobe Shanahan's. Shanahan, right foot, snap from 45. He's got it. It curled through. Jobe Shanahan has a third. The Eagles sticking around here at Perth Stadium. 8-7-55 West Coast. Brisbane are 9-10-64. 28 minutes travelled in the third term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport. Before we hear from our experts, Cash Fodor downstairs.
Good news for West Coast. Brandon Starcevich is back on the ground.
Well, you just have a look at the stats here, Bo, and Brisbane's top 3, Ashcroft, Neal and Dunkley. 19, well, Ashcroft 26. Over on West Coast side, you've got Duggan 16 as a winger, McCarthy 16 as halfback flank. The only midfielder with good numbers is Harley Reid with 16. He spent 25 minutes of the game on the bench. So you just see where Dersma's only had the 11, Franco 15, and that just needs to get more ball and run through the midfield.
Back to within a single-digit margin, though, as the Eagles, through Bailey Williams, won it down, but immediately it went towards Will Ashcroft. Clearing kick towards centre-half forward. There again is Starcevich. Tackled to ground by Rayner. Ball up.
Just got to hang in this next 2.5 minutes, West Coast, and they'll go in this last quarter with hope.
Fort slapping it forward. Onto it, McCluggage gathers, got spun in the tackle, got a hand pass out only as far as Baker. Immediately wrapped up. Another ball up inside Brisbane's forward 50. Umpire sends it skyward. One down by Williams of the Eagles. Bailey variety. Kicked away by Harley Reid towards right half back. Gathered the bouncing footy. Murdoch cleverly sends it down the wing. Gallup got in front of Waterman and punches it over the boundary line. Great spoil Throw in between right half back and centre wing. Brisbane 9-10-64, the Eagles 8-7-55. We've just gone to the half an hour mark in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Thought tries to push away Williams, who got to the front, tapped it down only as far as Neal, to Berry, to Bailey. Handball missed the target, gave it straight back to the Eagles. Baker's handball too hot for his teammate in Franco. The ball's bobbing around on the southern side. Sockering off the deck is Murdoch for the Eagles. Jasper Fletcher, though, got hands to it. Allowed his teammate in Leicester to burst through for Brisbane. Handball forward to Bailey. Now off to a teammate inside 50. Great little kick. It was a left foot kick from Zorko. Marked by Lohman. It threw me out a bit because he went with the left. And he's a right footer and has been for a long time, Dane Zorko.
Kind of looked a little bit like Lockie there for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of West Coast midfielders in that mix of ball getting thrown around. They want the ball, and then when those sharp hands come, it bounces off. So it's just going to improve that little area. He's been quiet this quarter, Lohman, but he only needs one touch.
Kyle Lohman makes his approach, kicks from 48 metres out. He likes it off the boot. He turned his back on it halfway, pointed to the air, flexed the muscles, celebrated hard for his third goal of the game, Kyle Lohman. Tell you what, he's lucky it did go through because he did not watch it. 10-10-70, the Lions, 8-7-55. The Eagles, 31.5 played in the third term. He is box office, Kyle Lohman. He's great to watch.
Yeah, I suspect that he'll start having a bit to say in this last quarter. If they eke away, that's normally becomes a shame when they're in front. Not too much of it when they're behind.
It's been a bit the same with Rayner as well.
Yeah, they've been quiet, West Coast. Brisbane, I think they've given West Coast a fair amount of respect here tonight.
Ball back in the middle. Harley Williams won it down. Fort stole it away, though. Got tackled and lost it. Thought it was incorrect disposal. Kelly affected the tackle. Came out towards Lohman. Kick up into the air. Got bumped after he got the kick away. And he'll get a free kick. And Harley Reid goes straight to him. Has a bit to say with him as well. So the downfield free kick will come to Rayner. And he can have a shot at goal from, let's say, bang on 50 at the top of the 50-metre arc.
He gave Harley a bit of lip after that last goal. And Harley didn't miss his chance the next time to get him.
This is super disappointing. You just said, Money, look, just got to hold him for this last minute of footy, and it looks like the Brisbane Lions have kicked two.
Well, if you go back to that centre clearance, Tolly Young come off the back of the square. He could have put Cam Rayner to sleep and decided not to, and now Cam Rayner's having a shot at goal 5 seconds later.
Harley Reid was the player who gave away the free kick. There wasn't a huge amount in it. Here's Rayner from 51 out. Kick looked all right off the boot. It hits the right-hand goal post and sends it swinging. Gets surrounded by Lions teammates who come to him. They all go crashing into him as well. It's a little pat on the side of the head as well. And after all that, Harley Reid continues to have just a few words of advice to Kyle Lohman and anyone else in a Brisbane Lions, or indeed tonight a Brisbane Bears jump-up. The teams have started to split. And that is three-quarter time. What Eagles fans won't want to hear is Brisbane are 9 from 9 leading at three-quarter time this season. And they're up by 16 points at the final change. 10-11-71 to West Coast, 8-7-55. They kicked 6 goals to 2 in that term to turn a 7-point deficit into a 16-point lead. The goal kickers for them, Lohman has 3, 2 to Cameron, and then singles to Neal, McKenna, Hipwood and Bailey. While for the West Coast Eagles, Shanahan's got 3, Waterman with 3, Dersma and Murdoch, the other goal kickers. Brisbane by 16 points, I beg your pardon, at three-quarter time. Full time at the MCG. Collingwood have won that game in front of 83,885 fans by 21 points over the Blues. Collingwood 14-6-90 to Carlton 10-9-69. We'll get the thoughts of our experts here at Perth Stadium in just a moment, but wherever you're listening on 102.5 ABC Perth, ABC WA News Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen around the nation. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
In the direction of Hipwood, bounces his way. He'll run just inside forward 50, sends it towards goal, marking just outside the goal square. Taken there by Charlie Cameron. In fact, he's been brought round right in front. Cameron, from point-blank range, puts it into the second tiered. First goal of the second half belongs to Brisbane. And they move back to be within 3 points. Ford takes clean possession, got it on to Dunkley. Now to Berry, sweeps a hand pass to Tunstall. He'll kick towards goal, won't quite have the carry to land though in the goal square, and it's read beautifully by Bailey. Somehow floating around, Bailey just got away for a moment from Starcevic, and he marks point blanket ball forward. This will put the Lions in front. He kicks the major. Brisbane take the lead for the first time since the early stages of the first quarter.
Fisted by Young, came down to Dunkley of the Lions, snaps it inside 50. Hoff was beaten by the bounce. Charlie Cameron snaps it to Lohman. Handball across to Logan Morris, runs into the goal square, snaps it through. Finally, Logan Morris gets himself a goal, and that's 4 in a row for the Brisbane Lions. Duggan back to Davis, ships it short now to Dursma, who kept running. Marks 53 metres out, left half forward. Fans screaming at him to go. He's looking for a lead. He's got one. It's Shanahan who marks. Terrific grab from Joe Shanahan. Leaning over the top, out of position, stretched the arms out, and somehow managed to hold on to the mark on the lead in the left forward pocket. Shanahan, right foot, snap from 45. He's got it. It curled through. Joe Shanahan has a third. The Eagles sticking around here at Perth Stadium.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Just having a look at the Brisbane Lions huddle, and we spot Dane Zorko downstairs. He's got strapping high up on the right. It's either the calf or the quad. Looks like the ice has actually been applied to, the calf or the quad. The hamstring or the quad, to the hamstring, but hard to tell from our broadcast position. What is certain is there's plenty of strapping on that top right of the leg. West Coast have conceded the lead. It's three-quarter time, and it's Brisbane by 16 points. Let's hear from our experts, Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman on ABC Sport.
I think the main difference in that quarter was Brisbane, the Lions were able to convert. They kicked 6 goals 2 compared to West Coast 2 goals 3, and the inside 50 is only 2 discrepancies. So I think they're a little bit smarter going forward, and a couple of lucky goals as well. But yeah, for me, we spoke about it at the end of the game. If the pressure from West Coast just drops off a little bit, when you're playing teams up the top of the ladder, that's when they get you. And look, it's still exciting. You can see the Eagles building, and they'll eventually get there. But just looking at the player rankings, out of the top 10, there's one West Coast Eagle out of the whole top 10 for the game. So usually when you look at that, you'd think Brisbane would be miles ahead, but West Coast pressure has kept them in this game, and that's the message I'll be keeping pushing to the group.
And that player's Harley Reid, who spent nearly a quarter on the bench, getting his ankle tapped up. So, I mean, the numbers tell us Brisbane should be miles in front, but they're just not, and credit to West Coast.
So some of those numbers individually as well. So Ashcroft and Neal both have 26 apiece. Ashcroft has 7 clearances, Neal 6. Bailey and Dunkley have 19 each for the Eagles. Harley Reid just 17, 16 apiece to Duggan, Franco, McCarthy. So the Lions have had 87 more disposals than West Coast. Just quickly on Zorko, took that off. It looked like it almost might have been a heat pack or a little electrode thing you can get to keep the muscle going. And Cash Fodder's downstairs.
Dane Zorko has been battling some hamstring tightness throughout the game, so you might be right, Mitch. Might have just been a heat pack to get some blood flow through it.
The light show flickers around Perth Stadium. He took it off immediately the moment that the three-quarter time huddle had finished. Dane Zorko looks okay at the moment. Brisbane lead by 16 points, quarter to come here in the West. As Bailey Williams won it down against Draper, but came out towards Kelly, and the Eagles will get the first clearance. It's a torpedo inside forward 50, and that's a great mark. Harris Andrews, arms as high as they would go, drags in the yellow Sherrin, completes the mark. Beautifully done. He'll steer it out into the right back pocket to Answorth, who's hard up against the boundary. Answorth beyond defensive 50 towards the southern wing. Hipwood tried to fly. Young won it down. Hipwood picks it up off the deck. Neal went to ground. Came out the side. Tunstall tried to soccer it. Missed it. Picks it up. Looked to work it out the back. Reed intercepts. Gave it to Young. Worked it on to Baker for the Eagles. Stabs a pass forward. Hits the chest of Bailey Williams. Sweeping it forward again to Kelly. Kicks inside forward 50 but turns it over. Down the throat of Answorth. And he has it where he, had it just a moment of seconds beforehand in the right back pocket, hard up against the boundary.
Answorth, not a lot of options laterally, so kicks up the wing. Bailey Williams flew, had a couple of grabs at it, couldn't take the mark, comes out of Dunkley. He's wrapped up by a couple of Eagles. Ball up to come on that outer side. Straight up at the end, neither ruck got a telling tap to it. It comes out though to Tunstall of the Lions. He tumbles a kick down the wing. Bazzo gets there first for the Eagles. Happy to let Logan Morris just usher him out of bounds. Just beyond it, attacking 50 here for the Lions. Be tossed back in just between wing and half forward. The numbers jogging down to this contest. Draper up against Bailey Williams. Bailey Williams got his hand to it. Franco coming through for the Eagles. Clever little kick inside his own defensive 50 to Hoff. So Marks, 40 metres out from his own goal, can go short, still within the 50 to Duggan. The short stab pass beyond defensive 50 to Kelly, who can now go out the outer side and finds the chest of Colt.
Colt plays on immediately, sends it towards left half forward. Yo! Thought he'd marked it, punched at the back down by Andrews. Spills though to Waterman, picked it up right up against the boundary. Left half forward has to go back by foot to Baker, who marks. Between the southern wing and left half forward for West Coast. Back again by foot. Marked there by Kelly, just in front of the logo. Gets told to play on. And Kelly takes a couple of steps, tries to get around Baker, then kicks into the left forward pocket and turns it over. Answorth, a couple of times he's done that tonight. In the right spot, takes an uncontested mark for the Lions. He hit a groan around the stadium when he did so. Kicks the Lions back towards the southern wing. Draper up, had the height and weight against Starcevic. And Starcevic continued on with the tackle after the mark had been paid, and that's 50.
I understand what Starcevic was trying to do then, because if that handball got out, it was a slingshot over the back once again.
Oh, it's it. Bailey Williams just needs to work harder on his opponent. And Sam Draper got inside and Bailey just didn't push to get across.
Yeah, the curse again though, mark's been paid, he's going back. Stas, although he knew exactly what was going on, can't do anything. And he's given away the 50 because of it.
Well, shut the window, this ball could come up here and just Sam Draper.
It's probably a better option.
Draper, 11-9 for the season. He'll put boots of ball from just inside 50. Starts in line with the right hand behind post. Looked all right off the boot, but went right and misses through for a minor score. Slaps the wrist in frustration. 10-12-72 Brisbane, 8-7-55 the Eagles. 4 gone in the last.
Starcevic into the pocket to Baker. A couple of premiership players, multiple. Just not at the West Coast Eagles. Baker goes the outer side, off hands, comes down to Kelly. Roves it well, had no options. Tackled by Tunstall as he handballs Tom Cole. It's off his hands and out of bounds.
That's a better result than it's slingshotting back the other way. Just got to keep the ball moving.
Boundary throwing to come on the southern side. Beneath the flags here at Perth Stadium, off the hands of the contest, Neal. Gave it to McCluggage, stepped through traffic, sold the candy to Baker, then his handball knocked away by the Eagles, comes back to Baker. Handball forward to Harley Reid, couldn't break the Tunstall tackle, forced the handball it away. Neal picks it up, shares it with Andrews, now goes back to Andrews again. Handball down the boundary line, straight to Baker. Handball on the ground to a teammate in Franco, to Herberts. Not clean footy this by either side. Knocked away by Bailey. He overruns it. Now the Eagles have it back. Franco picks it up. Kick to half forward. Yo marks it. There's a cheer from the crowd because it wasn't clean.
Yo takes the mark, turns and kicks towards goal. Waterman marks on the line, plays on snaps, goals for number 4.
Oh, it's amazing when they kick the ball bow instead of handballing around. They were both guilty of that. It's horrible football to watch.
Eagles back to 11 points, by the way, behind the Lions. So 9-7-61 West Coast. Brisbane 10-12-72. They will not go away.
What are you saying, Mitch?
Well, they're not going away. The Lions just playing with their food again.
Well, they're not. They kept pressuring the Lions to turn the ball over. Then have got a repeat entry. So they've been good at it all night. They've had a little bit of a lapse in their pressure, but maybe, the home ground and the crowd behind them.
Official crowd number, by the way, 41,560. Chris Waterman closest
and the
to
money over.
the pin in the ABC Sport commentary box. Well done, Muddy.
Just overuse of the ball by both teams. And great long kick by Yowie. I mean, he hasn't had a lot to do tonight, Yowie, but that was a fantastic kick to Jake.
Good crowd, over 40,000 for the Eagles after losing their past 5, and rain expected. It did pour down too in the second quarter. The Lions will get the clearance from the restart. Will Ashcroft kick towards right half forward, marked though by Young for the Eagles. Sends it down the southern wing and finds Kelly, who marks. Plays on by a hand, the run of Allen, receives the footy, put it inside forward 50, too much on it. Went over the top of Shanahan's outstretched arm. Andrews marks defensively, moves it short to Bailey. Between fullback and centre half-back for the Lions. Puts it back in the direction of the southern wing. Beautifully weighted kick. Tunstall sweeping it forward to Will Ashcroft. It's a kick around McCarthy. It bounces it right half forward. Met though by Bazob. He was losing his footing but got a hand pass still to Dersma. Now to Herbert at centre half-back. Forced to backtrack. Did well in the end. Found Hoff by hand and moves it out to Duggan, who marks it right half-back for the Eagles. Score remains still Brisbane's lead of 11.7 gone in the last.
Duggan inboard by foot to Herbert, who instantly played on and just went back to Duggan, so he has it in front of the Eagles race. Just beyond right half-back. Called to moved on by the umpire. It's a drop punt up the wing, flying from behind the big fist was Andrews. Comes down the way of the Eagles though. Waterman, handball to Cole, spun away from Answorth. Now on the left foot, kicks towards half forward. Murdoch could mark under pressure. Zorko had a lot of him. Wanted 50 metres, umpire said no. Probably had a fair case. Instead, Murdoch kicks inside 50 and Shanahan marks on the lead. He'll have the set shot, 45 metres out, tight angle to the right. About 10 metres in from the boundary. This will bring it back within a goal.
Geez, I've heard lots of talk about Logan Morris during the week, but I reckon this young bloke could be anything.
He's got 3 already, Job Shanahan. He's been the hero before. Tight to the boundary, right half forward. Young Job Shanahan. Drop punt is across the face. Big fly on the line. No mark taken by the Eagles. It was Harris Andrews, resolute in defence. And he went to go quickly. Bo Allen didn't come off the mark. And he knew it straight away. 50 metres is the call. He gets marked beyond defensive 50 for the Lions.
And he'll go up the corridor and marking again is Dunkley. Hands it off to Bailey. Bailey for the Lions. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Cameron stretches. Can't quite mark. It's across the boundary line for a throw-in. Eagles fans unhappy with the 50. Continue to let the umpires know about it. 10-12 to 9-7. It was certainly there. 9 gone in the last. Lions still in front. Thrown back in. Bailey Williams won it down for the Eagles. It came out to Fort, though. Got it to Bailey. Then by hand to Rayner. Now to Levi Ashcroft. Off a step from the left forward pocket. From 40 out, he kicks the goal. All class. This 19-year-old, already a premiership player, steering it through to put the Lions out to a 17-point lead at the 10-minute mark of the last. 11-12-78 to 9-7-61 in front of 41,560 fans here at Perth Stadium.
Well, they made the forward 50 stoppage big, the Lions, and as the Moss went to the flame, ball just pops out the back to Levi Ashcroft in the big circle.
Yeah, it's gone from a set shot at one end to bring it under single digits to a very good goal out of a stoppage at the other end and back out 3 goals.
We'll welcome in our listeners from Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia, the Northern Territory. In the Collingwood v Carlton game here to Perth Stadium right now, the Lions lead the Eagles by 17 points, 10 minutes into the final term. The Eagles led at quarter time by 15, by 7 at half time. The Lions by 16 at three-quarter time. They have increased that lead by 1 to 17. As the ball is back in the middle here, a free kick going the way of West Coast. Bailey Williams gets it from the ruck. Kicks the ball long inside forward, 50. Shanahan flew, couldn't mark. It spills to the back. Jack Williams dribbling shot on goal, misses to the left. Had more time than he thought, the young Eagle. Margin back to 16 points as the Lions go down the outer side.
They kick towards Leicester, who's been infringed by Waterman.
It was well done by Waterman. They had to slow the play up there.
And running by, Murdoch made a little bit of a connection here with Leicester, but it was okay because he was following Wilmot, so the umpire quite rightly says, let's all just calm down and move it on again. And Leicester moves it short. Opportunity here for Dunkley. He'll kick to a pack at right half forward. Fine mark, rising Hipwood in a pack. It's 2 kicks from goal. Just forward of the wing, stabs it short onto the chest of Rayner. Mentioned a couple of times. 100 consecutive games tonight for him. Gave it back to Hipwood, spears it inside forward 50 and onto the chest of Bailey. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post. He'll put boot to ball from no more than 40 out.
Well, it was a much needed couple of touches by Eric Hipwood. He just got it. They just got to keep playing him, and he's missed a little bit of footy last year and so forth. So if he can just get his hands on it, he'll be a big bonus come September.
In comes Zach Bailey, 1-1 tonight. Kicks on its way, misses to the right-hand side. There's still life in this game of football. Brisbane by 17 points, 12 gone in the last. And again, our welcome to some parts of the country who have just joined us here at Perth Stadium.
Starcevich kick-in duties against his former side. Kicks long to the wing. Darcy Fort just punches it back inside 50. Bailey was there waiting. Took the ball. Handball to Charlie Cameron. Loops it over the top to Fletcher. While slipping over was the Eagles' Allen. Allowed Tunstall to take it. Handball forward into the right forward pocket. Ashcroft, that was Will. He was knocked off it by McCarthy. He's caught in a tackle, the Eagle. Handball back towards the Lions. Tunstall worked out of bounds. Downey thrown to come just outside right half forward for the Lions.
Love that from Darcy Fort, ruck 101. Just punch it back into the 50. It's amazing how many times your teammates will run onto the ball.
We've seen some ugly passages, but that was one of the better ones.
Just repeating, 41,560 here at Perth Stadium for this Saturday night clash. The ball spun back in, off hands, overrunning it Rayner. Jack Williams for the Eagles tackled, dropped it. Free kick Brisbane. Willem Dersma just holding the throat region. So he's limping away from this contest a little bit. The Lions have the ball though. It's a free kick in the hands of Josh Dunkley. Points long, sends it in that direction. Looking for a marking target. Big fly, no one takes it. Bailey at the back, knocked through by McCarthy of the Eagles. Rush behind. Takes the margin to 18 points. 11-14, 80 now Brisbane. West Coast 9-8, 62. 14-minute mark approaching in the final term.
Short kick, had to be precise from Herbert. It was to Hoff. He was under extreme pressure. Up the corridor they went, and they do so again to Franco. We'll move it short once more to Herbert. Sweeping hand pass on to Baker. Heads in the direction of left half forward with a kick. Jack Williams front position, couldn't mark, but he had his arms chopped. And he'll get the free kick here for the Eagles. Against Fletcher. Smooth short again. Here's Murdoch. They're strapping around the head. Had to come off treatment for a blood rule earlier tonight. Short to the former line. Dual premiership player with Brisbane in Starcevich. From the middle of the ground, he'll kick towards full forward. Ford dropping back. Took the mark at fullback. And he has it for the Lions. Steer it out dangerously. Almost one down by Herbert. Spills it in front of Fletcher. Allows Leicester to pick it up for Brisbane. and he'll move it short to Dunkley. Still the Lions by 18 points, 15 gone in the last.
Quick kick inside to Will Ashcroft, not 15 called. Immediately took off, took 3 bounces. Teammate in Jasper Fletcher wanted to give him the handball back, and free kick is going the way of Will Ashcroft. He was held as he was looking to receive it. Another possession for him as he goes laterally inboard. Finds a teammate in Dunkley. Further inboard again to Ainsworth. Now the full switch is on. Comes to the northern side, out in front of Wilmot. Did well to gather in front of Harley Reid. Picks it up, kicks inside 50. Morris on the lead, couldn't mark. Out the back, Lohman. Slick handball to Jared Berry. Snap around the body, middle of the 50. Rayner, collected. Absolutely poleaxed by Liam Baker. Free kick coming. Baker's not happy. Rayner was juggling the mark, and Baker's come through and collected him. Slow-mo replay probably doesn't do justice and just how much force Baker hit him with. It's a free kick to Rayner, 25 metres out, slightest of angles. It's a free kick for sure. He got him high, he did.
Yeah, he jumped. As soon as you jump off the ground, you're in trouble. And Bakes jumped off the ground. I mean, it's not the land of the Giants between those two, but got him high.
Cam Rayner. Slow, deliberate approach. This will make it hard for West Coast. He kicks it into the Brisbane cheer squad. And then he talks a bit of trash to Liam Baker. A couple of players from both sides coming to get involved. It's not too spiteful, but Cam Rayner just letting Liam Baker know his thoughts. Two teams slowly separating. Brisbane now out to a 24-point lead. 12-14, 86. The Lions, the Eagles are 9-8, 62. 17 minutes gone in the final term. It's Cam Rayner's first goal of the night. Akash Fodor downstairs.
Just an update from Brisbane on Dane Zorko. He's going to spend the rest of the game off the field, just resting that tight hamstring.
He didn't look comfortable when he came off the last time he ran to the bench, so he's done enough tonight. He's another one they've just got to get minutes into, and when the time's right, give him a spell.
I wonder if he'll be in trouble for that. Baker was high. Rayner's stayed out there, but left the ground.
Little fine will do.
Tap one down by Bailey Williams for the Eagles to Yo. Here's Reid bursting away from Will Ashcroft. Got a little bit of assistance. Tackled, wrapped up, holding the ball. Well done, Dunkley. He'll get the free kick. Reid protesting he'd got a hand pass away. Umpire was completely uninterested in that. Dunkley looks out to the right, then looks to the left. There's options on both ways. Decides he'll kick towards the wing on the southern side of Perth Stadium. 2-on-2 battle. Spills down in the direction of Baker off hands. Here's a chance for Young to get a kick away. Deep inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Waterman front position at the back. Gallup, good mark. Defensively for the Lions. Goes to Berry, who marks at right half back. Brisbane, a match-winning lead now. They're out by 24 points. Only 19 gone in the final term. The kick back down the southern wing, and Young takes a good grab for West Coast.
Plays on by a hand to the run of Herbert. Black headband on, kicks down the outer side. Gallup got a fist in there, allowed the ball to spill down to Berry. The Lion goes up the wing, punched away from Rayner by Herbert. Now it spills back to the Eagle. Handball to Franco, the two mid-season recruits combined. High kick inside forward 50. Jack Williams flies. Big fist from Harris Andrews. Still inside the Eagles 50. Draper pushed Graham off it. Came though to Davis. Out to Duggan. Now to Bailey Williams. Back inside the centre square. Goes wide by hand to McCarthy. Comes to Dersma. Takes the mark 55 metres out. Steps off his line. Kicks into the pocket looking for Yo. Bit too high. Off his hand, out of bounds for a boundary thrown in the right forward pocket. Ashcroft and Neal now both have 30 disposals each. Neal has a goal to go with that. Zach Bailey for the 17th time this season. Goes past 20 and a goal. 24 and 1 for him. He's done that more than any player in the comp this year, Zach Bailey. So the ball's spun back in. Berry, clearing kick for the Lions. Tumbles outside 50. Herbert did very well for the Eagles. Spun out of trouble. Got a handball forward to Franco. Now to Hamish Davis. Tucked on the boundary line. Centering kick inside the 50. Off hands. Draper becomes the rover. Tumbles a kick outside defensive 50. Baker's there. Charlie Cameron's hunting him down. Cameron did beautifully, knocks it away from him. Umpire said he got him higher.
It's lucky, Bakes.
Oh, he was off to the races, Charlie Cameron.
No stopping Charlie.
I'll give you the tip. Liam Baker was not catching him if he got that ball. Instead, it's a free kick to the Eagles, and he goes laterally. His fellow former Tiger in Graham.
Graham, short to Starcevic. He marks. Too far out to score himself, probably 65 from goal. He'll put it into the left forward pocket. Big pack up, no mark taken, spilled at the back. Yo was after it. Going over the top of it again, Cole, still there to be won. As crashing in from everywhere, including Reed. The Lions are able to get a clearing kick away towards right half back. Young dropped the mark he probably could have taken. Spilled out to Cameron. Moves it on to Lohman. Kicks inside forward 50. There is no one there from either side. Race on into the right forward pocket. Cameron got there first. Socketed it to his own advantage. Gathers it. Can't get away from Young. Great play. Young did not give up. Up against one of the quickest and most dangerous forwards going around. He forced him across the boundary line, deep at right full forward.
How quick is Tyler Young? He got ahead of Charlie Cameron there.
It wasn't just that, he just hung in there. He never gave up.
He's sucking in the big ones right now, though, Tyler Young. He's absolutely gassed. Ball spun in. Herbert, clearing kick for the Eagles towards half back. Davis did well up against Levi Ashcroft, coming through off hands. Graham overran it, then tackled Levi Ashcroft without the ball. Umpire blindsided, though. Calls a ball up. 55 metres out. Just left of centre half forward for Brisbane. Bailey Williams over the Eagles, tapped it. Straight to Berry, he lost it. Here goes Bo Allen, stolen for West Coast. Handball forward, has the run of Cole, gathers, kicks long inside, forward 50. Waterman couldn't mark, terrific work. Well done, Gallup. Got back, made the spoil. Free kick, though, going the way of the Eagles. The second man in Andrews. Caught Waterman high, and he'll get the free kick. 25 metres. That was brilliant by Gallup.
It was huge by Gallup. And he did get him a little bit higher, Harris.
Jake Waterman did
Great
well.
Kick. But, he's been a real good... He's made Jake work for everything, this Ty Gallup tonight.
That was terrific by Gallup. Unfortunately, it was his skipper and Harris Andrews who came in late.
It's amazing how that little effort by Gallup. Look at Tyler Young's effort on Charlie Cameron at the other end. Neither of them get a stat, but they're so important just to get... It's a game of inches.
Yep. Jake Waterman will go around the body and snap for a handful. He's got 5.
Well, it's a shame because Ty Gallup's played a good game, but his opponent's kicked 5, and that's the sad bit about it.
Yeah, it's a strange old game for
I know, and, you know, we'd say Brett Bazzo's played pretty well, but Logan Morris has missed 4 gettable goals. He could have had 5, but Brett's probably going to be in the votes tonight because he's played really well.
So Jake Waterman up to 40 goals now on the season as well. He kicked 53-23 in his All-Australian year. He's up to 40. The margin's back to 18 points. 23 minutes gone. Still plenty of time for the Eagles if they want to keep kicking goals. This fourth quarter. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
Centre bounce is where it's going to be now if the Eagles are going to win this game.
There's still time. But it would take something truly special for it to happen. Umpire tells Rayner and Dersma. That's where he's heading, right behind them. Draper wins the tap, and Rayner's out after it. Gathers for the Lions. Hand passes forward, wanted Bailey. Coming the other way, Starcevic couldn't gather. Rayner does pick it up. Gave it to Neal. Disposal 31 for him. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Young reacted well. Chased it towards the boundary line. Throw in the call. I mentioned Lachie Neal. Since he joined Brisbane from Freo against West Coast, averaged 31 disposals and 8 clearances. Tonight, 31 disposals. He's had 6 clearances.
At 90% too, Quint.
Did say to find a way to stop him. They haven't been able to do so tonight as Draper gathers it and kicks towards goal, diving and just getting a touch on it on the goal line is Young. He's probably had his best game in Eagles colours tonight. That's a great stop right on the goal line. Minor score to the Lions. Their lead goes out to 19 points at the 24-minute mark of the last.
Long kick to the wing. Wilmot dropped the mark for the Lions. Picked up by Duggan. He's wrapped up. I was going to say the same thing. This is
By far, Tyler Young's best game. West Coast Eagles.
On top of that, he's kept, Hipwood hasn't played a lot of footy, but he's just kept him to the bare minimum.
From the stoppage, it came to Levi Ashcroft, who was caught holding the ball by Harley Reid. Duggan took advantage, and the Eagles dribbling a kick towards a teammate in Davis. He's wrapped up. Ball up to come just in front of the Lions bench. Bailey Williams to the front, juggled it, took possession, tumbles a kick towards Davis. Handball across to Dersma, tackled by Bailey. He did take him on. Umpire said he got a handball out of the tackle, and it went out of bounds. So either way, it's going to be a free kick to Zach Bailey. Disposal 25 coming up for him. Kicks up the wing, looking for a marking target in Fort. Coming across and copping one across the shoulder was Tom McCarthy of West Coast. They've got to go quick if they want a chance in this game. McCarthy kicks it centrally off the hands, comes through to Cole, trying to tap it towards Baker. Couldn't find him. Lohman now over the top of it in the centre square. He fell on it. Eagles wanted holding the ball. Umpire wasn't going to give them that one. Instead, the ball will be thrown up in the air. Ford on this occasion tapped it straight down though to Harley Reid. Kicks the Eagles inside 50 and taking the mark. Darcy Wilmot in his own 50 can come to the northern wing where Tunstall drops the mark. Eagles have it back. McCarthy swoops in, picks it up, kicks towards the 50 mark taken by Davis.
Davis decides to pop it into the right forward pocket. Waterman had it. Was he able to complete the mark? Not quite. Spilled away from him as he goes across the boundary line, as does the footy. He hit the turf quite hard, but perhaps a bit of cramp. He gets helped up off the deck. Throwing 25 out from the Eagles' attacking goal. City end of the ground. Spun in again. Bailey Williams won it down. It went to Reid. Was he taken high by Fort? Yes.
One umpire.
Yep. Took a while for the umpires to decide it. Harley Reid with a chance to have a shot from about 40 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
He's done well, Harley. He spent a lot of time on the bench, and it's his 22nd he's coming up for, and he's had 2 points. He's done what he could with the time he's had on the ground.
Harley Reid, we're right behind this kick, and that is a stinker out to the right. He's missed a minor score. Cuts Brisbane's lead back to what is now 18 points. Next up for the Eagles, Derby 63 on Friday night. Brisbane have got Port Adelaide on Sunday at the Gabba.
Lions bring the ball back into play. Neal, long kick off hands, spills back to the Eagles. Baker, handball across to Davis. His handball only as far as Levi Ashcroft. Lost it, spills to Will Ashcroft. Back to his brother. Left foot kick up the wing. Couple of Eagles spoil each other. Flying across was Morris, who got a hand in there as well. Spilled down to McCarthy. Off the ball, Bazzo and Morris are going at it as the kick goes inside 50. Big fly, Shanahan. Couldn't take the mark. Ball spills to ground level. Bobbling around inside the 50. Genuine scrap on the wing. The ball's going to come back this direction. There's 6 players involved. Ball's going through the middle. It's with Will Ashcroft. Chips it forward. Finds Bailey. He's got a player all by himself. Beautiful kick. Out in stride. Lohman marks. Cheeky bounce. Kicks it into the second tier. Kyle Lohman's got 4 goals. A mark of the year contender. And he'll have 4 points for Brisbane as well. Margin out to 24. 13-15, 93 Brisbane. West Coast 10-9, 69. 29 minutes played in the final term. Eagles were brave, West Coast, but they'll ultimately fall short here at Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Brett Bazzo and Logan Morris are going to have to shake hands in 30 seconds. They just had a wrestle for 2 minutes on the wing. I don't know why. But anyway, he's done well, Brett. He's had a really good game. And so's Tyler Young for Brisbane. For West Coast. It's going to get out to about 24 points. We said if it was around the 30 mark. You said 24. Boat, spot on at the moment.
One down by Bailey Williams to Reid in the middle. Came out in the direction of Yo. Just to shovel a hand pass through traffic. Rayner swoops upon it for the Lions. Well, kick towards left half forward, and Starcevic brings it to ground. He couldn't mark. He'll follow it up before he's tackled by Lohman. Wrapped up, not quite. Fort tries to knock it out. Hacked forward here by Levi Ashcroft. Is kicking in danger? It is. So it'll come back here to be taken by Murdoch. Murdoch will hand pass it forward to McCarthy. They were brave, the Eagles, but the Brisbane Lions far too good when it counted. They win a 6th straight game, and they'll finish the night up into 3rd on the AFL ladder. An 8th straight win for the Lions over West Coast. Brisbane by 24 points. They're starting to get a real roll on now, the Brisbane Lions. 6 straight wins, 13-15-93 over West Coast, 10-9-69. Lions will take the points, but the Eagles, again, this young group, they continue to be valiant in defeat. Brisbane trailed by 15 points at quarter time, by 7 at half time, and then led by 16 at three-quarter time to go on to win by 24. Kai Lohman booted 4 for Brisbane, 2 to Charlie Cameron, and then singles to Neal, to Ashcroft, to Morris, to Rayner, to McKenna, to Hipwood and to Bailey. While for West Coast, Jake Waterman finished with 5, Job Shanahan with 3, and singles to Dersma and to Murdoch. For Brisbane, well, a few times in recent times, they've been held to less than 100 points. Nonetheless, surviving a slight scare for a half here in WA. They just continue on. A 12th win of the season for the dual reigning premiers. They know where the line is, and they seem to know how to just to gather themselves when the season is coming towards its climax. Brisbane winners here. I mentioned before, they've got Port Adelaide next up, then Carlton, Hawthorn in round 22, and then the Suns and the Magpies to finish their season. What did you make of their efforts tonight? And indeed, for the West Coast fans who again have seen their side, well, they had a red-hot dip, but once again, just not quite polished enough.
Well, Bowie got it smack on, 24 points, and we were hoping around, what was meant 60 plus, don't know where he was tonight, but we were all around the 30 mark, so we got what we hoped for, a really dogged West Coast, and that's how the game panned out. Brisbane will walk away with 4 points, but probably have a bit to work on. West Coast, that's where they're at. They're getting a lot better. They just got to polish up a bit, and that'll take time. God, it was hard. We'll get to the votes later. I thought Neal and Ashcroft and Dunkley, and then Bailey, who's the part-time midfielder, half forward, and you know Harley's got the most for West Coast, and he spent a quarter on the sidelines. Herbert and McCarthy, good numbers, but from half back. Duggo and a wing, I just think they're going to persist with Duggo out of the back 6. But then you look down the bottom, and Bo Allen's only got the 10, Yoey's only the 9. Jack Williams a bit disappointing tonight. They were down one, I guess, with Hutchinson and with Reid for most of it, but too many guys still not getting enough of the ball. But one good bright light for West Coast is Brett Bazzo and Tyler Young. I thought were really good tonight, the key posts, and of course Jake got 5 at the other end, and Job's got his 3. So just need some more learnings and some more game times into the young blokes, the Duursmas and that, and a bit more grunt through the midfield.
Yeah, look, if I'm a West Coast fan, I'm happy with what I saw tonight. You can see, it's a lot. I haven't called a West Coast game for a while, but that's a completely, almost 12 months. That's a completely different West Coast unit. Their ability to pressure sides is there, and they'll just keep building to be able to do that for long enough. And then on top of that, you can see some real genuine stars, and you spoke about them. Haley Reid's the obvious one. Shanahan up forward is, geez, I hate to see this bloke with another 2 years in the gym and a bit more man strength. He's only a young pup, and he's starting to clunk them already. So he's and you mentioned Rhett Bazzo from Swanee Districts. Great to see him out there, and he played on some good opponents tonight, and
very good,
and brought the ball to ground. So he'll be happy. He'll be happy with that.
You just look at the stats, and I think West Coast clawed back. They had 70 more possessions, Brisbane, which is a lot. They were killing him in inside 50s, but only end up with 9 more. So West Coast ended up climbing up to 49. Tackles, they had a lot more tackles, but maybe because they had the ball. But generally, when you look at all the clearances, are pretty much even. Ground ball gets even. In the contested possession, West Coast fought their way back. So, there's little things that were great. Milan Murdoch did a job on Zorko. Zorko's had 15, and he's been out for a bit, so he's a bit rusty. But Milan needs that sort of effort. He needs something, a good target to have a go at. Kelly was a bit lower. Tim Kelly was a bit lower than himself. He's duffed a couple of kicks. I mean, he's serviceable, but you probably come to expect more from him. Franco proves to be pretty good. Herbert looks like he's lively. Half back, they've just got some. Herbert's got a bad habit of going one-handed, but he looks like a likely type. That's, you got McCarthy, Herbert, and Franco, and unfortunately Hutchison, who did his hammy in the first look of 4 mid-season drafts. They're all going okay. That's where West Coast are at. They need some more pressure from younger blokes coming through, but they've got a hell of a lot sitting in the dugout for the rest of the season. So Brisbane, on the other hand, they got plenty to work with, Bo.
Yeah, look, Matty, we spoke about before the game. Who do you sit on? Do you sit on Neil or Ashcroft? And they both got off the chain, but Lockie Neal has had 32 disposals at 91% efficiency.
That's just massive. I mean, we were trying to work out, votes here and there because it was a funny old game, but these 3 votes in the Brownlow tonight, he was just outstanding.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Tunstall, I've had a bit to do with Jimmy. 20 possessions, his best game.
Yep. He's
been in and out of the team and just making way for others. And, it looks like, Hipwood they've got to keep going with so they can get him up. There was a few things I'd be a couple little concerns with Fags, and he would walk out tonight a little bit frustrated, but probably breathe a sigh of relief that thank God we've come to the longest trek for the year.
No injuries.
And we got away with it.
Let's head down into the victorious Lions room. Sakash Fodadar is down there for us. Sakash.
Thank you, Clint. The big cheer as the Brisbane players come in, just grabbing their sports drinks on the way in. There's a smattering of supporters down here, but plenty of the staff, of course, making a lot of noise. As you guys mentioned, they didn't have it all their own way, the reigning back-to-back premiers, but they'll be pleased to come here, get the 4 points, and they're just getting in the circle now, ready to belt out the song. There's always a couple of stragglers. It's Charlie Cameron this time. Just about ready to go here with the Brisbane Lions song. Pretty happy group down here, and we should have one of the captains, Josh Dunkley, join us very shortly.
Good on you, Akash. Back to you in just a moment. If you're a Brisbane supporter listening in, confident with the way the Lions are starting to build, were you happy with tonight's performance? 0437 774 774. Let us know via text. Or conversely, if you're an Eagle, do you like what you're seeing from this young group? haven't been able to get the points in their last 6 games, but they've been around the mark, and you certainly can't knock their intensity or their desire. If you go through a 6-point loss to Port, 1-point loss to North, 53-point loss to Carlton wasn't terrific, but Adelaide, they lost here by 25 points. Terrific against the Bulldogs in their 16-point defeat, and really gave Brisbane a bit of a push tonight as well. The Lions, far too good in the end. They are the reigning premiers, the dual reigning premiers, and they win their 6th straight game, Brisbane, who for the moment have moved up into 3rd on the ladder. Hawthorn, of course, can jump back ahead of them depending on what happens tomorrow. Give us your thoughts on Brisbane's performance, gentlemen. We discussed a bit about West Coast, but if you're a line, in fact, let's head straight down into the rooms. Cash voted has got a line with him. Cash.
Thanks, Clint. I do. I've got one of the captains, Josh Dunkley, with me. Josh, bit of a funny old game. Not quite all on your own terms, but got the job done in the end. How do you assess it?
Yeah, you pretty much summed it up well, I reckon. I mean, early on we knew that they were going to bring the heat. You know, they played really well against the Doggies last week, and we came into this one knowing it was going to be a really big battle. So they shocked us early. We were able to respond a little bit just before quarter time and get the game back on our terms. So we were just chipping away at the game. Came out after half time. I thought our third quarter was really good, the start of the third. We did miss a few opportunities in front of goal, but, you know, we'll get those ones back some point. And, yeah, it was a really good game, though. I really rate the West Coast Eagles. I think they're going to be a good side in the future.
6 wins in a row now for you guys, back into the top 4. What's helped turn that performance around, and how important is it to be getting into the top 4 at this stage of the season?
I think a little bit of continuity in our team. We had a lot of injuries and suspensions and that kind of thing, things you can't really control early on in the season. So it's nice to be able to be building into the back end of the year like we are at the moment. But we only take it week by week, and next week I think we got Port Adelaide at home, so we look forward to that one.
We spoke to Danny Daly in the pre-game, and he said he thinks it was after the Giants loss where yourself, the other captains, Danny himself and Chris Fagan all got together to kind of talk about what you needed to do to get, I guess, your Brisbane Lions brand back. Are you able to take us a little bit deeper into what that conversation was between some of the club leaders and how it's helped turn the season around?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you can sort of sit down and think about what we did at that point, and yeah, we had a few honest conversations, but I think like good footy clubs do that all the time, and we've been able to do that over the journey, whether we're winning or losing. And for us at that moment, we didn't really wait for the Giants game. We'd actually been having those conversations prior to, so I can't really put my finger on it. I think the way that we're playing a little bit is we're going more at the game. The game's changed, and from last year to this year, you've got to continue to evolve as a team, and we probably were a bit slow at that early on in the season, and now we're starting to see how good we can be when we do play that way.
Let's head upstairs to our team, Clint Wheeldon, with our experts, Bo McDonald and Chris Waterman.
Josh, Chris Waterman, well done tonight. We spoke to Danny before the game, and we asked him about Jimmy Tunstall. It's his birthday today.
It is.
It's great to see him back in the team. He's been just missing out over the last couple of years. But I reckon that's his best game with you blokes tonight.
Yeah, mate, he was awesome. I mean, he's a player that, is so selfless for our footy team. He comes in, he goes out, he comes in, he goes out. When called upon, he does his role. And, I said to him last week that we all love him. He missed out because obviously his good mate and housemate Huey came back into the team. So it's hard to keep him McCluggage out when, he's coming back from injury. But to be able to play the role that he does for us, he's such a team man, and we love playing with him and for him. And tonight was a little bit for him because it was his birthday, so it was nice to celebrate.
G'day, Dunks. Bo here, mate. Well done tonight. Just really interested in what was the messaging from Fags at half-time when the Lions were really up in the inside 50s, getting it in there a lot. I wonder what the message was at half-time to the boys.
More of the same, to be honest.
Yep.
We had the game on our terms. We felt like we probably weren't getting the scoreboard result, but the game was looking good, and it was the way that we wanted it to look. Forward half footy, we're locking it in. I think we had 70% of it in our forward half in that first half, or that second quarter. So it was more of the same and continue to go at the game like I already mentioned. And yeah, we were able to do that in the third quarter. It was nice to be able to turn the tables.
Since the bye round, it's been really noticeable. The pressure on the ball has gone up from the group. Was that a focus? Was that a focus in those talks?
Those honest meetings?
Yeah, those honest ones?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a focus. I mean, pressure's probably been our number one wood, I guess, when it comes to finals footy in September. And, these days we feel like teams really build themselves up to play against us. So We're playing a final nearly every week, and that's good for us. It's good practice, and it's good that we can sort of challenge ourselves against the best or the opposition's best. So for us, the pressure game has gone up another notch these days. The ball's a lot more live with the new rules in place, and you've got to continue to pressure the ball, otherwise the other team will chop you up because everyone's a good ball user.
Josh Dunkley, our guest here on ABC Sport. Can I ask you about Kai Lohmann? It's Clint Wilden here. Lohmann, the showman, he knows how to put on a show at times, doesn't he, Josh?
Oh, mate, I've got to try and keep that bloke's head screwed on, to be honest. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's learning every week. He's continuing to, search for that consistency, but he's really, shining the last couple of weeks. I think, he's a result of how we use the footy up the field, and so are our other forwards. They really battle away. Logan Morris plays a really selfless role as well. He's normally got 3 blokes hanging off him, and he brings the ball to ground. So Kizza will be thanking Logs, buying him coffees, I reckon, for a few of those contests down the line, because without him and our other guys, Eric Hipwood's another one that brings it to ground all the time. So, he's a great man. I love him. As I said, I've got to keep him in shape.
You talk about doing the tough stuff and some of those honest conversations, but the other thing that does stand out at Brisbane is there are times the ball movement can be so slick and so fast. It's incredibly impressive to watch from up here. And when you do get it all clicking together, gee whiz, you're going to take some stopping in September.
Yeah, we're looking to next week, not really looking to September yet, but we do try and build good habits for that time. We're trying to build our brand and continue to evolve our game. And on a big ground like Optus Stadium, it's awesome to be able to use the grass that it gives us. So, it was nice to be able to move the footy the way that we did tonight. And as I said, it allows our forwards to then run their patterns and get into space. So it's nice that our backs were really good tonight. I thought, Ty Gallup plays a underrated role every week. Harris Andrews was awesome. High backs as well. Noah Answorth's another one that no one talks about. So I could probably rattle off our whole back line and pump them up, because they do an awesome job for us.
Josh, it was a tough game tonight, but I guess in hindsight, it could be back here playing a top team in a big finals match 7 or 8 weeks. You just don't know. So it's probably worth getting this one under your belt so you know what you're coming into.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually did think that on the way over. We might be able to come back over here later in the year, but something that you obviously work on, and nice to get the exposure to the ground again. We love coming over to Perth. It's nice that we were able to come a couple of days early and really sort of soak ourselves up in the environment, and then be out on the ground and playing the way that we sort of did today. So it's nice to sort of chip away at that game and get the result that we did, and we'll learn from it and we'll move on.
Clint touched on his, impressive skills, and we're just looking at Lachie Neale's stats. He had 32 tonight, and he went at 91% disposal efficiency. Just for the kids out there, how much do you guys practice your skills during the week?
Yeah, a lot. We're in there every day. It's like school. Yep. You go to school and you go to work, and you go and get to work and work on your skills. So Lockie's one of those that's done it for an incredibly long time and so consistent as well. So, it's awesome that we've got him on our side, and he's playing really good footy for us. So we love the bloke and hope he continues that form into the back end.
You were 82%, by the way, Josh, so you're right behind him.
That's actually all right for me, isn't it?
Josh, talking about going to school, if this is school, this is the away trip excursion.
Yep.
What was it like out there? The last couple of games here, there seemed to be a bit of an issue with guys slipping over. The surface seemed to be a lot better this evening. How did you rate it?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. We got here on Thursday, so we had a look on yesterday on Friday, and it's obviously been a bit of weather over here as well, so it's tough to be able to grow grass when there's no sun. But it was pretty good tonight. I thought, it slipped over a couple of times. We did as a team, but both teams are playing on it, so you can't really, it's an even playing field, and I love playing on Optus Stadium because it's got so much space. So being able to work and work the opposition into the ground at times is nice. So nice to be able to get that exposure, and we look forward to doing it again sometime soon.
Last one for you from me. Just about, it's been I know you can't time these things, but it does work out okay. All of a sudden, as we get to the serious end of the season, you seem to have got most of your blokes off for the injury list. You've still got a few more to come back, but other than Jack Payne, Darcy Gardner could be back in a couple of weeks' time. Things just seem to be sort of working out for you at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice. You look at it early on in the season, and I think we had 14 or something on the injury list, so it's good that we've been out, and that's a credit to our rehab and strength and conditioning staff. They sort of always build us up. It's funny, in the pre-season they build you up for January. They don't really care about before Christmas. They get you into January when we get into some match sim and stuff, and in season, if you get injured, it's sort of like, righto, let's get you ready for the back end. And it's nice that our team are be able to do that, and we can sort of challenge each other at the right part of the season, and there's pressure up for spots, so everyone's got to be on their toes and playing good footy.
And you certainly are, and continue to do so. Josh, thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Josh Dunkley, 3-time premiership player downstairs, of course, with the Western Bulldogs in 2016, and twice with the Brisbane Lions, gained 212 for him this evening for the 29-year-old. Well done to him. Brisbane victorious 13-15-93. They won by 24 points over the West Coast Eagles, 10-9-69. What have we got here? Dan from East Perth. I'm happy enough as an Eagles fan. Under 10 goal loss against the Lions is an achievement. Big night for the key backs. Bazzo and Andrews both Hughes. I was really impressed by what Rhett Bazzo had to do. We will head down into the Eagles rooms very shortly as well for a chat. Mitch Turner's gone down there. But Rhett Bazzo spoke about Tyler Young as well. They're probably their best performances for the footy club, or certainly Young's definitely his best performance.
Young was, yeah. No, it's just good. Just green shoots just keep popping up, and Rhett Bazzo is probably going to be the one at the end of the year we look at. I mean, Dersma's an early pick and all that sort of stuff, but Rhett's been through a hell of a lot in his short football career off the field. But he had to come in at the expense of Harry Edwards, who had some heavy knocks and went out, and just stood up and has continued to stand up. He's a big find for West Coast in their build. I do know a couple of other recruiters have spoke to their clubs at the end of last year and said we should just go and offer this bloke 3 years and get him out before they start playing him, because they had big raps on him, and you can see why. So, yeah, there's some really good signs. I mean, Jack Graham it was just Jack Graham tonight, but he's coming off 8 weeks off and thrown straight back in with a shoulder. There was a couple of little times where we thought he was in a bit of trouble with that. Star's missed a lot of footy. It just goes to show how much it is when you miss that much footy, sorry. It was a mouthful, but Stars did a fair bit, then just kept getting interrupted, and then Jack did the pre-season, then you stop for 8 weeks. Just doesn't help, so they're doing their best. I'm glad to see Duggo. I mean, I called him a couple of Monday nights, but
let's actually head down into the rooms. Mitch Turner's there. G'day, Mitch.
Thanks, Clint. Standing here with Rhett Bazzo, one of the Eagles defenders who played a great game tonight. Rhett took it up to the two-time reigning premiers, didn't quite get it done, but hell of an effort from the boys.
Yeah, look, obviously really disappointing not to win. We spoke about it. Our footy's stacking up the last 6 weeks. We just need to start winning these games now. So that's probably the next step for us. And obviously credit to Brisbane. They're a good side and they're always going to come back. So great learnings for us, and on to the next one.
What was the focus going in? How are you going to kind of get hold of Brisbane there? In terrific form, 6 wins in a row now, but was there an area you thought you could try and match them and bring them down to your level?
We just knew we had to take away their marks. Like, they take in their wins, they take a lot of uncontested marks, so that was our sort of main focus going into the game. And probably a little bit inconsistent, did it well at times, probably didn't do it well at times, and that's probably just a sign of a young team where we need to just get to 120 minutes as a game of football, so that's the next thing to get going after.
Lost Ruben Jidmi this year, the backline since then. It's done a pretty good job, yourself included. You've come back into the side after a rough run with injury and a lot of things over the past few years, but you must be stoked with the football you're playing personally.
Yeah, a little bit. It's just sort of just training hard, and obviously when I got my chance, hopefully just get in there and take it. And obviously it sucks to lose Rubes, but yeah, a little bit of that next man up philosophy is what they always say. But yeah, I mean, our system's in good order. It's just about going out there and playing your role, not doing anything too spectacular, and the rest will look after itself.
I'll throw it up to our team upstairs. Chris Waterman, Bo McDonald and Clint Wilden.
Oh, Baz, it's muddy. How would you see Logan Morris? I mean, you're going to come up against good key forwards now for the rest of your career. How was Logan Morris tonight? I mean, you did a good job, forced him wide, but is he slippery to play on?
Yeah. How are you, Muddy? It's good to chat to you. Obviously, yeah, all forwards are good. Forwards are good at different things. So I knew he was obviously light on his feet and he likes to move because he's not quite the biggest. But it was probably an area of ours. Just if we can get them to get shots wide, that's probably where we want them to. And I think he probably had 4 or 5 shots in goal, but maybe kick 1 goal. He's obviously a very good player. So that was probably in the back of my mind and our team's mind. Let our system do the work, and let's force them wide.
I bet the last thing you wanted to do was have a wrestle for a minute with 3 minutes to go, because you look absolutely buggered by the time the final siren went.
Oh, yeah, I was absolutely knackered then. But, it's good fun. Footy, that's what you play a little bit for as well, so it's all in good fun.
Rhett Bo McDonald here, mate. Mate, just congratulations. You've been through a rough time. To see you out there just improving each week, being a fellow Black Ducks boy, mate, it's really good to see. But it looked like, just talk a bit about the build-up for the week for us. Do you guys focus much on Brisbane? Obviously, they're a high uncontested marking team, but I don't know, it just looked like it was more about yourselves tonight and not the Lions.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Also, a little bit of tying into what they do well is how we're going to stop them. But I feel like, the last, probably 8 to 10 weeks, we've played some really good footy, but only got probably 2 wins, which is disappointing. So we're just, as I said before, we're just really focusing on taking some scalps and, being hard to play against, which we were tonight, again, although not 20 minutes. So, we acknowledge Brisbane, really good side, but at the same time, we want to play our footy as well.
Clint Wilden here. Congratulations on what you've been able to achieve so far. How useful, particularly as a defender, has it been to have a couple of weeks in a row now where you've had the same back six and the same 23 out there?
Yeah, it's obviously important. Obviously, continuity is key, so probably unchanged for 3 weeks is something I saw before. So it just certainly does help when you can gel and get that continuity, as I spoke about before. And when everyone's on the same page, it makes it easier to play in. So obviously it certainly helps, mate. And but I feel like everyone at the footy club is really hungry and want to learn. So we're all just eager to get better and get off the bottom of the ladder.
How frustrating is it? You touched on it because there've been a couple of games. You were tremendous tonight for most of the game. The pressure outstanding. Can't get the result. Outstanding for most of the game against the Bulldogs. You push North Melbourne all the way. You push Port Adelaide here in Perth all the way. How important do you think it is for the group to actually be able to get over the line and pick up 4 points in one of these games?
Yeah, it obviously is very frustrating getting so close numerous amount of times and not getting the chockies. So we've spoken about that and we've acknowledged it, and it's what we're going after. We just want to win games of footy and take scalps, as I spoke about before. Obviously, playing some good sides in the run home. Freo next week, obviously they're flying, so it's on to the next one, and hopefully we can take a few scalps that I've spoken about.
And you touched on it, the last one, well actually second last one before we let you go. How much do you look forward to a derby with Fremantle flying at the moment?
Yeah, no, it'll be good fun. Obviously they're a great side, so we've got to come fully prepared and ready to play again. They're obviously on the top of the ladder for a reason. They're the best side in at the minute. So we spoke about it in there. Let's get back on the horse. 6-day break. So another big challenge for us.
And a last one. No goals for you so far in the AFL. None for Tyler Young. I know back in the day, Sharad Wellingham played in defence. The Bulls always wanted to try and sneak down, as they called the other defenders, and maybe kick a goal here or there. Has that ever crossed your mind, an opportunity if it arises to sneak down the other end of the park?
I feel like the only chance that'll ever happen is if I get a 50-metre penalty, I reckon, at the minute.
I remember coaching you at Guildford, Rhett. You kicked 9 for us up forward.
I know, but our defending's hard as well, Bowie, so I'll just focus on that at the minute.
Oh, well, we do remember when the great Tom Barras played his 100th game and he snuck down the other end and kicked one. So maybe
I think that was a 50 as well. So, see, TV as well. He's one career goal, 150, so I think that's the only way at the minute.
Oh, well, hopefully we're here the day it happens. Rhett, great to have a chat. Congratulations on the career so far. It's been good to see you develop.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your chat.
Good on you. Rhett Bazzo downstairs in the West Coast Eagles rooms. And we were mentioning before, I thought, certainly alongside Tyler Young, terrific performances by a couple of the West Coast Eagles players as they continue to build. And you look at Brisbane, so much experience and so much success. It's pretty much, I reckon, what Eagles fans would have been hoping for tonight, to put in a competitive effort, which they've done so, losing by 24 points. And as we mentioned, led at quarter time, just the 4th time this season they led at quarter time, the Eagles, by 15 points, by 7 points at half time. Brisbane then showed their class, and we know how much of it they possess, to then get the job done and take the lead, to lead by 16 points at three-quarter time. They're now 10 from 10 when they've led at three-quarter time in season 2026, to go on to win by 24 points. The other game many of you were at previously, of course, just repeating, Collingwood too good for Carlton, 14-6-90 to Carlton's 10-9-69, so a 21-point win there in front of over nearly 84,000 people. There were 41,560 here in the West tonight. Big shout out to Jenna Fitzroy, loving the coverage, hoping we'd go through to midnight. Sorry, Jen, we'll stop for you in about 11 o'clock, but great you could be with us wherever you happen to be around the nation. I mentioned Dan from Perth. Send us a text, 0437 774 774. Andy's from Bendigo. Happy Lions fan here. The Eagles always play well at the Erie. That's quite good. So we're happy to get the 4 points. Erie as in Eagle's Nest, as opposed to the Cattery, which we were talking about earlier. Muddy.
Makes it a very intriguing derby coming up on Friday night, given the way the two games were played today.
Indeed.
Fremantle went to Adelaide and got really held back by a very dogged Port, and Brisbane, the other top team, came over here to the West and got really clawed at by a dogged West Coast. So both Peel and West Coast have a bye in the waffle. Jack Hutchinson did his hammy, so all them players from the waffle are fresh. So they've got the ability to bring in Elijah Hewitt, who I assume would be one of them. Another Swan District local product, Bo. So they've got a choice, or a Tom Gross, maybe have a look at him. So they've got their options open. They've just got to get a bit more out of, say, Jack Williams at the second ruck, and got to work out. I'm not sure. I'd like to find out whether Yoey's job was just to try and keep Harris Andrews out of the game. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Harris Andrews is a foot taller than him. I don't know how you expected to do that. He was in a lot of centre clearances, Yoey. Maybe it's time just to throw Yoey in a halfback flank, where he started his career at Brisbane as a rampaging halfback flanker, and maybe throw Bakes back into the middle. I'm not sure, but with Elliot Yeo in single figures, they just need more of that. Tommy Colding hit the scoreboard, tried pretty hard, made some clever decisions. Brodie's at half-back and only got the 8. So there's a few guys that need to get their hands on the ball a bit more, but
they'll be frothing for it, I reckon.
Next Friday, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be. I think if I was a West Coast Eagles player, this is the one for me. And their pressure's been getting a little bit better each week. You could watch a bit of footage where Port Adelaide really put it on Fremantle early and said, we've got to match this, and we can. We've just like Rhett Bazzo was just saying, then we've just got to do it for longer.
They were fierce at the contest this morning, Port. So you'd expect that it's going to be no holes barred. So this could well be next Friday night Fremantle's hardest match in the next 7 or 8.
Yeah, and
if they can get through this with 4 points or unscathed, even, it's good. It's going to hold them in good stead for the September, because it's like the old arch enemy things. Doesn't matter where you are in the ladder. You're going to get a fierce contest. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see one next Friday night.
It is a Fremantle home game. Yeah. Friday night against the Eagles.
It's going to be a full house.
Yeah,
absolutely. Hanging from the rafters next Friday night.
For West Coast, as I mentioned, of course, Fremantle next. And then to wrap up the season, they've got Richmond, Collingwood in Perth. So Richmond at the MCG, Collingwood here in Perth, the Giants at Giants Stadium, and then Hawthorn in Perth to wrap things up for West Coast in 2026. We'll get the votes in just a moment, but a couple of the key stats. For the Lions, Ashcroft with 32 disposals, so too Lockie Neal, who just loves playing West Coast. Dunkley with 28, Bailey with 26, Andrews 22, Berry with 21. For the Eagles, McCarthy had it 23 times, so too did Reid, Duggan, Franco and Herbert, all with 22 disposals apiece. Having a look at the other stats, disposals went the way, no surprise, of Brisbane by 72. Contested possessions the way of Brisbane by 10. Ground ball gets were square, 93 apiece. The marks are telling. Brisbane 115 to West Coast 67. 48 more marks to the Lions. They had 62 more uncontested possessions, 241 to 179. The Eagles, unsurprisingly, therefore had 13 more tackles, 69 to 56. The Lions with 6 more intercept possessions. They had first possessions on 13 more occasions. West Coast actually won the hitouts, 48 to 38. Well done to Bailey J, and also, of course, Jack Williams. Clearances went the way of West Coast as well, 42 to 4. The hitouts, as I mentioned, 48 to 38. Bailey Williams with 45 of them, Draper with 22. So that's a terrific performance. And in terms of tackles, which I'm always interested in, Kelly with 7, Dersman with 6, Allen with 6, Starcevic and Franco with 5 apiece, while Dunkley had 7 tackles for the Lions, Rayner with 5 and Lohman with 5 to go along with his 4 goals. Jake Waterman kicked 5 goals for the West Coast Eagles. Brisbane took the points by 24, 13-15, 93 to 10-9, 69. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year before we hear a little bit from the West Coast Eagles rooms.
Well, we gave one vote to Will Ashcroft. I mean, he was just powerful all night, and the stats prove it. He's just a machine. We actually gave 2 votes to Rhett Bazzo. We thought his game was outstanding. On Logan Morris, who's one of the shining lights in the comp, and 3 votes to Lockie Neal. We just thought he was outstanding, and the fact that 90%. If Lockie Neal plays for West Coast tonight, do they win? I mean, he averages 32 against West Coast. Why don't you just come and play here?
They probably don't, but they'd come very close.
Yeah.
Very close. So the Christian medal, so just repeating, 3 votes to Lockie Neal, 2 votes to Rhett Bazzo, 1 vote to Will Ashcroft, which means Rhett Bazzo gets 3 in the Christian medal, and the 2 and the 1?
Well, 1 vote goes to Milan Murdoch. He toiled away all night, did a pretty good job on Dane Zorko, and was very prominent early with getting the score on the board, and 2 votes to Jake Waterman, who kicked 5 goals.
Okay, let's hear a little bit from the West Coast Eagles rooms and their coach, Andrew McQualter.
Bad luck tonight, Andrew. You must be proud of the effort to take it up to the dual reigning premiers for most of the night.
Yeah, it's funny. I was pretty flat, right, really flat, just after the game, just there, and just feel like our guys are putting everything in at the moment, and they're having a real crack, and I'm flat for them that they're not getting the outcomes that we want, but the way we competed tonight, we made the game challenging for Brisbane. I think for large periods of the game, it was an arm wrestle for periods of the game, and we just couldn't quite take some opportunities where we had some good looks, and they had a few parts of the game that they were pretty dominant in, and that challenged us. But overall, they're one of the most formed teams in the competition. We gave ourselves a chance to win, which is what we're trying to do, and we're trying to win every game. We keep talking to our players about we're in a position now to try and take some scalps. That's what we're aiming for, and we fell short a game, but I think we build some belief in what we're doing.
How do you talk about that? Like, you've been so competitive the last 3 weeks against 3 teams that are bound for finals, and you said you've just not been able to get over the line. How do you keep the morale up like that? You obviously keep pointing out the positives, but the wins just aren't coming.
Yeah, well, there's the skill and coaching then that there's different types of wins. And that's what we're working through clearly at the moment. We're not getting 4-point wins, but we're getting lots of wins in our game and lots of growth, individual performances. We're getting experiences where we will shape us and keep building our group that we're trying to do. So, the biggest bit of satisfaction you get is the 4-point win, and we're chasing it like you wouldn't believe, and we're chasing it every week. And but we are getting lots of other wins in our game.
Last start tonight. Won the first quarter for only the 4th time this year. Did you change anything from previous weeks? Have you found a solution maybe?
No, not compared to last week. So we did change a fair bit last week, as I mentioned, and really just a bigger focus on it. And I think we might have been even shots, 5-2 to 2-5, I think, at quarter time. So that clearly plays a part in it. But yeah, certainly nice feeling to go in front of the scoreboard at quarter time.
Their marking game, what made it so hard tonight to get that under control, do you think?
Probably 2 things, like their intercept marks to start with. They just got too many on us. Bit of our skill, bit of their great contest. So they took too many intercept marks, and that just fueled their uncontested mark game. It's probably the main thing. They also took, I think it was 15-2 contested marks. So we got beaten in the air tonight. That's what happened. It's the strength of their game, and it played into their uncontested mark game. I think every team probably goes and tries to take away Brisbane's marks. It's not a secret, but they're also unbelievable at it. Their team has played a lot together. They understand each other. They understand their game, and we couldn't take it away from them for long enough tonight.
Speaking of those marks, again, I mentioned it before, but 115 to 67, again, showing exactly what Andrew McQualter was speaking about. Here are the results today. Thanks very much wherever you've been with us here on ABC Sport throughout the day. It started with Port Adelaide up against Fremantle. The Dockers continued on their merry way, winning by 28 points at the Adelaide Oval. They lock in a top 6 finish now with that win, and also continue to stretch the gap between them and Sydney at the top of the ladder after the Swans lost against Adelaide earlier in the round. Melbourne beat North Melbourne by 16 points at the Docklands. And in the 2 games tonight, big win in front of nearly 84,000 people. Collingwood beat Carlton by 21. And then here in the West, Brisbane by 24 points over the West Coast Eagles. The Lions have now won their last 6 games. Hope you can join us tomorrow. Sunday, AFL will get things started wherever you happen to be. And then 3 big games as well right around the nation. You can listen on ABC Listen. Thanks very much for your company. Clint Wilden on behalf of the team saying bye for now.